She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go.
Welcome back, everybody, to YaLLa Compass 2025. It's Josh with me. I'm Faraz. We're about to take you through the action. Fireflux versus Sangal is the first menu item on the day, but I do kind of want to take you through the rest of the matches in just a sec. But Josh, you got any preliminary thoughts to throw out for me?
Yeah, go on then. I've covered both of these teams a fair bit recently, and they have impressed me and disappointed me on different occasions for various reasons. Sangal, I actually think, are quite a formidable side. They've had a few losses over the past week, which has sort of tainted that a little bit, but I've seen some great wins from them as a fairly new roster. I actually covered the last time these two teams played against each other as well. That was only 2 weeks ago in Galaxy Battle, and Fireflux looked terrible. They were really, they were teed up as the hot favourites, and yeah, they were just making a lot of mistakes, ended up losing that game 2-0. So I don't know. Whether or not history repeats itself is another question. They have got a slight roster change in today. Canito's playing, which is yeah, an interesting addition. It is in place of my brain's not working.
It's Scrunk.
Scrunk, that's the one. It is in place of Scrunk, who's quite a hard hitter. So that is going to be yeah, maybe he'll be missed. But Kakanito's obviously a very, very formidable player. So yeah, that may not be a problem.
Yeah, it's really difficult to struggle too much with a stand like that, right? But of course, it does kind of throw a bit of a spanner in the works. But I do want to talk about this team a little bit, right? Obviously, I feel like Fireflux right now are kind of in the position of they're essentially this holding ground for talent that eventually goes to newer heights, right? Because if you sort of look at well, no, within the Turkish scene, we've had this mix of lineups, right? I'm not specifically talking about Fireflux, right? But within the Turkish scene, we've had this multiple iterations of rosters. So players like Paz and Soulfly, they have flirted with the top echelons of CS. And I feel like just having that experience be available on the squad does mean that this kind of roster from Fireflux can go big places. Just knowing that you have a bit of veterancy. You have a mixed bag of players. This is still very untested, and I feel like the potential is quite high.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Very high potential, and you've got some really good pieces under this team. You've got Banjo, who I've been really fond of since he was on that Fnatic Rising roster. I really thought that he was destined for very big things. He's still only 20 years old, so by no means at the peak of his career, could absolutely hit new heights. But yeah, when you got sort of young talent like that, harbored by some of the more experienced players like Paz and Soulfly, it's a recipe for success.
Never say Soulfly again.
So I was right on the edge of a sneeze, and it was I was just trying to get it out. It just came out however it came, so that I can mute my mic and sneeze.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to take the L, right? But we will look at the other roster as well. And there's a weird parallel here. So right now, the Fireflux roster has 3 Turkish players, right? If Fireflux were to go up against Sangal a little while ago, then maybe they would have been running into some of their Turkish brethren right now. Obviously, players like xFlow, players like Yota have already been they've already exited Sangol, and I guess in that sense, Sangol was also a bit of a breeding ground for like players to eventually go to new heights. Because right now, LNZ, Youngster, xCloud, having gone to Heroic, right, just some really incredible heights that they're going to be able to go to. But I feel like in that sense, Sangol is already prepped for the future, because the core that they have now, the Polish trio of Beanox, Mast, and Mary, they are already players that have an incredible amount of tenure with each other. And then you throw in some hard hitters like Blitz, you throw in a younger talent like Denists, and I feel like this is still some unexplored territory that could definitely shoot to new calibers. Because listen, we've seen Mast be able to play with the big boys, right? We've seen Beanox do that as well. Mary in the same boat. Sort of the core of Permita that I know you're very fond of, right? We've had interviews with them. We've talked to them a lot behind the scenes as well. I do feel like Sangol is kind of prepped to eventually shoot up in the ranks once again.
Yeah, I mean, you say, like, super fond of that core of Permita. Like, Masked is my favorite player to watch. I will be a Masked fan for life, right? He is
Really?
so much fun to watch, just on the basis of sort of the plays that he goes for, right? His calling style is super interesting, and he individually is like never down and out of a round. We've seen some of the craziest clutches from Mars. He's the sort of player that in the 1v5 will go for a ninja defuse, right? Like, he's just really exciting to watch. And yeah, hopefully he delivers some of those shenanigans today. We have got the vetoes up in front of you. Dust 2 pick from Sangal. They've looked good on it recently, so no surprises there. Fireflux picking into Anubis, which should actually mean Sangal will get to start on their T side. Could come back to bite them, and then that third and final decider of Mirage. Yeah, looks like we've got a decent veto on our hands, but a very dusty one, right?
Yeah, the interesting thing about this is that both Sangol and Fireflux aren't like huge fans of the maps that they aren't playing, right? So they end up on very common ground. I suppose there was the couple of maps that it could have gone to would have been too lopsided, I'd suppose. Like, Train was always going to be super one-side for Fireflux.
Weirdly, Fireflux banned Train, which I'm a little bit confused by, to be honest. I'm
You're
surprised
right,
they don't
actually.
float
I did.
that as
Yeah,
the
I
third,
didn't
but-
even realize that. The good catch for some reason, right? Like, I just did a quick glance at their percentages. I'm like, yeah, sure, Sangol wouldn't want that smoke, right? But no, it's the other way around. So Sangol end up not really having to flirt with any of the maps that they're particularly uncomfortable on, and Nuke was always going to be out of the equation. Both teams completely stay away from it. So the trio of maps that we do end up with, it's relatively comfortable for both teams. Now, Sangol, you might look at that initial Dust 2 and think that it's too one-sided for a team like Sangol that have been winning all of their games, but they don't really have a huge sample size, right? They've only played it 4 times. It's also gotten close a few times. They've played it against Fireflux once, and that was a close game as well. And if you look at the other side, Fireflux have actually had quite a few reps in, you know. They've played like teams. They've played teams like Monty. They've played Amcall a little while ago. They've played Passion UA. Now, the one thing that really scares me is from about 10 days ago, or maybe 11. They had a loss against Paravision that was a 13-0. So, not sure if it's right to just brush that under the rug because it's kind of recent, but, you know, a 13-0 is generally always an off day, so I'm willing to discount it. But we are about to head right into Dust 2. Sangol's map pick. Fireflux should be able to pick the side of their choice. And, you know, Dust 2 is still one of the maps that still kind of holds its ground with regards to the CT and T siding. You're still a bit unsure of what a team would pick. It seems like Fireflux has elected to go on the T side first.
Yeah, okay, well, an interesting setup here from Sangal. Look at this. You've got this 4-man B tunnels crunch. They'll realise that no one's home and they need to get some wheels on over towards the A side of things because Danis is all by himself, about to be tested from both ends.
Oh, that's
and
good.
He is absolutely clinical. That is brilliant.
And Blitz coming in from the backlines as well means that the dualies will be activated soon. Beanox a problem as he comes up on the short box, and Denis takes so long to die. Kakanito Nothing he can do to respond. And an easy peasy defuse comes in. Sangol starting things off real strong.
It's a really bold call from Sangol to stack up onto B the way they did and just leave Danitz by himself, but wow. I mean, if he gets overwhelmed there and just doesn't find a single kill, I'm not even sure that Sangol really have the resources for the retake. It's him staying alive on long. It's him finding 2 kills and just being that nuisance that he was that allows that space up short for Sangol to really come in and bring the air support straight into the second round with M4s stacked up. Mass on Blitz, Mast with that single MP9. They know they're going to be up against a force buy here with a bomb plant. Fireflux have got a fair bit of firepower to work with as well.
Dude, I'm a really big fan of the cameras that we have today. So you can see like at least a full side of the players. You can see their monitors. So I'm really getting a good feel. Like, look at this. Kakanito has an interesting observer setup. You can even see the whole monitor arm like that. Yeah, that's a good old 0.5x cam, right? The ultra wide.
I like the monitor on the arm though, so you can put your mouse and keyboard underneath it. That was
that's how I've been playing for years.
MJ play, yeah.
It's
good.
Yeah, honestly, it's a life changer. I think I would do poorly at LAN just because that's probably not a thing there.
I've seen people bring their own. Like mounts, so they can do
their own monitor arms. That's interesting. I've not seen it before. Or maybe I've just not paid attention. I mean, who the hell pays attention to monitor arms, right? Here it comes. Fireflux. Straight into the A bomb site we go. They do have a bit of force behind them because they have a couple rifles. So I want to see if they can make this happen. Dennis, a good kill found. 2 from the young gun. Ooh. And a headshot on top of it. Already the wraparound, though. Look at this. Flank brewing in from CT.
Oh, no.
Dougie found Beanox, wanting to interrupt the bomb plant, tries to get a little too greedy with it and does get punished. Instant shot from Mass. Beautiful collection with the MP9. Pass a bit labored on the spray. Will allow Mary to swoop in and get an easy peasy frag. So Sangol, you're still going to be able to hold on strong. And this is where Fireflux actually do start to run out a little bit of that gas that powered the second round.
Yeah, another really close one from Fireflux, to be honest. Doesn't quite go their way. This is really great from Dennis again. I just don't know how back-to-back rounds you're allowed to find multi-kills here on the A site. They do not have the answer for him whatsoever. Clinical on that headshot from Mast.
I would like to point out that the reason Mast is able to get that shot with the MP9 is because Dennis, as he was dying, he got a USB headshot on the fadeaway. And that is what allowed Soulfly to be single-tapped by the MP9, right? So the details really matter there. Otherwise, Mast loses that duel any day of the league against a rifle.
Lovely. Little micro and hugely impactful damage from Danitz.
He's doing really well. One to watch for sure.
Wow. Nice shot. This is getting a little expensive. And forget about the finances for a second. They've got a man disadvantage now. Fireflux can retrieve 2 rifles, and perhaps there's some weight behind this round.
A little sloppy and coming up short because some damage is taken. Ooh, Kakanito. A lot of pressure is going to be on the solo A-side defender who swings out. I'm not sure why it takes so long for him to pull the trigger. I think that might have been a consequence of the flashbang. Very nicely done by Fireflux to start getting some control, and they have done it with just pistols, Josh. Did they have any, like, rifle drop or something coming into this round? Because I wasn't paying too much attention on the specific buy. I just assumed that they were going to be down in the dumps, but...
Yeah, no, it was just pistols. Just pistols. Tech 9s, couple of Deagles.
Yeah, because look at their money,
Not even everyone
right?
had Kevlar. Yeah, it was just a couple of massive entries. Kakanito. I think Soulfly was the first to find that 1 Deag in lower tunnels. And it all sort of snowballed from there.
Yeah, I'm honestly not really a big fan of peeking into tunnels when you know that you could be up against Eagles, because it just allows for 1v1s where you have to fight the headshot angle, they have to fight the headshot angle, and their weapon is actually quite strong. Look at that, right? That's just difficult even for the M4 to hit. No reason to give them a duel where you can't see their bodies. Maybe a boost is in order. Maybe you can find a couple kills off of that. That's probably the only way I'd want to approach short. But of course, hindsight is always 20/20. Look at how Sangol are playing this. Very up close in tunnels, and this two-man commitment is a little bit unprecedented. I haven't seen them do it before, and the reason they do it is because it's accompanied by two more players pushing into upper tunnels. So
It's
this
the
is
same
a
as the
big
pistol round.
gamble. You're right, and to do that on a gun round is the big question mark, right?
Yeah, the only difference is on the pistol round, we had Dennis on long, and he ended up being the difference maker. This time, it's masked on the bomb site with Julies. I'm not sure if he's got the right tool for the task, but with the flanking from T-Spawn, yeah, it's confirmed. Paz will take contact and says, right, we're kind of trapped in. We need to play forward. And they'll know that Sangol are teed up and ready. The flash.
Oh. Thought that would be more of a spray down, I'm not going to lie. But a 3v2 as we start entering the A-bomb site. Watch out for the flank. Oh no, Blitz! He had the element of surprise, but that ace up his sleeve has been exposed. 1 versus 3, MP9 to collect the kill. Dennis, who's been an excellent fragger for his side, now tasked with a 1 versus 2, tapping away with the MP9, and if only he had a rifle.
We've just been told it's not Kakanito, but the picture is
what?
definitely Kakanito, right? The picture's definitely Kakanito, but his name is Kakan. Now, I was like, there's no way that there's a player called Kakan, but believe it or not, there's actually a Turkish player called Kakan.
Are you
And
joking?
It could maybe be him, but he has, like, no matches on record on HLTV or anything, so I don't know. But
Okay, so we just have fake Kakanito. Is that it?
possibly, but it's Kakanito's picture.
Okay.
We'll wait for more info on that. But,
well, he's doing okay. I think I could slot him into Apex. I don't mind. That's actually so funny. Like the picture and everything, and oh god, that's
like a
interesting.
remarkably similar name. You just assume that he shortened it a bit. Oh.
I love that. I like how the producer's the only one that knows in this whole debacle. Backhand.
It's a bit messy. Okay, they should still be able to clean this up, but the rifle's having a hard time against these strafing pistols.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a done deal, right? But the funny thing is, like, we couldn't even verify via the player cam because, like, it's a back angle, right? So you can't actually see his face. It's the perfect ploy.
I'm interested now. I haven't been focusing too much on his camera.
It's the one with the floating arm.
Oh, is it? Right, okay.
Yeah. Well, a good start from Fireflux. Ooh, Dennis very quick on the angle, and not sure why Banjo contested as late as he is. I'm not sure if he even had the spawn or anything of the sort. Definitely a little too late to the party. Shut down by the AWP very early on, and that's exactly the kind of advantage that Sangol needed early. Blitz found. And mid-access being granted, so now they've got many avenues that they can approach from. You can go up short, you can go middle. Lots of opportunities to play with Sangol, especially because they're cut down the middle.
All right. It's been updated on HLTV and the HUD now. It is, in fact, Turkish Kakan. This is his debut on HLTV, his first ever game, which is pretty cool.
So the craziest thing is that Kakan put on a whole uniform for himself. No, I'm just kidding. Masked up close and personal is able to do some damage and a little more than just damage. He's got in a double swing out, but Dougie's a little too quick for him. A 2 versus 2. As both players come in from CT spawn, they've got to watch out for Paz though. Yeah, you're right. It's just incredible positioning.
it's interesting. I really did think that the bomb was going to try and work up long and Paz just play this flank, but instead it's, well, I've just heard them both rotate through CT, so we've got an easy path for you to just wrap around, head to B. I've already got the rotation to be cut off, but it does mean that where a few seconds ago, Sangol wouldn't necessarily expect somebody to be towards the double doors, Mary will absolutely clear this position as they start to progress. First kill found, maybe they won't clear it. That is a little bit sloppy. Mars now needs to pick up the pieces. In fact, sorry, it's Beanox, but he'll do so with no trouble regardless. And, well, Sangol will make it a third. So there was no Kakanito at all. Somebody's just said to HLTV, Kakan's standing in, and they've gone, oh yeah, Kakanito, we know him.
Yeah, he's our boy.
They say, no, he's a new guy, Mert Kakan. It's actually his real name as well. He is the true Kakanito.
Is the suffix ito supposed to mean like small?
Yeah, I think in some languages it is, isn't it?
Okay,
like,
in that case,
oh,
like,
no, I'm thinking
the big
Pokemon,
one.
like, I always butcher this name, Sprigatito. You won't even know because you.
Yeah,
you
I know.
stopped at
I
Gen 3.
do. It's like the
Okay.
cat Pokemon thing.
Yeah.
It's
I'm
only
thinking
because
of
I've been
that. That's the
spamming
small
Pokemon
one.
Showdown.
Ah, okay.
Well,
Is that how you say it? For the longest time, I was saying Spiritago. Just can't read, apparently.
oh, Danis. He's generally been really sharp on all the angles he's been holding, but a bit new for him to be on the AWP in this game, at least. So far, he's been doing everything with an MP9, a pistol. You know, there's been a mixed bag of treats. He was able to hold down the line on the A-bomb site earlier as well with an M4. So we're getting to see him really get exploratory with his choice of weapons. Holding short. Blitz. Oh. That was such a good jump spot. Makes Danis miss, get off the angle. Banjo being able to find the one on long as well. Suddenly puts a lot of pressure on Beanox. Got to do a lot more work. Tons of damage inflicted at Soulfly, Banjo, Paz, all three on very little HP, which does mean that Mary might be able to scoop them up, but Soulfly will disallow. Danis, best case scenario, save the op. The issue is that they're watching for you. They know exactly where you are after that missed shot.
I really like that check from Soulfly as well. Just very aware, you know, things that can get a little overwhelming when you're taking multiple fights in mid. Danis, get your gun out. There's one right in front of you. And there you go. Soulfly will pick up a 3K, even though his takedown's 10 HP right at the start. And Fireflux 4-3.
I'd really like to commend Danis, man. Like he's honestly been doing really, really well. Like, cause I personally haven't gotten a chance to see him very often. I haven't really casted this iteration of the roster, so just being able to see him play at this level, and I could see the ratings. You know, I could see some of his performances from earlier games, but I didn't actually get to see him. Right? Like, I feel like I still needed to put him through my personal eye test, and he's doing really well so far. Now, I want to see how that translates into future games, into the development of this roster. But so far, so good.
I think it's a really, really good pickup. I think when they had when they were under the permitter lineup and they were sort of like trialing with different AWPers, and they brought they kind of went through like a few different iterations where they just couldn't settle on somebody. And they had Spavak back for a little while, and that didn't really work so well. And yeah, I think that this Danis pickup is just perfect. Even for a little while, I think they were playing with Hot Dog, and yeah, just sort of trialing with various different players. It just wasn't really working out, but Intervenes here. Just the pistols. Blitz flies around the corner with a 5-7. Actually, manages to connect almost a second head as well. That's going to activate the short players to just fly up, try and do the damage. It's all getting a little bit scrappy from the rifles, but finally, they keep composed. They hit their shots. Dougie with a 4K. And Fireflux on to 5. And I will take a moment to put the spotlight on Dougie a little bit, because he's also somewhat of an unknown, right? He sort of hit the scene. He's 22. He hit the scene a few years ago. Played under a couple of mixed teams. Then went to Eternal Fire Academy. Had a very brief period for about a month where he was standing in with the main team. Went to the Chosen Few project and then just disappeared for 2 years. 2 years, didn't touch a single official, and now has come back into this Fireflux lineup. Sort of started off as what seemed like a stand-in for Sensei, but has now become more of a permanent addition. And he's very good. He's a very good player, and I'm glad that he's playing at this sort of level again, because he was good back on that Eternal Fire Academy roster as well, and I'm not really sure the reasoning behind why he stopped playing, but I'm glad he's back.
Yeah, the only thing I know is that, like, on a search, the idea was that even back when he didn't play with, when he stopped playing with Eternal Fire's Academy roster, right? He was taking a break due to quote-unquote personal reasons. So, like, I don't think anybody has information on that. Maybe someone can, you know, enlighten us. But
I did wonder, like, military service or something. That sometimes players have to do. That was like, that was the Esperanto bottleneck, right? I had to go and do that, and then now he's back.
B-side hit. About to come through. Definitely a longer conversation we can have about the background of the players, but right now we've got to focus on the action, and the action's taking place on B. Opening kill found. Mass and Danis. They're still unsure that it's going to be the eventual B-side hit. They have nothing to worry about, and I think part of that reason is that they just need to keep a finger on the pulse for A side just in case they want to retreat, and that does seem to be the idea that they're going for. Eventually have to back off. So yeah, very comfortable round for Fireflux, just dog standard, nothing too special.
A couple of rifles going across for Sangal might mean somewhat of a buy in this next. Fireflux are really sort of taking control here a little bit, though. This is better than what we saw last time from them, which is interesting. They are obviously playing with the contingency of that standard. Kukan stepping up and doing some decent work for a debut like this. A player we know very little about right now, middle of the scoreboard, having some reasonable impact. Can't ask for a whole lot more. On the other side of things, it's Beanox and Danis that are doing a lot of the heavy lifting, and some of the harder hitters quite absent here. Dagan posted up. AWP on long. Wants to play. Oh, no. A little bit indecisive. He wanted to go back. Banjo wanted to play through the smoke, and there was a little awkward encounter for a second there, but they'll slip away. Minute 30.
Ooh, very awkward engagement for Dougie. Runs out. Now ready for the instant aggression from short. And now Fireflux have a lot to do with basically no space granted, right? Like, mid is just a default space that you're going to get on Dusty for the most part. Sangal, that exploration, not going to pay dividends because that's a freebie gone. That means that now you suddenly have to forfeit control of tunnels for absolutely no reason. A site on the agenda, and Fireflux about to push through. Ooh, beautiful shot to kick things off, Josh.
Cracking heads, as he should be, and he'll follow up with another. That should seal the deal hit for round number 10. Mary's found himself an AK, so no real reason to press the issue any harder here. He'll go and save it. He'll be happy to have that rifle in the next for Danis. Just tucked in pit, hoping for an exit to come his way. It's unlikely. They entry through short. They know that That path is clear. And that'll be the one they use to escape. But I like that little mechanical showcase out of Kakan.
So you said that this is his debut game, right?
Yeah, first ever HLTV game.
Have you ever had an HLTV game?
Oh, get out of here. We had this conversation yesterday.
Oh,
Get
did
out
we?
of here.
I for some reason, I thought I had this conversation with Travis.
No. We talked about it yesterday. I said I fumbled it so many times. I've been like,
Oh,
one
right.
game away where it's
Okay,
like, oh
okay.
yeah, if we win this
My
game,
bad.
we make it out of groups.
I
playoffs,
genuinely
HLTV.
forgot because I had the same conversation with Travis over Discord. Not yesterday, but day before yesterday. So even though it was on two different mediums, it was over text with Travis and it was over voice with you. I just, for some reason, the two conversations just mixed up in my head.
It'll
Sorry for
happen one
rubbing
day.
salt in
The
wound.
M&J HLTV debut will come. I know.
The
I'll
good
have a
old
point.
Granny's knocker stand-in.
Yeah, something like that. And I'll end up with a
I
point
do
four
feel like
rating.
that might be your grift, right?
That is probably the way it'll happen. That's again almost happened a couple of times as well. Where
Listen,
I've, like-
if Zinchenko can get an HLTV game by playing once for Passion UA, I believe in you.
well, I've had it. So like, there was a roster I previously managed, and yeah, they had me on like the like the ESEA roster as well, just to like for scheduling and stuff like that. And yeah, there was one morning when they were playing a tournament, and one of the players didn't wake up, and they were like, "Josh, so and so hasn't woken up." And I was like, "What are you talking about? It's like 2 p.m." And they were like, "He's still asleep. We need you now. Like, we have to check in." And I was like, "All right." So yeah, ran on my PC, stood in. Wasn't the worst. And yeah. But for some reason, I don't know if that wasn't HLTV or they didn't add me to HLTV for it or something. But yeah, I've been close a million times, and I'm sad about it.
Damn. Thoughts and prayers, my friend. Oh. That's a whole bunch of audio information being given up to Soulfly, and he might want to chase after that. Uh-oh. Looking the wrong way, though, but so is his victim. Spray down at long range doesn't come to life. And it's a 3v4 when all is said and done. Paz wanting to explore in B. Instant headshot from Mary. And Banjo and Kakan. All by their lonesome. Tons of work to do. Minute on the clock. Gonna have to be a pure display of aim. And unfortunately for Kakan, it isn't. Might seem like a bit too tall of an order for the man that is Banjo at the moment, because he's going 2 and 3 at right now. Would have to.
Yeah. I'd always tee Banjo. Oh yeah, he does react. Okay, I'd always tee Banjo up for clutches like this. I think he's a fantastic player, but right now he doesn't look like himself, does he? 2 and 4 now. Surprisingly, he hasn't died very much, right? Which does sort of scream to me that he hasn't had too many engagements, but. Wow. What a movement there from Blitz. This is just a better round from Sangol. Another much needed time as well. They lose this one, and Fireflux hit 8. The money would then be shabby for the CTs again. We'd probably see a 9-3 half. This puts them back in the runnings for a 7-5, and really it feels like what they need for their map pick.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like Banjo is going through a bit of a pacifist speed run.
Yeah.
Not getting much of a chance to play at all, and in the few rounds that he does die, it's when he's last alive, or I suppose just a non-negotiable round. Last round of the first half, though, and a big difference maker potentially. And, this is one of the things that I really dislike about MR12, and it's the fact that a 2-round difference, like 2 rounds having been fumbled, puts you in 8-4 territory, which is somewhat of a tall order, but then in the grand scheme of things, it's not particularly hard to come back in MR12, so there's that. Very aggressive from Sangol, though. Gonna have to bite my tongue. Can't go off on too much of a tangent, because Sangol's taking control on mid.
Well, that's the thing there, right? It's literally, you go back that one round, right? You're sat at 7-3, And the final 2 rounds of the half are the difference between going 7-5 and 9-3, which is huge in MR12. That's like a huge difference. And yeah, as you say, it literally boils down to 2 rounds. And a lot of the time, depending on how the economy is looking, it can even really ride on 1 round and then low money in the next.
I think it's gotten to the point where I know how people always make arguments about how you know, best of 3 versus best of 5 in a grand finals, this and that. I feel like we've finally, after that, especially after that Vitality Falcons game, right? It's proof that all playoffs games should be best of 5s. Like, at the very least, semifinals.
Yeah.
Just to sort of avoid the issues with, like, you know, the 9-3 issue that you just talked about.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm with you. It feels like games can just sort of get out of hand so quickly. You know, the obvious solution is just bring back MR15, man. We've got TikTok attention spans nowadays.
I don't know how much I agree with that. Not about the attention span part, but about MR15. I don't know. I feel like... And I know we're going off into a bit of a tangent, because, I mean, it is relatively early days within the tournament, so, you know, it's fine to contextualize things a little bit, because it's not exactly do or die just yet. But I feel like the amount of content within a game hasn't been optimized yet, so instead of increasing round, we need to increase the density of the quality of round. Just fewer lack of gun rounds. Less lack of gun rounds, more useful pistol rounds. That's a better solution in my opinion, but I'm not sure how you mess with the delicate balance of finances within the game without, well, throwing everything we know and love about the economy in this game just under the bus. That being said, a couple players have been thrown under the bus by Blitz as he starts popping off, eventually taken care of, but Ace Site is where they're about to head to. Some resistance being offered, actually brought down to just a 2v2. Banjo, instant headshot, is going to be shut down, and Paz is stuck in a very awkward position on top of the short box. Sangal is wanting to provide resistance.
Wow. After the way that this one started, you did sort of feel like that was going to be that, but... yeah, the trades back were good. It came into that 2v2. You thought maybe there's a world that Fireflux can straw this one back together. Just doesn't end up converting. So Sangal, after trailing quite heavily, they close it up in the final 2 rounds into a 7-5 half. They win the pistol, which then forces Fireflux onto an eco. In the blink of an eye, we will be tied up at 7 rounds apiece. And Dust 2's anyone's for the taking.
Phoenix with the pot shots. Does manage to find 2. That's some extra money in the cash register. So, yeah, Sangal's going to be able to clean up the deficit very quickly. Just bring it back to a 7-7. And now that they're terrorist side, I think they'll be very happy about it. It is the Sangal map pick.
Very tidy. Everyone's staying alive. Couple of kills coming out for the Mac 10s as well. Absolutely what you like to see. As we go into round number 15. Big guns out for the CT side. Still the SMGs in play out of Sangal, but a couple of Galils. Danis on that AK. Ready to keep rocking forwards. Using that HE as a bit of cover to just send it down suicide. There's no warp on the other end, so they can relax. Not a lot of util here for Fireflux either. Phoenix just wants to send it. The trade.
Yeah, and through the smoke, surprisingly enough, they're able to instantly trade it out. Beautiful work. And it's a 4v3. With B-side control having already been established, and Dana's position here is crucial. He needs to make sure that he can stop them, and now that he hasn't, it's going to be a very difficult B-bomb site to defend. Blitz wants to get ahead of the action. That smoke is being played around perfectly. He needs to find an advantage, and that's exactly what he's done. He's got one crack within their defenses. One way he can negotiate this. That's it. But he doesn't. He's not able to find the second.
Oh my god.
It's so awkward, and
What?
Dougie will take full advantage of it. The fog of war will have no mercy, even on those who try to exploit it.
That is unreal from Dougie. I absolutely love it. Just bursting through the smoke, and yeah, as you say, just in the chaos of it all. He really does thrive. They lose control of that site. It was beautiful from Blitz here. Just doesn't expect the second. Just back through that smoke. Dougie's there to pick up all the pieces and reap the rewards. As I said before, it was a bit of a bonus round for Sangal there, so they will come back with a strong investment. Shrug that one off. This becomes a very important round to win.
Sangal, this is certainly just going to be the A split. It's all about how they time the second prong to come through, though. Longdoor's presence is everything. If Kakan starts rotating over, then it could be a problem if he gets intercepted from long. They're using the smoke perfectly to try and navigate into the bomb site. Flashbang and Molly combo is going to keep Dougie out of position. It's getting so awkward for him as he tries to get back. Soulfly, though, wanting to keep them alive and is going to at least give them potential to negotiate here. But with how little positional advantage they've... What? That was careless from Banjo.
Yeah, that's a little bit of, I don't know, a breakdown in communication or what it is. But yeah, Soulfly's there in CT. I think he's thinking that maybe he's got some kind of angle on it. He just doesn't. As you say, careless. Walks out unaware. Focused on something else. Maybe it's Blitz in top mid. But not playing for the round, and they won't even be allowed to hold on to their guns. Paz will have the last laugh as he takes one before falling, but Sangal onto 8. They keep 3 alive, and more importantly, they break the Fireflux money. Down to 2k, they'll be on an eco hit. So hopefully could maybe buy a pistol or drop a couple of pistols, something of the like, but might also want to just try and keep those finances healthy to drop an AWP over to Dougie in the next. We'll see.
Always really tricky to play the CT side here, and that's the dastardly duel we were talking about earlier. Don't poke the bear on short. Do we have to tap the sign again, Josh? Apparently, Blitz doesn't care about the sign. 2 quick kills found on short. I mean, it's just against pistols, but Sangal need everything they can get. You've got to remember that this is their own map pick, so having it under lock and key is very important for the sake of making sure that their momentum stays alive.
Yeah, Banjo is somewhat happy to just be able to hold on to this AK. If they'll allow it. Previous rounds, they've had other ideas when it comes to these sort of scenarios, but seems like no one's going to hunt too hard for him here. So It'll go 9-8. Sangal will take the lead at a crucial point in the game. Fireflux have just sort of lost control a little bit now.
Yeah.
From being the dominant force in the first half, their T side dictating the pace. To now having circles run around them with no answers. This next buyer has to come up with a solution, or they will be in deep water.
The issue is that they're just running out of time now, right? You are now allowing Sangal to flirt with double digits. One of the final purchases that they can comfortably have before they have to be sent barreling down to economic droughts. And Sangal, so far so good. The prime hitters are doing really well. Fireflux have also had a bit of a performance from Soulfly and Paz, Ducky as well. So there's no shortage of firepower. Kakan initially started off really hot, but then slowing down a bit in his debut endeavor. Good shot from Dougie.
Yeah, that's big.
Kakan's not played this position before, so I'm a little bit worried. I think they might not actually check for him. Oh, the quick swing! Oh. Kakan, at least he's able to get the one, make sure that... Oh, Dougie peeks right into the AWP. 3v3. Now, Soulfly with a lot to do. Caught in the back.
Oh, no.
Mary even takes a sweet time. Looks into his eyes before he executes him. And it's Paz and Banjo now on for the 2 versus 3, and this is one of the worst outcomes that we could have imagined for them, right? Because now their money is going to be in the dumps. They haven't planned for this at all. They weren't leaving anything in the reserve. Paz not ready for the swing as he checks Spit. Danis is going to check him out of the server. And it's Banjo who knows that this rifle is worth its weight in gold in the next one.
It's got to be so frustrating, hasn't it? I mean, just save after save. We were saying about how he had the least deaths in that first half, and that's just sort of continuing here. Everyone else in double digits, him still in single. And they just hold on to this AK-47, but yeah, previously it was, you know, a welcomed prize in a round that was an eco anyway. That one there feels a little bit desperate.
Type of frustration that you can feel as a player if not only are you not getting the kills, but you also don't get into enough engagements to have died, right? Because then it doesn't feel like you had a bad performance. You feel like you didn't get a chance to play.
Yeah.
Which is completely different.
Absolutely. And it's so, like, even if it's absolutely the right call, it almost makes it so much worse when someone else is making that call for you as well. You've got the IGL pulling you back, and you're like, no, I want to have a go at this. You know, I haven't had any opportunities to skip. It's like, no. Pull it back, save the AKs. Okay, if I have to.
Yeah. In the meantime, though, you're right. It is a great start. B-Knock's already down, courtesy of the Desert Eagle and lower tunnels. But Sangal are actually making the right adjustment to this. They instantly recognize that there's a lot of attention on B. There's 2 coming in from upper tunnels. There's at least 1 in lower tunnels. So maximum number of players available on the A bomb site is going to be counted as 2. Oh, hang on. The rifle's recovered and the Deagle's popping off. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, it's just Mary remaining. A 1-on-5 as an AWP awaits him.
Look at what this has done for their buy as well. They've gone from just having pistols in this round to, yeah, keeping it flawless. And they're sat on 4 AKs and an AWP. Fireflux get hand-delivered. A big old package of weapons and a ticket back into the game. Sangal, that should have been 11.
Okay, so that is just such a bad tactical call from Sangal because... Look at this. Dougie loses lifer. That's fine, right? Mary's already made the call that there's players in upper tunnels. And they don't use a smoke to cross over. They just try and raw dog it when they know that there's 2 rifles available. They could recall that there was 1 rifle that they saved. Upper tunnels has been taken control of, so that's another rifle. And there has been ample time for the rotations to happen because they have information that Mary was the lurk. So the players should be knowing that the rest should be coming through from long. The T's could telegraph, could tell that the CTs had their position, right? The rotations would happen. But unfortunately, just limp-wristedly played, I suppose, from Sangol. And they get punished for it.
That's what fills the white. Dennis. Orp in hand. Poking over, not seeing anything. So he'll start to work his way down. Slightly slower here for Sangol. 30 seconds expended. Util exchanged. Fire at the feet of Soulflake. Actually going to smoke it. Try and play right through. That works nicely. He's able to isolate one and just get right out of that. That is a big start.
Oh, Peanox is going to have such an advantage here. They're not going to check for him. That's 2 freebies. Oh, he's right behind them, and he's able to spray them down. Katkin and Soulfly both whisked away. And with information that a third player was on short, now they're going to funnel all their resources into B. I'm not sure if Fireflux are going to be able to make the call in time to beat them to the punch. But Sangol keeping audio cues scarce. Fireflux now at least have an idea that it's not going to be A anytime soon because there's an Opera watching the cross. The flank brewing from tunnels. Audio cues now galore. And it's just a matter of holding on to this site. Danis has the perfect weapon to do it. Banjo, though, swing out. Danis somehow stays alive, burning to a crisp. A nade will chase him down to death. Blitz continues to spray to find a headshot, and it's Mary to continue doing the damage. And Paz, the last victim, as Sangol get the 11th.
They do it on hard mode there in that one, even with the early disadvantage as well. It's Beanox's spot here, going unchecked, kicking themselves, Kakan and Soulflick, that they've let that happen. Round number 21, at least comes with a bit of money here for the defense. Fireflux. The M4s, the AWB on Dougie. Oh, big shot to get things started. Should just kind of reel this in now. Don't overdo it here in mid.
I mean, they've already overcooked an eco round, right? So you can't put it past them. Oh, Peanox is a really good position here. There's no way Soulfly expects it. And this time they might be willing to experiment with new pacing. Sending themselves down middle a little bit earlier, but instead they'll put the brakes on, try and reroute their efforts. The CT split into a 2-in-2 setup with no information on middle, so they do have to keep at least a corner of their eye on it. Dougie. Poke Danis out. The op v op duel won by the CT side. But Sangol can still pressure. They have to get past 2 though here, Josh.
Dougie. Flashed, tucked in, one drops into CT. That's gonna create a little bit of a pincer maneuver onto this AWP as the pressure is on. And the shotgun sniper doesn't convert. Paz on the rotate, wiped out in the process. And Banjo all by himself, the man that has felt so irrelevant in this game, just not able to get his foot in the door in any of these situations. Finally has a clutch teed up for him that perhaps he has a little bit of equity in as he starts to work up. Timing's good. Does manage to evade the little peek from Blitz, but will not live much longer. Sangol hit 12, and Fireflux now playing with their backs against the wall.
It kind of sucks because for Fireflux, their utility configuration is also going to be falling apart that late into the game. Beautiful opener from Danis as well. Final round about to crumble for Fireflux unless they can pull off some of the heroics that we saw from them previously in an eco.
Softlight working his way up. Beanox's head will poke over in a second. That duel was key. And the difference between a 4v4 and a 5v3. Kakan has been consistent at going 1-for-1 here on long, but this time it's not enough. The numbers do not favour them, and Paz won't be able to do anything in the process either. It's Banjo again by himself, this time with 4 to find. This is to hold on as well. Prolong this map of Dust 2. It's the Sangal pick, but Fireflux the favourites. And they just can't do it. Banjo cut off by the fire. I think that sound cue would have been heard as well, so cover blown. Sangal rubbing their hands together here.
Oh yeah, this would have to be one of the best clutches Banjo has ever pulled for this to happen, right? Like, it looks nigh impossible, and up against 2, nothing that he can do. Sangal, a comfortable victory as they march on to 13, and they have, in fact, now won their map pick. Just a matter of now performing on that second one. But I do feel like we did go into this game slightly favoring Sangal, I just suppose, because with how evenly matched these teams are, at least on paper to me. I kind of did expect this to slightly favor Sangal, right? But the next one, I'm not too sure.
Yeah, at least the first map slightly favouring Sangal there, but it's interesting, as we said, you know, they have 100% win rate on Dust 2, but it's over a small sample size. They increase that sample size, and they maintain the win rate. It's, clearly a staple of their pool, and I hope to see more Dust 2 out of this team, because, especially when they move over to their T side, they looked pretty flawless. Anubis up next, though, as you say, a little bit of a coin toss. Sangal will get the opportunity to start on that T side, which could be an advantage that gives them that edge. But yeah, it's all up in the air, nothing decided just yet. Dougie had a very good game, but yeah, quite a top-heavy scoreboard, I feel, there for the Fireflux side. Banjo down on single digits. Just, yeah, we mentioned it quite a few times. Wasn't able to find any kind of impact there in that game. So consistently find himself as the last alive, this B-anchor that just had no say in the matter. And, well, an unfortunate one for him, to be honest. I think, as we said before, quite a frustrating game there to have to play.
Yeah, wasn't getting too many opportunities, and when he was, like, even, I feel like that last round was the ribbon on top, right? To see Banjo in the 1v4, getting picked off by 2 players, it just feel like a repeat of what we've been seeing from his player from his player perspective the whole time. Not getting enough opportunities, and just being shut down in the late round. Now, obviously a little bit hard to replicate that over and over, but we'll see. Fireflux do have an opportunity to take this to a 3-mapper, though, as their own map picks coming up, but they've got to watch out for the T side of Sangal. We'll be right back after a short break to see how that unfolds.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, coughed up behind it at the edge of.
Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
Welcome back, everybody. That first map had a couple of moments where it looked close, but you look at the grand scoreboard and you discount some of those ecos, it did feel like Sango always had that game under lock and key. But now Fireflux has a chance to respond, and they can do it on Anubis, which is their own map pick. But there's a caveat that Josh put out towards the end of the game. It's the fact that Sangol will be starting off on the advantageous side, or at the very least the side of their own choosing, which could potentially make that journey a bit more arduous.
Yeah, I don't want to like throw out any predictions. I feel like any time I make any predictions, it always goes wrong. But I can't help but feel that Sangol have a very good chance at just sort of running away with things a little bit here on their T side of Anubis. It is a map that they play. It's a map that they play quite well. And yeah, being able to go from having a really strong T side on Dust 2, moving into Anubis, if they can win the pistol round, if they can get off to a good start there as well, they can accumulate a massive round and just sort of, you know, I think beat Fireflux while they're down a little bit. They're already dealing with a new addition in terms of Dougie coming in, and it's only been like a month or so, and then you've got this stand-in situation today. I feel like they're dealing with all of these contingencies, and yeah, Sangol just want to take advantage of that and get this one done in a clean fashion.
Yeah, and why wouldn't you, right? You want to make sure that your run in this tournament is as clean as possible, and although it's the first match that they're playing, right, it's like it's not like anything is entirely on stake just yet, because this is still the first round of the Swiss stages. Just having that 1-0 start can suddenly give you that little bit of cushioning, right? Because otherwise you already lost the first match, now you're one match away from having to play the elimination matches, right? So makes sense. Want to make it as clean as possible, try and get that qualification done in 3 bites. On the other hand, Fireflux definitely have to watch out, right? They had some moments where they looked like they were breaking down a little bit, but I can't really blame them too much. Obviously having to play with the stand-in, and there were moments where the stand-in actually did really well, but then he slowed down towards the end. Especially, I felt like on the CT side, Kaken had some trouble really holding down some of the positions he was responsible for, you know, some of the choke points like long. And then, although you can't really blame him too much for the general performance, but Banjo had some of those same issues. Now, I will say that Dougie had a fantastic game, right? So there's definitely the conversation about their individuals popping off. So not exactly out of the court for them just yet. They can definitely bring it back. Anubis could be good, but the biggest issue with having Anubis as your own pick is always just going to be the side. Like, I still don't understand why teams volunteer to ever want Anubis as their own map pick.
Yeah, it does. It's one of those, isn't it, where you do sort of feel that you're putting yourself at a huge disadvantage, and you are running this risk that so much of the time the rounds that you win on the CT side come in, you know, off of the back of, you know, you win a pistol round, you're able to string together the sort of 3, you don't get a lot more than that in the half. Maybe you have a couple of little pocket rounds here and there, and you make it 4 or 5, but so much of the time, they're those 50-50 rounds, especially the pistol rounds, right? You can't put too much reliance on that. And I think this is why you very rarely see a team with more than like a 50% win rate on Anubis, because it can be a little bit of a coin toss, especially when you are picking into it. Hopefully we see better stuff out of Fireflux, though. I think that, yeah, they're a team that do deserve to go the distance, and yeah, seeing 3 maps here would be nice. But, you know, coming into a game with a stand-in and whatnot, never ideal. Doesn't feel like they're coming at their best either. Kakan wasn't even the problem there on Dust 2. There were multiple issues that were all going wrong. Banjo had a really slow game as well. He's supposed to be one of those harder hitters that puts up the bigger numbers. So hopefully he wakes up here for Anubis. You do feel like, especially at times, they were sort of playing a bit of a 4v5. Banjo had no relevance in so many of those rounds. So if he activates a little bit, he wakes up here on Anubis, then it almost feels like you're inviting an extra man to come play, right?
Yeah, speaking of waking up on Anubis, apparently the players do get a little bit more time to nap because we do have some technical issues going on. So we will be taking a short break, and when we're back, we should be going live with Anubis. Welcome back, everybody. We're about to go live with the second map of Sangol versus Fireflux. This is Fireflux's map pick, one that we have somewhat heavily scrutinized, but I think that can all be whisked away as just speculation. If Fireflux can show us something real good, it did look a little bit all over the place, but you can't really blame them too much considering they're playing with a stand-in. They did have a bit of a slow start, but Sangol on the T side as expected, and Fireflux on the CT.
Grouping up here towards A as well. They're going to go in with a bit of pace. Flashbang's good. Banjo, nice headshot. And the flash back. Oh my. Soulfleet, big headshot. 5v3. Majoli's looking to try and follow up. Rattling away. But they've got the info as to a third will come and join them. And they just keep the kills coming. Good trades out of Danis. He's been consistent on the pistol rounds. On Dust 2 as well. They got a lot to try and claw back here. Oh my god.
2v2. Danis, oh, he's stuck, and there was a sliver of opportunity for him to actually run away, but he just doesn't take advantage of it. Blitz now feigns the idea that he's going all the way back to B.
Oh no!
He's overcooked it, right?
I think so. Unless in the next couple of seconds they don't see him, and then they go, oh, he's gone back to A, but...
He needs to wait this out. He needs
this
to...
is cool.
Oh, this is infinite IQ, but he's going to run right into the second player. And Paz will be able to pick him up. Very good awareness, but just no cigar towards the end. A good start for Fireflux, and a much-needed one for sure.
Wow. Okay, well... Kind of a shame there that he doesn't expect the second player, you know. It does feel like you're taking a huge risk just swapping out to the knife like that after taking that first fight, thinking that they've split it 1 by 1, but yeah, pissed around like that. In my mind, makes sense for them to play it together. Soulflight, big pickup with the M4, full eco here for Sangol. No bomb plant. Means not a lot of money. Danis with the 3k does go for a Tech 9 and armor, but how much impact that can have, we'll have to wait and see.
Slowly going back. And B site's on the agenda. Not really anything to fight with, so pretty much expect a steamroller here. The smoke to further impede progressions. Only a 2-man defense though, so you know they could overpower them and potentially get a bomb plant. We'll see. No, a little too precise, I suppose, and Paz will be happy to lick his fingers after that final kill. Nice little bit of cash. In Fireflux, that 2-0 start is very, very needed after the disaster on Dust 2. But this is where Sangol can now start piling on the pressure. The T side, the offense of Anubis, touted for how unreasonably strong it is, allows you to build up a bit of momentum.
Fireflux paying a bonus here as well. They will have money, kind of, for a rebuy in the next. Kakan won't, but everybody else with just about enough cash to muster something up. It's going to be the AKs, though. Looking to try and overpower these two MP9s and the FAMAS mask. Creeping right up to that Molly. Wanted to deploy one of his own. Smoke goes down. Now starts to second guess it. Knows that he won't be able to peek out and reap the rewards of that firebomb if he does hear someone taking damage, but it's good timing. As the mid-aggression, Mary will relay that information, but do they expect Dougie to be as far up as he is?
Oh, good adjustment from Blitz. 4 on 4. And Sangol have a lot of space. They've got full control of B main. They could have lost a player in middle, but Banjo is going to retreat after a couple of pot shots being fired into Mass's body. But look at how they're spread all over the map. They've got one in B main, they've got two rotating over, one keeping a finger on the pulse in waters. A two-man push could be exactly what the doctor ordered if the CTs want to take a bit of control of waters. 35 seconds, so a push needs to happen soon, and it's the B main player's responsibility to make that happen. Danis, though, he's gonna fire off a shot, which might telegraph what's going on. B-Nox got to push into B main, very nicely held by Kakan. And while Fireflux are starting to second-guess themselves, this is where the push comes in. Molotov's perfectly timed, though. Mass is going to be able to evade it straight into the site. Flashbang, good. Allows Banjo to negotiate, but he's only able to have 1 point of conversation go through. 2 versus 2. As a two-man flank starts to brew, is Danis going to be expecting it? Wide swing is good. Paz will mow them both down with some support from Banjo. And that is Fireflux with a very nice third.
Wow. Not a round I was expecting them to win, but they get away with the lower bite. They upgrade into the AKs. They'll make this a 3-0 start. This is exactly what I was saying in the pregame, right? Anubis becomes a bit of a 50-50 when you pick into it. You start on the CT side. You're leaning on the fact that you can win that pistol and accumulate a few rounds early, because when it gets into the gun rounds, the going really does get tough. Into number 4 will go. Sangal not with too much to work with. Enoch's not able to do any damage yet.
Dougie with the mine set up. Backs off without firing a shot, but he's going to have to watch out. He'll need support in just a moment. I'll have to buy himself some time. Ooh, what a nasty shot being provided by Mast. Kakan found as well. Mast in the back lines has done quite a bit of work already. And he's picked up an AWP. Is this the way that Sangal bring themselves back into the game? Fireflux still wanted to say something about it, though. But can't.
And not a lot you can really say about this. Have to just give it up. The Tech 9's sometimes a little too powerful. Sangal plug the bleeding before it becomes lethal. A 4th round for Fireflux could have been disastrous, but 3 is, you know, still very serviceable. Keeps a lid on things. Sangal has still got the opportunity to have a very good half. And it's just keep the momentum off of that round win. Get that ball rolling. Not a huge amount of cash here for the CTs. Enough for them to go for one more bite. But there won't be an AWP. Like a util on Dougie, and if they don't win it, then Sangal will be able to tie up that score. They'll have an eco to work with in the follow-up.
Man, if they were able to get that previous round, suddenly Fireflux would have so much free reign over this map, but they're still going to have to fight. Paz waiting for the smoke to expire, and as soon as it does, he should be able to see to... Oh, he gets the advantage. 1 for 1's not bad, you know. But Blitz positioned nicely to try and help out Mary. Isn't even going to be needed, though. A 3v4 as Sangal start to get control of B. Bomb planted, and the retake about to brew.
Here comes Soulflake. M4 working his way up. Knows that Blitz is still stuck on the default site. Big flash, big peek. It's a good spray. Dougie follows up with another, but the trade is there. So a 2v2. AWP spotted in main, and they're not able to finish him. The wide swing. Mary comes out on top, but it's all onto Dougie. Knows that the last player's low, but what is that? Swaps rifles, still gets it done, but does he have time? Yes, he does. Kit in hand. And Fireflux make it 4. Oh, Sangal. That is not a round to be losing.
definitely not. They had full control of the site. They had a 4 versus 3. And, you know, towards the end there, Dougie also looked really panicked. Like, they ended up fumbling against a player that wasn't looking too sure himself. But a couple of really nice pieces from Mary. Too bad it doesn't really make a conversion happen. Weapons still available for the T side. Just one of the advantages that you get with being the terrorist here. But a brilliant way to kick things off for Fireflux. Their CT side has been looking a lot better drilled than I expected. And you know, they've had a couple complications in their CT side game plan as well. They were super happy to explore middle. They did send out some initiative there. They're also very good with how they've been using utilities, so we've seen them consistently hold on to Molotovs very late into the round, which is making it difficult for Sangal to enter. And I know it's still early days, but it's very good signs for their CT side. No, Dougie caught.
No. Not yet. It's here in mid. Mary's flashbang will go in. Dougie on the other side. It's AWP. It's a decent chunk of the damage from the nade. Banjo starts to creep his way up. Mary just in this corner. AK in hand, ready to pounce. M4. Oh, comes out on top. It's a good start, Banjo. He's at least showing the early signs that he has arisen. And there's a wake here on Anubis. It's a good flash as well. Oh, it's all going wrong.
Oh, Soulfly, swing out.
There's no time.
Yeah, I mean, it really broke apart, right? And this has been a consistent theme for Sangal, where they enter a bomb site. It's already quite late to enter a bomb site, and then Fireflux already with the util. I'm very impressed by what we're seeing from Fireflux.
Yeah, this has been impressive stuff, to be honest. 5-1 hit on the CT side of Anubis. A scoreline that is rarely recovered. Let's see what Sangal can do about this. They had the advantage in the buy in that last as well. Fireflux was sort of strapped for cash. Did have an MP9 out. They were struggling a little bit with the money. Oh, it's a missed shot on the AWP as well, Danis. A rarity for him not to connect in situations like that, but one that will cost them. Doesn't lose his life just yet, but down to 20 HP.
Oh, Sangal are about to run into a two-man setup here, but an instant swing out from Blitz will give them access to A.
Molly misses, won't matter. They're out onto the site. They're worried that someone's taking the main control. That is sort of something that happens when the pincer doesn't come through. Yeah, they're going to have to take a lot of time. This is so disjointed. This is so broken. The fact that Mast is the one there caught with his pants down trying to clear main. Throws the bomb into the open. They will manage to recover it. They'll get it planted eventually. The man advantage there. Have info on Dougie, but not on the final two. They're coming in from main.
Oh, that's good. Sangal. It's going to be very difficult to hold on to this. Now they also have to worry about the Opera that they let get away. Beanox doesn't avoid the flashbang. Empties his mag into the wall. And Danis.
Wow.
Oof. Shut down.
Honestly, incredibly played from Sangal. From Fireflux. But a little bit tragic from Sangal. They are actually starting to make some serious mistakes. You know, these entries are brilliant. And then it all just goes wrong here, right? They've got a man advantage. They are allowing themselves, there's no crossfires or anything. They're allowing themselves to just be completely isolated. You see Beanox on this like wild off angle on the broken wall. Gets blinded. He has no path to fall back. The flash is actually... I mean, we can see it coming through our X-ray, but it wasn't a pop flash. You could sort of see it coming for a couple of seconds. He had time to react. He just didn't.
I think he was expecting it to be, with how slow the flash was, you see a slow flash like that coming, you think that it's intentionally slow to allow for the player to peek with it so that they can kill you while you're turned. And he tries to be one step ahead, tries to not turn, and, well, he gets punished for it. Like, it's the slowest flash that I've ever seen actually flash someone.
Yeah. 6-1 though. Remarkable start here for Fireflux. CT side of Anubis. Can't stop stressing it. I do feel that we will see some kind of resurgence from Sangal, but the rounds that we've seen so far haven't filled me with masses of confidence. You know, there's been moments where they've hit nice shots, where the entries have been on point, but it's these post plants that have really let them down. Had they have converted their post plant on the B site when they had the man advantage, the one on the A site when they had the man advantage, this would be 4-3 right now. In a very competitive game. They're chasing their tails. Good start from Mary at least.
Big missed opportunity. That could have been a freebie coming their way. And, ooh, Dougie! He's so ready for it. Shuts down Mass. Now it's the connector player's responsibility to stay alive. But this time, Sangal will finally have a handle on things. Or will they? Because Banjo's still trying to negotiate this 1v3. If it wasn't for the Flames, he could have even brought it down to just a 2. But Sangal, they know that this half is far gone. And Fireflux have already done all the lifting they had to do to build the musculature needed for the second half.
Yeah, they absolutely have. I feel like Sangal have still got a shot at clawing this back to 5 or 6, making this serviceable, and maybe seeing if they can ride that wave of momentum. But right now, you are right, it is looking bleak. Just pistols here for Fireflux, the economy. Not very reflective of the scoreline, right? And I think this is a testament to just how close so many of these rounds have come. Somewhat of a fragile lead, but yeah, with it being on the CT side, it still feels incredibly potent. Good early advantage though, that's Dougie gone. I mean, no Kevlar. You're really not expecting much out of these Deagles.
The momentum that Sangal should have been able to build off of just broken money and stuff like that, it had to come through a few rounds ago, right? And I feel like everything fell apart when they gave up multiple clutches and multiple retakes to Fireflux that they should have had under lock and key. We saw the 3v3 on the bomb site, on the A bomb site. We saw a 3v4 retake come through from Fireflux on B. Just multiple openings being afforded, and then the money gained from that it culminates into more rounds. So I feel like if you replay that over, I feel like Sangal could get away with so much more, but just in isolation, this is a fantastic showing for Fireflux.
Yeah, as I said, just lots of opportunities that Sangal could have taken, and in doing so, really would have changed the scoreline right now. And you can see, can't see the faces. I do, you know, there's two sides to this. I like the new camera angles, seeing a bit of the monitor. I think there are some sort of ruling changes that we're seeing in a lot of tournament organizers trying to sort of keep these cameras consistent, make sure that not only are they being used for sort of entertainment purposes, but also that you can see that the players are playing on one monitor. You can see exactly what's going on. No foul play, anything like that. Keeps everybody in check. But it does mean that we can't see the facial expressions. You can just sort of see head in hand sometimes, but I like to get a feel for sort of the vibe of the team, you know, in little pauses and things like that. Are they laughing? Are they smiling? Are they still feeling confident? Are they feeling a little down in the dumps here on Anubis? We will see as we go into this next round. Fireflux will be back on a bye.
Oh, Paz, he's pretty much empty his mag before he even gets into a fight, but still 1 for 1. He's been very consistent in holding it down in that regard. Soulfly softens the blow to the B site before they actually start to enter, and Mary has a supportive flash to peek deep, passes the bomb over. Sends it flying so that nobody has to expose themselves for the sake of the bomb plant. But it's a 3v3 once again. You know how shaky Fireflux have been at holding down the line.
There's another scenario to try and cross without the CT smoke. Ends up plaguing them. Danis, key duel, little bit sloppy. That's okay, he'll win it. Banjo goes down, man advantage, make that 2. Mary will be traded with a double swing just to make sure that Dougie can't get any more than he should be allowed. But Sangal onto 4, and yeah, this once again feels like a semi-competitive game. Money in tatters again for Fireflux. They'll save their pennies. They'll play for the last of the half. That means we'll probably see a 7-5 here, which, considering this was 6-1, is not a bad recovery at all for Sangal.
I think this time Sangal are just going to send it. Send it straight into the bomb site. Apparently being a little bit more meticulous than I thought. I thought with the nade pop, they just want to take the fight immediately. But no. They're being methodical. They've got one player holding all the way outside A main. Pull down the stairs. And 4 waiting now. I think there is a general idea from Fireflux that this is eventually going to be the B-side hit, and that is what Sangal are currently teed up for. Perhaps not, because they are eventually going to reroute their efforts, but you can see the rotation suggesting that Fireflux are teeing up for the B-side defense. Now, unfortunately for them, Sangal have different ideas. Going down middle, letting Mary be the second prong in the eventual A-side crunch.
Yeah, this is what needs to be done against an eco round like this. Last thing you want to do is be like trying to pop through a B smoke or something. Yeah, just grouping up together, making sure the pistols can't isolate you. Worst case, there's a trade. Going down mid, routing through A. It's absolutely brilliant. Opening duel onto Banjo 1. They can now try to follow this up. Mary. Contact made with the AK. Tapping. Can't quite connect. Blitz there for a double of his own as Danis follows up. But that is just going to be not quite the single. That should be a second there from the pistols. Not bad damage, all things considered. But Sangal can brush it off. They'll have enough for a full buy in this last anyway, as they pursue a 6-6 half.
Yeah, they're probably kicking themselves that they weren't able to kickstart this engine a little bit earlier.
It's a cold start.
If they don't lose any of those, yeah, I mean, if they don't lose any of those retakes and stuff like that, then you would be seeing a way more convincing scoreline. Even something like 9-3 wouldn't be out of the conversation, because even with all the fumbles and the speed bumps in the road that they've encountered, they've still, well, at least they're inches away from getting the 6. So it feels less like they had a problem with the T-side offense and executions, more about just closing rounds, if anything.
Feels like trying to go anywhere with my old friend Ollie. Go for a little 5-minute pop down the shop. See how the car with a rotary engine. You have to turn it on. You have to let the oil heat up for 10 minutes. We're like, can we go yet? It's like, nope. Car's got to warm up. Car's got to warm up. Eventually it gets there, and then it's good fun. But oh wow,
that's an old spill if I've ever seen one. Ooh,
Beanox.
Triple kill comes out. Dougie and Banjo. Far away from the action, and this is a very nicely recovered half from Sangal. Now, pretty much expected that they get the 6 with no hiccups, but honestly, with how poorly it was going for them, I really did think that their T-side would continue to be a dumpster fire, but it isn't.
I can't help but feel that giving up 6 rounds is a few too many already, but Yeah, you factor in that momentum we saw very similar from Sangal on Dust 2. As soon as they found their groove, they really did steal the show. So maybe continue here on Anubis, but yeah, players hitting their groove. Venox certainly doing that there in that round. Massive triple kill, the double entry. Fireflux just a late round trying to play into B main, not clearing that right hand side. It's a recipe for disaster. Here we go. If Sango can win the second half pistol, they might still be able to get this done.
It's waiting to receive. B-Nox going big as well, and Danis has kept up the performance standard that he set on Dust 2. Beautiful start to the CT side. And if they can keep up this effort, Josh, a CT side recovery on Anubis would be a godsend.
It certainly would be. Something special brewing here for Sangal. They just need to make sure they don't overcook it. Pistols out for Fireflux. That's all they have to work with. No bomb plant in that first. So Glocks across the board. And Sangal seemingly keeping up that momentum.
Yeah, very surprised to see momentum being carried over into the CT side, if anything. But I want to see if they can actually still strategically win against Fireflux when the weapons are out, because this is a walk in the park. This is just capitalizing on the advantages you've already got. Presence coming through. Oh, Mast, a bit messy, but that's okay. Thankfully, Danis is around the corner to help. And the Glock isn't doing anything at all at range.
So 8-6, nice and comfortable. Now time for Fireflux to return the favour. AK's out. But it's been a little while since they've had a taste of success. Remember, they were 6-1 up. It's been 7 in a row from Sangal. And they are on a one-way street to pulling this back their way. Masked. Jiggling here in middle. He's got an incendiary in hand, ready to deploy off the contact. It's Blitz to win the first duel. And it's through the smoke as well.
To be able to win that
so painful
first duel on the CT side with basically no trade potential at all, a clean entry on the CT side is just a big opportunity being afforded, but hang on. Soulfly might have actually evened the stakes. In the meantime, though, they recognize that they have to try and get some control back, so you see some more pressure in Waters. Banjo actually went for the full swing. He would have seen a player and potentially got the freebie, but oh, that's the two-man lineup. And that is infinite information being afforded.
Somehow turn the tides in this one for Mass. Oh, it's bad timing. It's a good pick into middle, but Banjo's there to trade it back. And you have that for Mass. Pokes out just a second later. I think he'd have a freebie, but they're just sort of jiggling, being seen, then having to take the fair fight against the AKs. No chance at all. Softly will follow up. And even after a lightning start from Blitz, Sangal fumbled their first round in the last 7. Fireflux need to take advantage of that.
This is generally the point where CT sides start breaking on this map. You have this false sense of security with your buy because you can buy just enough to be able to fight back, but a lack of utility does mean that you can very quickly crumble, and then you fall into economic despair, and it can get real bad from there. Made a smoke combo to try and get them some space. Oh, that's a big shot for Dennis to be missing! And that opens up so many avenues. Doggy makes quick work of them, but there is still a third defender available on the ace side. Mast has to do everything, and hopefully he can pull up some of the heroics you were talking about in the pregame, Josh. Because Mast really needs to pull off a master performance if he wants to hold this down. At the very least, the one comfort they can have is that so far, Fireflux are still kind of leaning towards that A bomb site.
Well, they've got the pieces in the right places, so even though numbers-wise this feels like an unrecoverable round, they've got all three on A. Blitz has just found an important pick. AK desperate, try and spam it back.
Oh, the
Beanox catches Kakan, and that is the bomb. Surely not like this.
There's 35 seconds. It's also a game of time pressure for Fireflux. Here's the second piece of util. Dougie wants to use it to go forward. Runs out of bullets, but will be finishing his meal. And the AWP needs to be used as a shotgun up close. Mast, this is your time to shine. Blitz will provide some distraction, but do they expect the upper? Banjo to circle. Mast interrupts. Headshot lined up. And Banjo with everything to do. 12 seconds. Headshot found. And now, with the time ticking against him, he'll have to run into the tripwire, and Mast will get up to his funny business to allow Sangol the 9th.
Wow, wow, wow. A round that really Sangol had no business getting back into after Dannison missed early shots. But Mast just proved him right. Remember, he previously was the primary AWPer. On older iterations of the roster, he can hold his own with that sniper in hand. And does so right there. And it's exactly what I'm talking about when I said he goes for these crazy plays. A scenario like that where he's on the site and he goes, I feel uncomfortable here. We don't have any camera control. I'm going to go sit in this smoke. I'm going to go shotgun sniper. And he does exactly that. It works beautifully. And the round will go their way as a result. Should be able to tee up a 10th here as well. Fireflux money all over the place. 2,400 lost. A couple of players around the 4K mark. Could go for somewhat of a force bite. Oh, they've gone all in with this. I wasn't expecting that.
You know that false sense of security I was talking about? I feel like that might be creeping into the heads of Fireflux because they are on the terrorist side. Just rifles across the board, and with a very tiny bit of util, a few smokes and a Molotov, they'll have to try and weasel their way into a bomb site. That previous round from Sangol was a bit of a luxury being granted. But subsequent rounds, they get easier with the money breaking apart.
Yeah, that's sort of a key factor here as we go deeper into this game, especially with Fireflux going all in with this bite. Sangol could be teed up for 11 if they convert right here. Kapkan's Tech 9 doing big damage. It's all going back and forth. It's a huge mess here on the B site, but Dennis keeps a lid on things with that AWP. It's Paz on 19 points of health, 30 seconds. Bomb fallen too far forward, so he has to try and retrieve it as well. Sangol surely realised they've got that C4 down. They've given him a bit of room to manoeuvre. As the smoke fades, yeah, Mario will just deal with that. Sangol on to 10. No bomb plant there for the T's either. They'll have 2,900 loss. They can buy a couple of pistols, but not a whole lot more into this one. And Sangol should be teed up for an 11th.
I think there was a tiny opportunity there as the smoke was fading, where if he just gets the instant headshot, then the next player he has to fight is an AWPer. And with that tiny amount of health, he could have actually potentially gotten it done, but just very thin margins that they have to deal with. Look at this from Sangol. Oh, they're sending it packing, and now the rifler's gonna get caught. No, not like this, not with the pistols. It's Danis strong-arming them into going back, though. And although it's just one kill, you don't... It's really hard to understand the gravity of what Danis just avoided.
Okay. 4v4. A lot of weight on this one here. I think more so for Sangal just to, you know, convert in a round that they really do need. They fumble against the pistols. Fireflux will feel like they can bring this back. They find themselves at a deficit of 11-7, then that confidence starts to wane a little bit. Unwavering so far here for Sangal. They have dropped 1 round in the last 10. And they look to try and keep up that streak. Beanox crosses. Good timing. Big shot from Danis, but a messy spray. And they're going to get overwhelmed.
Yeah, that second flank coming through from Temple as well. Tiny bit of timing being found means that Fireflux do still have a dog in this race. What about the first kill? Banjo advanced position. Recovered up. Put to good use. And a round that should have always been Sangal's is gifted to Fireflux on a silver platter. And what can Danis really do in that position, right? Because you've got to recall that when they overextended early into the round, Danis was the one to stop them from the initial aggression. He protected the rifler long enough for them to not chase him down. And then when they dry walk into B on the final execute, he's still the one to find a second kill on the fadeaway. So he did everything he could as the offer. Then the riflers crumble under the pressure, and he has to deal with the Temple player as well. At that point, you've got to ask the riflers for a bit more. Look at that in the replay. That's 1 and 2. And he eventually gets overwhelmed by that player right there from Temple.
Yeah, honestly, it's the Beanox fumble that I think sort of starts all the problems in that round.
The Beanox fumble.
Yeah. I don't know. Tough to put the weight of an entire round on his shoulders, but needed at least one there. And just completely whiffs his lines. Should be 11-7. Instead, 10-8. The Sangal money broken, and Fireflux can get right back in the picture. It's a good start from Blitz, though. Mary's AK could do some big damage here in main. Transfer won't convert, but 1 for 1. Will still keep things plausible.
Plausible, yes, but weaponry isn't exactly hunky-dory for Sangal. It's just Beanox on the rifle. Blitz with the MP9 wanting to be a problem. Blocks the molly. It makes it a bit awkward. Swing out with the rifle's good. And Dougie needs to be found. Now Pass can activate and be useful in the second fight as well. Swing is good. And brought down to just 1. This is possible. Quick tap is going to incentivize Pass to go for the full swing, but he doesn't. He plays it to perfection. No instant headshot, but do they have the kit? A little too far forward. And by the time he collects it, it's just too late.
That is a real shame. That was nice from Beanox, but honestly, well played from Paz at the end there as well, knowing unlikely that Beanox had a kit. So he can just sort of count to 4 in his head, then go for the swing. By that point, it'll be too late. Good conversion. Ten to 9. Sangal. It was a round that they were fully invested into, even though there wasn't much to work with. They've done great to get it as close as they did, but not winning it still causes problems.
this is where the pressure's got to be building up a little bit. Now 3 maps almost seem certainly on the horizon. If Fireflux can just continue to dish out what they've already been dealing. And you know what? There have been multiple times, once again, just like the previous map, where Sangol could have closed it out early. They could have had a way bigger lead on the terrorist side. Not sure why we're still looking at spawn. But I guess if we're a little closer to that table right there, we could hear the music at least. But okay, back to the player cams. But yeah, they could have closed it out a little bit earlier with a better performance on the T side, and a couple botched low buy rounds from Fireflux as well that could have now put them on 12. But they'll be doing it on hard mode if they do it now.
Oh. Cam will confirm one. Sangol have been keeping these CT rounds close, even when they have been at major disadvantages in them. The leg shot. Oh, man. They'd already found the opening there and the aggressive B main push. Mary's picked up the sniper. And they are apprehensive to give him further opportunities. Timing awkward. He'll be back on the angle. Knows that there's one coming up from camera as well. Still alive and kicking, but hears them from both sides. Wants to just go 2 for 1 here. Connects the shot. Oh! But it's barely any damage. He follows up with another. But it's B-Nox in the 1v1 again. Last time he found the kill, but didn't have time on the defuse. This time has the opportunity to take the reins, and Sangol and an eco round for Az pull it off with just a saved AWP.
That was some brilliant shooting from Mary, and then B-Nox as well to allow it. Look at that. The first shot, after missing the second, he's able to get another chance at life, and he will use that lease to perfection.
Wow.
Only a 2-round difference in between them and the finish line now, when Fireflux have nothing to fall back on. Under $3,000 a pop on everyone. Soulfly with the wager. The Devil's Handshake will deal dividends though, as Soulfly makes the AK-47 work, but he'll be let go of.
The problem is, he's gone hard entry by himself, and now he's died. That AK is not retrievable. So he goes 1 for 1, that's great. But the rest are just stuck on these Glocks.
And Sangol's players also go on an expedition to recover that AK-47. I love that. B-Nox will have it in his hands now. Sprays them down, and that's enough damage for Dennis to be able to pick them up. And again, man, like, I know that an eco round's probably not the time to, like, bring praise to the highlights of Dennis, because that was probably not, that doesn't hold a candle to what he's been doing the rest of the game, right? But going 20 and 11, this is a fantastic player for Sangol.
Yeah, it really is. I said before, he's a great pickup, but he's proved that, really. On many occasions, and right here when the going gets tough. A super resilient player. Stands the test. Whiff nade from Banjo. Does at least know that Mary's aggressive. He won't know that it's Mary, but he'll know that someone's aggressive here. And Mary will know that there's one above him there in Rugs and that his position is compromised, so he can just dial it back and keep them on their toes with that false information being relayed. The 5v5 still. Fireflux looking a little bit scared here in this round.
Playing this. Oh, this is the perfect amount of aggression. And he's got the util to back it up as well. Now, in the meantime, elsewhere on the map, Dougie's going to be capitalizing on a foe. And that means that this is still contestable. Problem is, Fireflux, the reins of time are going to be pressuring them soon. This duel is everything. Mass keeps them in the game. Keeps them alive. Ooh, 2 for 2, though. And Kaken and Banjo have everything to do for Fireflux if he wants them to still have a say in this game.
Look at Kaken's position.
Oh, yeah. Could definitely leverage that for a little bit more, but Sangol want to close it out right now. It's all about who wins that next duel and makes it a 2v1.
Oh no.
All players narrowly avoiding each other, but Fireflux, they might be a little too late to the bomb site because when they start hurrying it up, that means they'll have to give audio cues in the process. Banjo, does he expect this? Now starting to run. There's a player waiting for him in B main, and he can't do anything but commit smoke. Oh, he's missing shots. Can he interrupt the bomb plant? I think not. And he's got to back off so he doesn't get doubled down. Masked instant shot onto Banjo, though. And Kaken, the man with the best position a little while earlier, is lost on an island. Does make his way to the bomb site, but has 2 players to deny from. On his debut HLTV game, he could be keeping Fireflux alive. Be responsible for them being allowed to take it into overtime. And he's playing with fire. Quick molly on the bomb. They have to get off of it, but do they have the time to defuse? Apparently not. Oh, hang on. They just
I think
about
they've got
might.
it.
You think so? It's on the edge. Oh,
There it is. Wow.
Oh, Kaken definitely deserves a pat on the back, but that still means that Sangal are gonna get away with it. 13-9 as they secure the second map as well and get it done in a 2-0 fashion. Very similarly on both maps, I might add.
Yeah. That's an interesting point. 39-39. Wow. I think just the big thing is, you know, after such a poor start to their T side, which we really teed up as the win condition, pulling that back was just impressive. Really, really impressive. We saw some mistakes made there from Sangal in that first half, and I think that's what really gave them that margin to pull it back, right? If they were just playing bad CS and it wasn't even really competitive, then I think that comeback would have been a whole lot harder. But the fact that so many of those rounds were on a knife's edge, it just meant that they only had to make those small adjustments. And as soon as those small adjustments were made, they were back to winning ways, and they were able to pull it in their favour. That overall scoreboard at the end there, Dougie, despite losing 2-0, actually has a really good series, going 34-34. Banjo has a stinker. Over on the other side of things, a little bit more consistent. Sangal, everybody pulling their weight. Beanox, Danis, and Blitz, a little trio putting up the big numbers. Beanox actually with 110 ADR, which is wild, and I think he'll be happy with that. Surely the MVP.
Yeah, and I would be a bit divided in between who the MVP should be, because you've got to remember that although Danis is 1 kill short of being tied with Beanox, he also had way fewer deaths, so he was responsible for holding the line and staying alive in so many instances. And I feel like his impact could have been felt even more if his teammates weren't fumbling some of the advantages he was getting them. He was getting entries, he was single-handedly holding down bomb sites, he was protecting the riflers in many instances, and it felt like in some of the most precarious scenarios, he was the one that did keep them afloat.
Yeah, and it's also got to be said, having a lights-out game on your opponent's map pick versus your own map pick, far more impactful, right? And that's what he did right there. So just, you know, closing out Anubis, nice 2-0, and tidy stuff. Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, that was a fun game, though. That being said, we do have another game coming up in a little while. This one was wrapped in 2 bites, so there's at least an hour to go. We're still not really sure about the status of Sashi versus Portuguese Family, because as we are aware, and we had this issue in other tournaments as well, because of the electricity issues in Portugal and Spain, some teams are actually having trouble actually bringing their roster to the matches. So, you know, we've got our fingers crossed. Hopefully we can get that game underway. But for now, we're unsure of the status, but we will, in fact, let you know. We'll be back after a break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, coughed up behind it at the edge of.
Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Aerial. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
Welcome back, everybody. We're about to go live with Sashi versus Portuguese Family, which is honestly a bit of a surprise to me that Portuguese Family are able to show up, but I'm very glad that they are. Apparently, we've got cams. They're supposed to be in the server anytime soon, so I'm pretty happy that they're able to show up.
Yes, me too. Yeah, I'm glad that they're here, able to play after all of the things that have been going on in Spain and Portugal the last couple of days with the power outages and whatnot. Hopefully, things stay stable and they're able to play the match. There is one thing that comes with that, and that's that maybe, you know, they haven't been able to practice or do any kind of preparation over the past sort of day or so, which, yeah, could be a hindrance. Maybe some offline with bots has been played like, last night or something, I don't know, but... even then, no power. It's not just internet, is it? So, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure which way this is going to lean. But I think Sashi definitely teed up as the favourites as we go into this one. We'll take a look at those rosters. Lucky, Iceberg, Cabby, Zyphon and Becky with some new jerseys as well, looking fresh. And, yeah, for Portuguese Family, it's been a real downward spiral recently, hasn't it? So,
Yeah.
looking to try and climb their way back up.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, right, like, we can definitely have a conversation about Sashi, but I feel like the bigger conversation will be around Portuguese Family, but I do want to sort of wrap Sashi up for a second, because so far, recently, they have been a mixed bag. Unfortunately, for Sashi, that's kind of always been the situation, right? Like, these players that we've now, like, grown so familiar with, right? Like, we've seen Lucky, Iceberg, and Cabby play for so long together, and then Zyphon has been in and out. Now Becky coming in from Preezy for Sashi. I feel like these players, as a unit, when they're playing together, they never quite break their ceiling, and that's generally been the narrative for me personally when I've been looking at Sashi. Now, obviously, they have made it to the finals of Compass event as well, so there's that. You know, they have a little bit of legacy when it comes to Compass specifically, but I'm very interested in seeing if they're actually going to be able to break through their glass ceiling this time with the availability of Zyphon and Becky.
Yeah, I like Becky a lot. I'm actually really fond of him as a player. I think that he has a lot of potential. And was a great pickup for this roster coming over from Preezy. Was definitely the superstar there. He's had big boots to fill, and his ratings have dropped off a little bit since coming into this team. But he's still just 19 years old, and I think has a lot ahead of him.
Yeah. And
over on the other side of things, Portuguese Family.
Yeah, for Portuguese Family, the biggest storyline is that I think, like, do not quote me on this, but I am pretty sure that they have the worst win-loss ratio in HLTV history right now. Not counting teams that just had 0 losses, like having at least 1 win, right? Because they have, I think it's like 21 losses for like 1 win in there somewhere, and that was a best of 1 against Metasport. It's the roughest I've ever seen a team look, and the worst part is, right, these aren't just some kids that got schooled, you know, where, you know, if it's a team that's bad, they just get thrown around, easy losses for anybody that's encountering them. No, that is absolutely not the case, because at some point, Portuguese Family, when playing under the brand name of GTZ, they had a way higher ranking, so they've had a huge fall from grace. Like, their peak VRS rating at some point was 31. 31 ranked in the world. Now,
Yeah.
They're-
And they were getting invites to big tournaments and stuff, and now miles off the mark, right?
Yeah, they've dropped down to the 94th of VRS, and in the HLTV ranking, they're down to 173. I know teams that have been put together for a month, and they've been playing on HLTV for a month that have made it beyond that, right? So this is the worst drop-off in form I've ever personally experienced in my history as a caster.
And still, it follows this theme of Jay coming in. He's not even necessarily been the problem. I mean, he's had like some disastrous ratings, but as has everybody on this team, to be honest. And yeah, since him joining this team, they have won one best of one. But if there is something here for us, we casted that game.
Yes.
So if we're maybe a good luck charm here, perhaps there's something for them. Looking at these vetoes, though, Anubis first. That was actually the map that they were able to win against Metasport. It went to OT. So perhaps something there sort of riding on the high. Nuke then by Sashi and an Inferno Decider. Yeah, could bear something. I don't know. As you say, I don't have very high hopes for Portuguese Family. They've looked really, really poor recently. Some of these games have been close, you know. We saw like an OT loss against Spirit Academy. We've seen a few 3-mappers in series and whatnot. But yeah, this consistent poor form definitely shows that there were issues and might be time for some changes in this roster.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. But more than changes, it's just... For me, I don't even know where to start diagnosing the issue, right? So I'm not even going to try and pretend that I understand it. The only thing I do know is that we are the amulet of good luck that hugs the chest of the Portuguese family, okay? And we're hoping that maybe we can pull off another Metasport miracle. We'll see. But yeah, Anubis, Nuke, Inferno. Realistically, like, the only real things that I can look at are how successful Sashi have been, because success has been eluding Portuguese Family for a while. And they haven't been able to run away from that lack of success by just changing their brand name, right? In fact, their last win was when they were playing as GTZ, when they played against Metasport. So I'm really worried for them. And for Sashi, this should just be another Tuesday, right? I don't really expect it to go any other way. And the fact that Portuguese Family, they're starting off Anubis on the CT side, I don't have the highest hopes, but it does mean that they have all the chances in the world to try and trump them. How have 3 CTs not already gotten a kill? There we go. They finally start to fight back. But somehow, in the meat grinder that was 3 CTs inside Connector, we saw 1 kill going their way. And now Zyphon is running all over them. It's just Linko remaining, being pummeled, trying to fight back, trying to hope that he can claw a couple of eyeballs out on the way out. But it's Sashi to kick things off beautifully.
Very nice stuff from Sashi. Yeah. For Portuguese Family, they've actually got Renato playing as well, who hasn't really been all too active as a player. He kind of had a little bit of a stint as a coach. He's then back here playing with these guys, has done for the last few matches. But yeah, with the losses that have come, the numbers have been low. And yeah, interested to see sort of what he can pull off here. Moving into round number 2. It is just a full eco from that CT side. So any damage is really good damage. Yeah, obviously Renato playing in place of no peak as well, so it's a pretty big piece to be losing. Oh, wow.
I think at this point they've pretty much accepted that there's a whole retooling of the roster required, right? So it's kind of hard to feel like you're missing a piece of the puzzle when the pieces you got in the box don't fit together anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, so swapping out one individual player doesn't feel like it'll solve all the problems, right? I mean, you have got the lifeline, I guess, of a lot of close games recently, so there is that. You can sort of say, you know, maybe a small change could bring a little bit more success, but yeah, ultimately it does feel like there needs to be some big changes. Weapons out now, though.
Sashi. First gun round to fight against. Cabby playing this a little bit dry, actually. Tries to dip his toes into the water, and it will instantly be met by the force that is Rafax. Snappy tries to get a little exploratory. Will be caught by Jay eventually. A 3v4, and the CT's coming out on top in all their individual endeavors. Jay has a little bit of support, does swing out. Siphon able to do some damage. Cabby somehow nearly had it become a bit negotiable, but the smoke fading instantly does not help his case. So Portuguese Family off to a decent start after the pistol. Couldn't do anything about the conversion, but as soon as they get their hands on weapons, at least they are going to keep themselves relevant in the match. But Sashi will have a bunch of money to fall back onto.
Yeah, this will do him a lot of favors. Take that step back. Rifles out. They're going to try and just bite down again here, but it's Jay with a nice entry. Aggressive there onto Cabby. Sashi knowing that they need a decent T half here unless they want to do their best Sangal impression. Just enough. It's Iceberg. Doesn't deploy the molly. Backs it up.
I really want Portuguese Family to be able to provide pushback. Obviously, they aren't really running on all engines just yet. Because utility and weaponry isn't exactly all lined up. And I guess there's only one MP9 in play, so that's a consolation. But they have exhausted quite a bit of their usual. Thankfully, not too much time remaining with Sashi. A late entry into the B bomb site about to come through. A little corner being played. Oh, Siphon sees a sliver of the head and is able to punish. Entrance granted to Sashi as they quickly get on the bomb, and this should be no trouble for them. Now, Linko and Rafax, their responsibility is to save these weapons. I really like Xiphon's AK craft, by the way. Like the white and gold, and then the charm.
With the gold stickers, yeah.
And the charm is also gold-ish. Looks really nice. Look at that. It's not quite gold, but you know, it's a gradient that I suppose fits within the theme of gold. So it looks really nice. And it helps that it helps that the inheritance also has gold accents.
Yeah, you could put like a baby carrot charm on it. That would be cool.
That's true.
They're proper gold, but
then you wouldn't have
yeah,
a little
inheritance is really nice for crafts. Yeah, I guess little chicken fella.
I feel like someone at Valve probably considered having the option to put up to 5 charms on your gun, but then if you just do the math, right? If each gun has 5 charms on it, and 5 players all have 5 charms, that's 25 right there. And then the enemy team as well. So you could potentially have like 50 extra physics objects being computed, right? So it would be a nightmare. Can you see charms move from a third-person perspective, or is it only in first person? Because I think that completely changes it.
I don't think so. I think it works the same way as like knife animations. You know how you can see your unique knife animation, but other people just see like a standard pull-out animation of a knife. I think it works in the same way as that, but
okay,
I could be wrong.
In that case, like, it probably doesn't matter, right? It's only rendering 1 charm at once anyway.
We do love Counter-Strike, just sacrificing performance for pretty things, though. I love it. Rafax.
Hang
oh,
on.
God.
We're talking about pretty things, but this round could get real ugly very soon. Lucky needs to get the hell out of there soon because he's responsible for the bomb, but instead they might want to double down on B as they do have control of Temple, but that Deagle is going to look crisp. Iceberg responsible for everything now. The swing out sees the body and is dancing around the pillar to try and allow his teammate to help out. Another prong coming through from B main. They've only got 30 seconds, so now they have to get onto a site quick. Somehow Portuguese Family haven't already rotated everybody over, but they are in close proximity. Smoke to gain access. Rafax, surely he wants to contest this, right? There's not enough time to be super meticulous with everything. Made to clear out the back of the site. Jay will go down, but there's only 12 seconds. Surely there's nothing they can do about this, right? Trying to get on the bomb. Lucky doesn't tuck himself into the corner, and Iceberg will be victimized by Rafax. Very crispy round to be picking up with the Deagles and the CZ combined. And my, oh my. A huge fumble.
It's that there from Becky, I think, right? A couple of the others just somewhat unlucky, but it's that whiff spray from Becky really that starts pushing things off the boat. 3-2. Portuguese Family staying relevant here in this game. CT side of all places as well on Anubis. It is their map pick, so if there's anywhere you expect a bit of resistance, it would be here. Becky. Basically licking his monitor. He's that close to it. Stark contrast to Iceberg with, like, the grandma posture. It looks like it's going to be a B hit again. The bomb's been left behind, though, so we do need to be careful here.
Rafax at that range shouldn't have lost that duel. And Snappy out in the open. Not sure why he takes that duel, but that might have just opened up the round. Zyphon, knowing he doesn't have a whole lot of HP, will switch over to the single-shot weapon. Renato gives up his position to try and take a couple pot shots. Linko spotted. Zyphon so quick. And Renato has to find two. Galil sprays labored. And he knows the final player could be low. Flashbang to try and assist. Swings out with the M4 he switched over to. And Zyphon has taken over the business. How many kills was that? Was that 4?
I think so, yeah. Look at his ADR skyrocketing off the back of it as well. 150. I was really worried for them there when that bomb had been left behind. They took that early two-man disadvantage. But yeah.
Okay, so that was an ace.
3. Holy.
Crazy. He got them so seamlessly that I didn't even register that he was killing everyone.
Not a round to lose if you're Portuguese Family. That is a bad one. A bad one that's going to feel a little bit sore. Lucky in the meantime posted up with his AWP. Waiting for that B main aggression. We have seen Portuguese Family go for it a couple of times so far this map. This round will not be one of them. They'll stack up onto A instead. Seem to somewhat have the right idea as Sashi pressing into mid.
Unfortunately, now the opportunity that has been offered by Portuguese Family means that Sashi can potentially keep barreling down round upon round and take advantage of this barren economy that PT Family is going to have. Oh, they're running into the most stacked bomb site, though. This is a problem. Bomb's out in the open, and Lucky knows that he no longer has control. He needs help from Becky, who's coming in from main. There it is. Final shot connected, and that got a little bit scary.
Yeah, scary for a second, but put back on track quite quickly. 5 rounds already found. It's going to be somewhat of a freebie here. In fact, should be a complete freebie. PT Family won't invest anything. So comfortable as Sashi bounce in. 6 on the horizon. We saw that earlier, then we saw a resurgence, but Sangal, of course, their form has looked better than PT Family as of recent. There's no doubt about that. Molly into the corner, still not taking any chances, despite the fact that they're just against pistols. It's a shooting gallery.
Listen, they've gotten mocked by pistols before, so I don't mind the fact that they're being meticulous.
Oh. Well, they realise there's one close. Yeah. All right. Dealt with. No trouble. Single casualty. Not bad. Iceberg still adding kills to his tally as well. Locked in as he's 14-3. He wants to keep that up. He wants to have one of those crazy star performances. It's been a while since we've seen Zyphon in like a major spotlight, right? But he's still a super talented player. Here in this Sashi roster, he's been doing a lot of the legwork since he joined.
Linko perfectly uses a flashbang from a teammate, but it takes a little too long for him to secure the kill, which means that his life is on the line. 4v4 now, and I think Renato wants to dip his toes into the waters as well. Sees the head, takes the liberty to find the fight, but is stuck in the right side corner. Cabby swings out, chip damage, but they have to retreat back into A main. They know that sticking around is just offering opportunity to Sashi. One of the few times they've had the advantage, and they don't want to fumble it. But the world's still Sashi's oyster. Oh wow, one of the cameras is really
This one?
No, not that one. One of the cameras just showed a player with their entire body and chair and monitor PC. Like, it's basically, yeah, this is just a CCTV camera, man.
Yeah. I wonder if Cabby even knows it's there. Just watching him.
Yeah, we just snuck it in. Rafax, first to take contact. Oh, that spray had to connect. That leaves Renato on an island, and he's given up his position as well, so the element of surprise is gone. 3v3 now. Retake at the ready. It's all about who gives up the first opportunity. Jay quickly finds one. Zyphon instant to trade, though, so doesn't let the numbers overwhelm them. Lucky holding down the line with the AWP. They line up. There's extra damage on the second. Not quite the kill, but the collateral should be enough. Lucky knows he can risk his life because Zyphon's right behind him. Sashi way far ahead.
Yeah, this is where, you know, you sort of draw a little bit of a line in the sand, so we can't really afford to lose anything more than this. At first, you know, couple of little flashes in the pan from PT Family. 4-2, 5-2, that's all right. 7-2, no money. About to be an 8. Yeah, that's when things become a little problematic, perhaps. Round number 10. Cabby. Working his way forward. Jay on the other side of this, deagle in hand, and he's juggling that smoke. Ready to be deployed. Little jump spot, sees another. Sashi just don't want to feed here, though. It's a nice shot from Cabby.
Yeah, that's just a good old lawn mowing. Black bar.
Yeah. Seems to be unaware that there's one to his right, so will get punished.
I really appreciate that with this kind of player cam, I could actually see that he had black bars.
Yeah, no more speculation, right? We're like, oh, is he playing 4-3? Yeah. No, we know. We know. You can see it right there on the cam. Misses the elbow. Doesn't matter. Zyphon's there to follow it up. He will more than happily be the recipient of those freebie frags as he's pushing for 20 right here. 18 and 3. And he's keeping it going. Seems like PT Family just don't have an answer for the Zyphon onslaught that's been coming in these last few rounds. I'm not sure I would either. At least they'll give it a go with the guns here, though. Rifles in play. I'm hopeful for something more in the penultimate round of the first half.
Iceberg. Time and time again, Sashi overwhelming Portuguese Family. It's a bit rough to know that I'm not sure if I should say one of the rounds or say half of their rounds, but one of their rounds has been won by pistols. Just had to do the mental math on whether or not it's acceptable BM. Zyphon if I've ever seen one. They're down. And Jay and Rafax on the retreat. Definitely a painful game to watch if you're a Portuguese Family fan, but for Sashi, like I said. Just too comfortable.
Yeah, certainly seeming that way. Feels like we're teed up for a 10-2 half, perhaps. Lucky. Easy pickings. Save it. Big peak. Yeah, okay. Hang on. Oh, just about. Just about.
Unfortunately, the replays mostly just show a highlight reel of Sashi with exit frags from Portuguese Family. And I'm not sure if Portuguese Family have left themselves enough of a budget to actually come back on the terrorist side. I know that there's always a caveat with Anubis, but it is almost inexcusable to only be finding 2. And you know, a few months ago, Portuguese Family would be about the same caliber of team or the same tier of team as Sashi, but they've really fallen from grace. Hoping they can find a recovery, though, under the new banner.
Well, perhaps a third round is what they'll have to settle for. Seems like a tiny consolation prize. Even if they're allowed it. 2-man advantage coming into question now. Lucky Zorp in play. Big peak. Snappy wins the fight. Lucky under pressure. Does manage to take the first. Tech 9 on the second would have been something magical, but has to go without. Snappy there to trade. PT Family do make it a third round, but man, does that come close. And nothing to brag about. Like, really not a very good half at all.
At least Snappy can net them a couple of a consolation round towards the end. Well, it was a team effort, but it's a little painful to see only one player having broken double digits at the end of 12 rounds. Want to see if Sashi can continue this streak on the CT side. Bit of poking around in connector. No significant information granted. Ooh, good shot from Zyphon.
Ooh, wow.
Takes the liberty to take a fight forward. Some team damage put in there as well. If B-site is on their mind, they're still going to have to fight for it because there's a pair of dualies waiting. Cabby only able to find one though, and Portuguese Family steal away a pistol despite having to face the deadly threat that is Sashi at the moment. Really thought that the duelists would do a little bit more.
Yeah. There's at least something there. Perhaps the start of better things. It's just going to be a full eco for Sashi, so for PT Family, a good opportunity to just zoom in and smash up the show. Rack up some kills and money with the MAC-10s perhaps, but they are walking into a 5-man stack.
Oh, that's some decent damage. Oh, Zyphon though killing a teammate. It's a deal with the devil as he does get a kill in exchange for that anyway. But a couple kills aren't bad. You've only got USPs. I think they'll be super happy with it. Interestingly enough, though, winning the pist round, getting a couple of conversions on top, that puts Portuguese Family in the territory where they're not entirely out of it. I did say that it was an inexcusable half, which, you know, it still is. But that's a beauty and a curse of MR12. You can always recover.
Recoverable, yeah, it does seem that way. AK, spamming, snappy. Not able to make it happen there onto Cabby. Go down in main, Sashi. Desperate to just put 10 rounds on the board here and not allow PT Family back into the picture whatsoever. They know that Nuke is their turf, so this is a 2-0 as long as they can finish what they started. At least that's how they're going to be feeling. Nothing set in stone, of course, but every round that they give up here just gives PT Family that little bit more confidence, that little bit more equity in this game. Becky on the other side of this smoke. Linko falling for a flash. Big push up. Oh, that's beautiful from Becky. But he's only good for the one.
2 for 3. Rafex and Renato can still get it done. Ooh, I like how Zyphon tries to get a head start, and he does! Both kills found. And Sashi, I think they're making a statement once again. Portuguese Family started to get a bit ahead of themselves, and Sashi are here to shut it down, especially Zyphon, who's going 23-6 right now, which means that he's essentially in the territory of being a Smurf.
Yeah. Some of those padded out with the ace that he found, some eco frags, but when is it not? You are right, though. Going absolutely above and beyond. He's got half the deaths of most of the people on the server right now and triple their kills. Lucky. The one to kick things off here, that's Linko dropping early. PT Family, they played a little bit of a bonus in that last round with the MAC-10. But they don't have enough to fully reinvest here, so it is just going to be much of the same. Couple of rifles, MAC-10, Rafex on a Tech 9. Where do they go from here? Ooh, timing. Awkward off both sides. Big kill, though.
Oh yeah, Gabby's wanting to dance around the pillar, though, staying alive. And Portuguese Family, they've had one too many casualties to make this an even-Steven retake. Lucky, first man to go in, headshot, instant connection. And as Jay in the back of the bomb site tries to hold on to his horses, but they will escape. Sashi, does feel like a foregone conclusion now, doesn't it, Josh?
It really does, yeah. Sashi just, you know, not only winning these last couple of rounds, but seeing what that does to the PT Family economy as well. They're a little too close to the finish line. I think this is where this one gets chalked up. PT Family making what I guess is the right call to half buy here, to have a full investment, try and play for overtime, but they'll need 7 in a row to get there. It just feels a little too tall a task, but number 17 we go. Cabby on the other side of this smoke. Oh, Cabby's gonna try and play through it. Oh.
Yeah, unfortunately for the Tech Knives coming through, Lucky's still in the back of the site, and while they're tunnel visioned on trying to fish out the connector player, they will be suffering a swift death. A last chance for Portuguese Family to try and get some consolation prizes here, as Sashi are about to dominate them in their own map pick. And I don't have the highest of hopes in the second one either, Josh. Sashi have historically been an amazing nuke team. Within their caliber, they're pretty much wrecking everyone, and outside of their tier, they might have a few struggles, but for the most part, we've seen some really, really good results from them.
Okay, well, a last hurrah here for PT Family. They'll come in with some rifles. They found themselves somewhat for free on the A site. But do they realize that there's a third man in A main? A 2-man advantage. But Becky surely goes unchecked. There you go. Now they're aware. Cabby takes another. And we're back into a 3-on-3.
But they're going to be ready for a singular flank, right? Because they had full control deep into main. We're not going to expect a second man to already have rotated over. We'll see whether or not they are ready for it. Mid-prong needs to activate. Kill starting to come through. My, oh my. Despite having 2 clean entries and access for the A-bomb site, Portuguese Family have still thrown that round and netted Sashi a 13-5 victory. This is an unbelievable stomp on the map pick of Portuguese Family.
Yeah, I don't even know where you sort of, like, draw some kind of semblance of copium here. Portuguese Family just continue these poor performances, right? It's not enough out of them. There's no doubt about that. And as we move deeper into this series and the tournament as a whole, they're just not quite cutting it, right?
Yeah, not at all. And up against what they're in the map that they'll have to play against Sashi now, I really don't have the highest of hopes. And I think that they might be extending their loss streak even further. Like, this already feels like a bit of a record with how poorly they've been playing, the drop-off in form that they've had. But it doesn't feel like they've diagnosed the issue to any extent. Even when they're getting entries, they have trouble closing. They look disjointed for the most part, and even just on an individual level, right? You're not really seeing too many moments of brilliance. We've seen every single player whiff at some point, consistently give up entry frags. So even in some of the drier duels where there's not much utility to support, we just see them lose the 1v1s and stuff like that. So I'm not really sure where to begin diagnosing this issue, but I will leave it for Portuguese Family to figure out during the break. But we do have Noob coming up still, so maybe some consolation can be found there. We'll see you then.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb dropped, coughed up behind it at the edge of.
Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
Welcome back, everybody. We just witnessed an unforgivable battering from Sashi against Portuguese Family. And I'm sure they're feeling a little bit shaken up after that, but they're not going to have too much time to shake off the dust because we're heading into Nuke. That's the map right behind us. I really appreciate that cool little feature. We used to have blank colors before, and I really like how we're just floating through Nuke like an ominous entity that's supposed to guide you when you and I are also like level 3. But
we've refined it, right? Because it used to be blank colors, and then for the closed quals we had going through the maps, but it wasn't blurred, so it was a little bit, you know, like to take your eye away. But yeah, I like it as well. It's a nice little touch.
Good job, Mr. Producer. That being said, I feel like Portuguese Family are... We got totally sidetracked by seeing that visual of Nuke, but yeah, Nuke is not going to be an easy affair at all. That was not a good... That was not good. We need to take that one to the drawing board. But yeah, Portuguese Family is going to struggle, right? That is no surprise whatsoever. Now, I'm trying to figure out what the win conditions are going to be like. So, you essentially need everyone to step up, and then you need the heaviest hitters of Sashi to kind of crumble on all accounts. Like, I'm not really sure where to start.
Yeah, I don't know. This map's kind of Sashi's bread and butter. They pick into it tons. They've played it 35 times in the last 3 months. On LAN as well, recently on a bit of a win streak there. They're a very, very, very good Nuke team. Now, you can look at that and say, oh, well, GTZ have the luxury of starting off on the CT side. But they have sucked on Nuke as of recent. They've kind of sucked on every map as of recent, but... yeah, Nuke has been a real sore spot for them. They've lost the last 8 games in a row that they've played on it, and most of them have been single digits. We're looking at 13-3, 13-2, 13-4, 13-5, 13-4. It really isn't pretty, and that might just continue.
Bit of a back and forth, about as fast as you can make an entrance into Nuke B, but Iceberg has a flank to worry about, and Portuguese Family will at least be able to hold their heads up high as they enter Nuke. Also, if anyone's wondering why Josh and I collectively facepalmed and said that this needs to go back to the whiteboard when there was nothing on stream, is because the producer played a clapping sound in our ears, and I assume that was also for the broadcast. So, a little self-cheer, I suppose. I didn't want to leave anyone in the dark about why we looked like absolute tools on the cast.
Just look completely crazy, yeah. It happens.
Yeah,
it happens.
Just hallucinating a conversation with the producer.
Well, yeah, bit of a flop in the pistol round there for Sashi. I don't blame them. Their idea to just, you know, send it in as they did. Try and keep up this momentum, that dominance. If you just go in dry to the A site and, you know, smash them up with the Glocks, then you sort of play at those heartstrings and break that morale. Nice and early hit on map 2, but didn't work in their favour. Glocks aren't going to get anything out of this. Portuguese Family pick up a second, but yeah, with nobody dying there, it does mean they have to go into the buy round with a couple of MP9s and that for mass. But a map like Nuke, that's okay. We'll see where things go from here.
The problem is that I rate Sashi's CT side quite heavily. I just feel like the type of pressure that Zyphon can put on when you get that AWP in the hands of Lucky, like, they are a team that is quite tenured on nukes, so I do feel like Portuguese Family should be doing that there. That being said, though, it's a good start. About all you would expect. This is kind of a bonus. Couple MP9s, 3 rifles. So it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if they lost this, but Jay's already off to a fantastic start. It's an uncontested kill. But the problem is that Snappy goes exploring, and he is going to be punished for it. Swiper's waiting for Dora.
But where's Boots?
Sir, I don't have shoes on.
Ay, this guy. Doesn't even know it's Dora the Explorer characters. What about Backpack? He's out chilling as well, but...
Oh, I miss it.
Yeah, me too. Take me back. Now all we do is watch violence.
Speaking of violence, it's about to get real violent for Renato here. Zyphon tees him up for the kill. Iceberg with the dunk, and it's Jay in a 1v2 now. Not sure if they realize that he's in such close proximity, but Iceberg's ready for it. The audio cue given up. Both players down. Into the bottom bomb site we go. Jay soft-footed as he goes down. Ooh, that's a freebie. He's able to isolate the duel into just one. Knows that there is a player behind the silo. Uh-oh, that's the molly out. And he'll be caught with his pants down. Sashi. The first round on the board, and a bit unfortunate to see that because they did in fact have the opener.
Zyphon kind of back to doing Zyphon things, right? Clutching up, staying cool under pressure. Does get given a little bit of a freebie there onto Jay, but his timing's impeccable. You've got to give him credit where it's due. 2-1 then. Sashi snapping at their heels. It was a little bit of a bonus round for PT Family. They'll jump in with the rifles back out here. But no helmets on a couple of these guys. Means that the YaLLas can be quite potent. Suppressor pokes around the corner. Renato will be the recipient of one of those YaLLa headshots. He was a player with a helmet, so it took 2 there to take him out, but didn't matter. Couldn't react in time. Jay's position could be deadly, though. They know that Becky's here in Squeaky. Linko's going to take care of him. And a 4v4.
Oh, Snappy. Is he going to be expected? Yes!
Oh.
Iceberg, careful with the rafters check. And now with the flames nipping at Rafax's feet, he's just got to back off. A 3v4. Not a very probable endeavor, so Portuguese Family, they're instead just going to be tucking their tails and running for the hills. Oh, good shot. Just a consolation, but still cool to see. So who was your favorite Dora the Explorer character?
It's probably got to be Boots, isn't it? He was kind of goated. Swiper pissed me off. I couldn't deal with that fox.
Wow, as a child, you didn't like the villain?
Yeah, just visibly angry at the TV.
Like, you didn't like the antagonist that was supposed to not be liked? I found Backpack quite annoying. Like, it was...
Yeah, he was a little bit, wasn't he?
My favorite
Patronizing, really.
Yeah, almost, but I really enjoyed the map.
Yeah, map was cool. I can imagine you one of those like really frustrated kids where it's like, can you find the binoculars? And you're like screaming at the TV like, they're there! And Backpack's going, where? And you're smashing up the place.
Yeah, like a bull in a china shop.
Yep. Dora does that to me. That's to the best of us.
Yeah, even to adults sometimes, because recently, Dora's been asking Portuguese Family, can you find a win? Fortunately, they're... Okay, that was a bit of BM.
Screaming at the monitor.
Yeah. Well,
There's one here.
It's been tough, okay?
As a man who has had a 20-loss streak on Face It, I feel a fraction of their pain.
It's just so much more punishing. I think this is something that we mentioned last time we covered them as well. It's so much more punishing nowadays with MR12. Because, sorry, not with MR12, with VRS. Because, you know, in the past, you would still continue to get invites, even if you were on a bit of a rough patch, just because, you know, you're a team that proved yourself a couple of months ago, you're still very relevant, the brand is relevant, the players are relevant, etc. But, yeah, with VRS, you know, you have a little fall from grace like this, and instantly you just drop out of the realm of invites, and then you can't even climb your way back up.
Okay, good collection. Iceberg down. And a single offering is made, but Cabby is unable to capitalize. Did see the main, did see the A-side player for a second. Ooh, good shot from Zyphon. Snappy down. And now outside control might be on the menu. Diagonal smokes, but Renato wants to try and negotiate here. There is a little gap in the smoke, which he'll be able to take advantage of. Oh, spotted.
Ooh.
And interestingly enough, he wouldn't have even been spotted if they didn't pop off a couple shots to fight a Heaven player and fade the smoke in the process.
Well, bomb will go down. Jay, kind of debating whether to even have a prod at this, right? I think it's a round that you do kind of want to just be giving up and hold on to that M4, but they're already in hot pursuit. There's not going to be money for the next. Lost bonus starting to build up a fair bit, but I don't know. Where do you go from here? Best case scenario could bring one more down with him. Not going to happen. The crunch is there. Fourth on the board for Sashi. Keeping things fairly tidy. This PT Family will be back on to surely just pistols at most here. This was a good start to the round. They're just not able to capitalise.
Almost feels like we're just waiting for Portuguese Family to fold. Pistols were successful on Anubis. They were able to find a crunch like this towards the A site, but this time Sashi are ready for it, not slipping up twice. And it's a nice change of pace because in the I feel like all day today we've been seeing fumbles and ecos, things like that, but Sashi are quite careful with everything. We've only seen one big fumble from them. That was against the Pistols, I believe. And again, it was completely inconsequential. A 5-round streak so far for Sashi, and I wouldn't be surprised if this trend continues, but at least Portuguese Family do have weapons out now.
Well, perhaps they can have a bit of bark. Or a bit of bite to their bark, because making the scary sounds isn't putting games on the board for them. Nor is it putting rounds down here in this series. Jay on the other side of this smoke. Hoping that someone tries to lurk through it. Not going to be the case, that's for sure. Just sat patient. Nobody wanted to overstep, make that first mistake, that first move. Rafax down into Secret, waiting for the timing to poke up with this AWP. Snappy's drawn first blood. Oh, this is better.
Oh, yeah. That's exactly what the doctor ordered. Cabby sees the main player now, knows that they've been playing relatively static positions. That's the second time he's been spotted. An individual kill found by Lucky. A site control on the menu. Lucky will be the first one to enter. There's the kill. No, it isn't. Renato's able to fight back. Becky with a double, however, is quickly going to make it even. Rafax trying to play shotgun sniper as he emerges like whack-a-mole. Becky, third kill, found, but against the AWP, has an advantage. Instead decides to retreat. He's got bomb control as well, so he can play the long game. Rafax decided to tee up for the B bomb site hit as well. 12 seconds to his name. He's got to be real quick about it. As soon as Becky commits, the swing out from the off is going to come through. Is he going to expect it? No, he doesn't. And Rafax makes a solid read to shut down Becky.
Finally, something a little bit better. I mean, it starts off great and ends up closing a little close, but that early two-man advantage, just that setup outside working really nicely. Despite Becky's efforts, just not able to get that one across the finish line there. Decent stuff from both parties involved. Number 9. Snappy gonna barrel forward. A1S in hand. It's gonna be the AK from Cabby to just catch out Jay, though. He's been so untested here on ramp that he's just kind of forgotten the timings a little bit, grown a little too comfortable. And complacency costs him.
Becky's looking real snappy. He's about to run into a duel, though. And narrowly avoids death against the MP9. Linko would be, yep, that's a good idea to chase him down, knowing he's gotten the headshot. Renato puts down Cabby as well, stopping the B-side presence. Xiphon down. Lucky still doable. Nade to chase down what he started. Linko down to 8 points of health. And Lucky needs to find 2 if he wants to make this work. Doesn't prioritize collecting the bomb. Instead, he's going to find the 1 versus 1 first. There it is. That's the headshot. And now has narrowed it down to a solitary member of the CT side. Has looked sharp so far. 2 kills already to his name. Expected!
Okay. Oh.
Didn't see that coming at all. And Lucky, a beautiful shot to end it all.
Exactly what the doctor ordered. Becky has really sprung to life in these last couple of rounds as well with those entries. Things have been a lot closer though, PT Family. Certainly giving them a run for their money. It's Lucky to be the closer. A couple of 1v1s now going their way. This could have been a whole lot closer. Still going to be PT Family trailing by 3. Low money here as well. What do you do? The MP9 comes snapping. Oh, God.
Time and time again, we're seeing them in these clutches. They're bringing the rounds close. But Sashi always has something else to say about it. Jay being meticulous with the clearances, trying to line up his crosshair, but he has no info. Oh, going down! How doesn't he hear the audio cue? Snappy can get this done. Bomb's not planted for him, though. Doesn't pop the smoke, just goes for the full stick. Oh, what? I thought there was still a player. Ah, my brain. I thought there was a guy in main. When did he get that kill?
Nope.
I didn't see that at all. I had one of those matchmaking moments just now where you start diffusing and you just do a double check and your teammates are like, dude, they're all dead, they're all dead. That's...
And then there's no time. You lose the game. Happened to you, it's happened to me.
Yeah, I checked the player names as soon as I saw that he didn't pop the smoke. I was like, okay, so there must be a garage player alive, right? That was just a 1v1. Okay, that's good from Portuguese Family. I like it.
A very good round. Very, very good round. Sashi already taken 6. Maybe deemed as a few too many, but... Oh, God, Cabby. Tapping heads outside. Clinical with the rifle. Xiphon will follow up, and just when you get a little glimmer of hope from PT Family. A little taste of success. It's shot straight back the other way. Rafax and Linko 2v3 to try and recover.
Dude, Becky has just been on an absolute tear whenever you see anything that is involved with aim today.
Final round of the half then. It's going to be a low buy here for PT Family. They'll come in with, whatever they can muster. 3 MP9s for Mass. An AWP on Rafax, of course, from that last. But really needing a 5th hit. You know, this has been a bit of a miserable performance from the Portuguese side. Little moments, little flashes in the pan where they've found success, and then it's just gone right back the other way. Good flash, Snappy. Actually turns it, wins that fight, sees it coming from a mile away. Zyphon able to return the favour. Jay following up, and all right. These little pocket plays where they crunch for some control have actually been working quite nicely, and we'll see it happen again here.
You know, as long as they can get this round, I don't think this is a bad CT side at all. Becky's looking crispy with the aim today, so does elect to go for the heaven fight. This could be a problem.
Yeah, hang on. Oh, yeah. Connecting it. Should just seal the deal. Becky, at least he's got the bomb. He's got a bit of time to work with. He's got the info on 1. Don't be jumping. Giving him the opportunity. One more bullet would have done the trick. Put it into a very winnable scenario right here. He's crossed onto the site, but taps the bomb. Forces him out. It's damage, but no kill. 5th on the board for PT Family. It's not a terrible half. It's nothing to brag about. There's a lot still to be done here. They move over to their attack. But again, sort of this recurring theme. It feels like we've seen good little moments, but not a whole lot more.
This is definitely already a way better performance than we saw on the previous map. Halfway through the game, you've done decently on the CT side. Now, it's time for them to try and replicate that on the T and even overwhelm it. And interestingly enough, I feel like Portuguese Family have always been the type of team that can get close even against some of the bigger teams, but they've just not been closing out games, and I feel like that's been their eternal curse.
Yeah.
Outside control, P250 in the hands of the Juggernaut just so he can find those long-range engagements as it isn't bottlenecked by the Glock. Getting ready to close the distance on Garage. No, instead, they'll actually use it to their advantage and go all the way around. Instead, they've got their eyes set on Heaven. Is this going to be expected at all from Sashi? It's the responsibility of the ramp player to keep his finger on the pulse. A quick peek is going to make him realize that they're going to come chasing down right after him, so they've got to be careful. Iceberg, as he's flying down, will find the first player. And Portuguese Family will gain access to the B bomb site, but it is still hotly contested. Rafax needs to find this duel. Snappy at the ready. Shot down by Becky as he comes through from vents. Rafax and his teammate, they've got a lot to do. Jay's been performing incredibly well. He's the latest pick of GTZ before they transition to the Portuguese Family name. Zyphon does get an isolated frag being offered up. Straight up the vents he goes. How quick is that movement? Has brought it down to just one member, but Jay will shut him down. Portuguese Family, a godsend for them as Jay steps up.
Yeah, much needed round win. A lifeline that they can hold on to, at least for now. Still a lot more to be done, that's for sure, but something in the works. Jay going absolutely new. 3 kills from him, the big clutch up at the end. Obviously favouring him in that fight with the Glock up close, but still got to stay composed. He does exactly that, does it nicely. Round number 14, though. Sashi just on a full eco.
How much more confident do you feel about Portuguese Family now?
I'm still not filled with confidence, I'll be honest, but
Yeah, that's why I phrase it
there's
as how much
something here.
more.
Yeah. I don't know, there's something here. I personally still don't feel like this is going to turn into a map win for them. I think Sashi get the guns out now and yeah, just kind of turn this back around, but maybe, just maybe, you know. We've seen a whole load of upsets recently. We've seen MR12 prove to be quite punishing. And we've also seen this Portuguese Family roster have some pretty close games, even though they haven't been able to actually win out matches. Yeah, we have seen a lot of overtimes. We've seen a lot of free-mappers recently and whatnot. So nothing to say here that couldn't be the case. Again, Iceberg on the ladder, worried that they're going to try and burst out through this smoke. Wants an easy exit path. Won't be the case for now.
Sashi, now that they have weapons, I think they might be putting Portuguese Family in a bit of trouble. But it's a 2-for-2 trade, so not a bad position for the PT Family to be in.
Seconds left to tick. The pressure will start to mount as they work their way around. Falls against AKs. Contact made. Rafax confirms that Cabby's in hut. Cabby will just use that information. Drop the flashbang. Route around through lobby. Let his teammates get into better positions of their own. It's lucky. Might not be anticipated so fast here into main. Veto will be holding, but 4 HP. It's Rafax to do the damage instead. Spams through hut, doing a fair bit, but no kill. It's Becky instead. And with the C4 now beeping away and Cabby's position known, surely his days are numbered.
Cabby. It's doable, you know? Oh. Doesn't even find the first kill in the crossfire. And this is such a big fumble from Sashi because you've got to remember that this started with an opening for Sashi and they're able to do a bunch of damage, but the recoveries from Portuguese Family were also quick. Look at this. With Zyphon crossing over willy-nilly, he's going to get caught. And we finally see Portuguese Family be in a position where they can actually negotiate a victory. That's unlikely. Or has been unlikely this whole time. And you know, the one thing that might be a little bit underrated in our take on this game is that Zyphon was performing so incredibly well in the previous game that it's kind of hard to just call it like this cut and dry poor performance from Portuguese Family, right? Because now that it's not being replicated by Zyphon, Sashi aren't even able to put up the same numbers on their own map pick.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it's a good point. It's very easy to kind of lose track of things when it is just one man doing so much of the lifting, but now that he's not, some of those vulnerabilities start to get exposed, and the half buy here paying no dividend for Sashi. PT Family about to hit 9 by the looks of things. Cabby might want to add a wrench to those plans, but traded back out. Becky's 5-7. Will at least take one more. Don't feed him this.
Yeah,
It's a round he really has no business in taking.
He just gave off his information through Squeaky Door, and he's routing all the way around. So there's maybe a small window of opportunity where he can climb back up. Maybe they don't expect him at all. But he needs to find a really good timing where Linko just doesn't see it. Too bad he doesn't have a kit, or he might have actually attempted it.
Oh. Yeah, it's just so tricky, right? Coming up the ladder. There's almost always going to be someone watching it. You got to catch a crazy timing to get away with something like that there. Big stuff, though. 9th on the board for PT Family. That one was a round that you expect them to win, but still, you know, the 5-7s have proven to be quite scary in the recent past. So, I think just a little bit of sweat wiped off the forehead when you do get that one over the line. Got to keep up this pressure, though. Straight in again. Rifles out now for the CT side. Maybe Cabby playing on the other side of this smoke.
Cabby, good collection onto Rafax, and he's going to back off. He knows that he doesn't want any of that smoke that will accompany that first kill. The price of ramp control? Rafax. And they'll soon abandon it as well. Now that they feign presence towards that ramp area, they can go back to Urze and hope that it's a little bit under-defended. But that isn't going to be the case. There's rotations available in close proximity. Becky needs to be perfect in this play here. Oh, Lucky as he's dropping down, finds one. Zyphon climbs up, and now Becky's going to have a whole lot of support. He's not even pressuring for the fight. Instead, just sticks around long enough for his teammates to come through. And Sashi, they'll be back on their winning horse. I couldn't choose between saying high horse and winning ways, and I just said winning horse. My bad.
It still works. It still works. We love a bit of horse racing in Europe, especially in the UK. Seeing and hearing all the nades raining over, realising he's got to be careful here, takes a step back. They will continue to press. It'll be Lucky to draw first blood. It's a great shot. And a follow-up to come from Iceberg. It's going to pull them ahead of the pack. 2-man advantage to tie this up at 9 apiece. It's exactly where they want to be. And Zyphon is going to take them there further. One by one, PT Family kind of walking into the blender here. Eventually a trade, but yeah, short-lived. As we go 9 apiece.
Do you follow horse racing by any chance?
I do, actually. It was quite a big part of sort of my family's life. When I was growing up, my family owned race horses. We used to go every week. Yeah.
That's pretty cool. I mean,
not so much anymore.
The reason I ask is because I read the other day that, at least one of the opinions I read online, was that the greatest athletic performance of all time might be a racehorse named Secretariat because of how far ahead it is in every record that's ever been that it ever actually competed in, which is like, I think there's like 3 separate records, and it just clears everybody by an impossible margin.
Yeah. Yeah, he was a special horse. I don't know much more than that. I don't know any fun facts, but
yeah, so like,
yeah, that doesn't
I mean, don't quote me on this, but like, like Secretariat as a horse was so optimized for horse racing that I read that a horse heart is supposed to weigh like close to 10 pounds, And Secretariat's heart was like almost double that, so it could efficiently pump blood and more efficiently pump blood and everything. And like its body was optimized to also be okay with that type of blood being pumped. Much like the genetic differences you see in like people who end up becoming like pro bodybuilders and stuff, you know?
Yeah. No, I feel that.
But it was a leisurely read, so don't quote me on it.
He was an American racehorse as well, which doesn't count. American horse racing and British, European horse racing, different things.
Okay.
Sort of. I mean, it's the same. It's the same.
Okay, hang on.
Different track.
Cabby.
Oh.
He's being chased down into ramp. He's gonna make like Secretariat and run, but he's not gonna be able to break any records. But that's fine because Sashi Esports, they're willing to break skulls, and Iceberg fills Linko with lead.
Okay, well, Sashi have definitely been tested in this one. You can see on the cams a few smiles and, yeah, sort of a little bit of a resurgence when it comes to the morale, perhaps. Because they should be. They've taken the reins again. They're looking good on their CT side. As I say, it took them a little while to find their footing, but it seems like they found it now. In a good position to just try and close this. Let's go from Renato.
Bottom bomb site on the menu. Cabby waiting to receive. Oh, he somehow bullets slip in between bodies and he doesn't get anything. Lucky still leaves his mark, but that mark isn't going to be on the grand scoreboard because they know they've got to save.
Well, they'll live to fight another day, but yeah, this is gonna mean 10 for PT Family, keeping 4 players alive as well. We'll do some favors for the money. Jay, realistically, should be upgrading off of that Mac 10 in the next.
This is the type. This kind of save is when you should generally be talking about racehorses, in my opinion.
Oh yeah.
All right, so I just confirmed it. So, upon autopsy, it was discovered why the horse could run so fast. His heart was about 2.5 times the size of a normal horse's heart. This genetic abnormality clearly provided a physical advantage over other horses.
Ah.
It apparently also died very young, which is sad.
Yeah. He was around in like the 70s or something, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Alrighty. Ah, yeah. So when I say British and American horse racing are different, British horse races are a lot longer than American horse races. A lot of American horse races are sprints, so it's about like how fast can they go over a short distance. And in the UK, we do long distance. Snappy. Oh. Bad fight to lose.
Yeah, just losing a fight on the fadeaway means that now they actually have an avenue to come back into the bomb site. And judging by the looks of the money, they're actually going to try and go for it. 4v4, so totally doable. Bomb still not plenty ticked down just yet, but the Molotovs are going to stop them. I think that might be the bane of this retake. But they've got some utility of their own. Cabby getting ready for a late resurgence, late retake about to come through. Renato might have to back off. Rafax, though, as soon as he gets the kill, do they eventually pull the brakes? I think they might have to because the Heaven players are no longer committed. And Jay and Linko have held off the onslaught long enough to get Portuguese Family another round.
Yeah, just not enough time there. And not really enough money in the reserve as well to just comfortably be like throwing away rifles. They will have enough for a buy, no doubt. But yeah, going into this final couple of rounds, they do want to yeah, keep a lid on this economy. That's very important. PT Family just going to try and keep up a bit of momentum here. Look good so far. might be seeing a third map.
If Portuguese Family can take it to a third map, then this would be a devastating defeat for Sashi, who have so far looked incredibly dominant.
Smoke in, little jump spots. PT Family been gravitating more towards this A bomb site in recent rounds, now down to B. It's not unknown territory, but it's territory that hasn't been charted in a while. Snappy knows this is going to be an awkward fight as he emerges out the doors. There was one close, but that information somewhat expired. Could be above him. Could be either side. It's going to be Cabby up on top of the railings. Only good for one, though. Insta-trade, but good damage dealt.
This round could be everything. Everything hinges on it. Not too much money remaining for Portuguese Family. Flashbang is good. Iceberg takes advantage of it. Jay missing his spray for a little while, but eventually recovers. 1v2. Lucky and Iceberg both to be found. But there's simply not enough time for Jay to do anything about it. He realizes that he just needs to stay alive instead to have a semblance of a chance in the next one.
Burning the clock a little too low there. That's a shame. All of this hard work could unravel right here. Round number 24, final regulation. And the final chance for PT Family to prolong this series.
Interestingly enough, there's just like a quick look at the player cams of PT Family. They actually look kind of chill. Like I could see Snap
maybe hit a point a little bit where, you know, when you're in such a crazy slump and it's just loss after loss, you can't beat yourself up over it forever, right? You have just got to kind of take the games as they come.
Yeah.
The pressure's off a little bit here as well, weirdly. They've already lost their map pick. The expectation here is for them to, you know, lose here on Nuke. If they are able to pull it together and take us to a third, then, you know, it feels that little bit sweeter, but here we go. Round number 24. Final of regular time here on Nuke, and PT Family have got it all to do. All or nothing. They play for overtime or bust, and Rafak's just trying to slip down. Secret does take a tag, and it's the AWP that finishes. A man advantage. Make that 2 going Sashi's way.
Oh no, so close yet so far has been the story of Portuguese Family and most of the losses they've suffered. It's a brutal death for Cabby as he gets stuck in between the door and the flames, but they're still fighting back. There's still some light left. Becky. Here's the audio cue and wants to chase behind it. Lucky smokes the window out to help him navigate the site. Zyphon with the first kill. Lucky starts doing damage, and they know the final player is inside the smoke. Jay desperately trying to get back on the site, but there's 2 players that are fully equipped in the health department. And there is absolutely nothing he could have done. Lost in the smoke, barely any HP, and despite getting so close, Portuguese Family will be 2-0'd by Sashi in their opening game.
Definitely delivering a little bit more there on Nuke than I was expecting, especially after the domination that we witnessed on Anubis. But again, not enough. Portuguese Family suffer a 2-0. Doesn't paint the full picture, but it's close enough. And yeah, it puts them in a tough spot moving forward, right? Continuing this loss streak, but Sashi massive kudos to them. They keep their head screwed on, and even when the going gets tough there in map 2, they convert no trouble. Zyphon, your MVP, 105 ADR, 48 to 22. A monster performance from the young Dane.
Yeah, and even at the end, I felt like Zyphon was doing a lot of the heavy lifting. He did an incredible job, and I feel like that might be a huge reason why Sashi are able to find the comfort that they did. Otherwise, I feel like there were moments where Sashi could have actually crumbled against Portuguese Family. And on the other hand, unfortunately, the incredibly bad loss-to-win ratio that they've been that Portuguese Family have been maintaining will be extended by one more series, and that too in an 0-2 fashion. That's a bit disappointing.
Well, that's another round 1 matchup wrapped up. And we've seen a 50-50 split so far in terms of the 2-1s and 2-0s, but that swings the scales ever so slightly in that 2-0 favour. Sashi rocketing up. They will be on round difference as well. But yeah, a solid performance from them, and I think that's one to be happy about.
Yeah, I do feel like that's just being able to not lose to a team that you should generally be winning against on paper. Like, even that, just defending yourself in the opening matchup is in fact a really, really important deal. That being said, though, there were some kinks in the armor that might have to be ironed out for Sashi, because they did look a little bit weak when Zyphon wasn't performing. And as for Portuguese Family, there is a lot of retooling that needs to be done. Speaking of retooling, we're also going to be retooling the commentators as we head into the next game. It's going to be a fresh set of faces as we bring you Ruby versus Sabre in about an hour and a half. So stay tuned.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, coughed up behind it at the edge of.
Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Aerial. Still good.
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
Well, that's unfortunate. Okay, apologies everybody. Let's try that again. Welcome back. We are here for the YaLLa Compass Contenders 2025, and well, we're going to be figuring it out in some contenders here, aren't we? As it is the closed qualifier, we're going to be getting a couple teams into that next stage of the competition, the main event. My name's Hayes, joined by the wonderful Exner. Good to be alongside you once again, man. You know who always does the best intros, Exner? Is the one who, like, flatters me the most? It has to be Dugade. Like, Dugade always comes up with these, like, really wild, flattering intros every time you work with him. I just miss that, man.
Yeah, Dugade is always super nice when it comes to intros. After working like a full season of CCT, it just built me up every time he introduced me and we got into the action there. But yeah, it's good to be working with you here. I'm looking forward to catching the closed qualifiers here for the contenders, and obviously that leads us here to a pretty exciting opportunity to look through the Swiss stage here. It's a fun format. A lot of teams are vying for some control here. We're looking to see and close out the remainder of the opening matchups here for the Swiss stage.
Yeah, looking forward to it. We're going to plaster some names on the screen now, and we have got to look at Ruby. Of course, a couple players have been on this Ruby team before, in and out of the roster, out of the organization. That's Sawalio and Cade are back home once again. Of course, we got Easy, a player that you and I would have seen quite a lot of from the Aurora Youngblood days. He then played on Guns as well and got a lot of attention on that team. I mean, that Guns roster for a period last year was so good. Of course, they had Tania and Casello as well, which were very talented riflers popping off frequently. And Easy had a little bit more space on that team because of how good those two riflers were. I felt like he had a bit more room to just learn the ropes at the higher level of the game. Fozel, of course, some history there. He was playing in that space team not too long ago. Hassanator as well. So certainly familiar names here across the screen.
Yeah, I mean, I just remember watching kind of some of the early, like, easy matchups here. Obviously, you talk about his experience on Guns, but even before that, what he was able to do for Aurora Youngblood, I mean, I thought he was doing some serious damage back in the day, and I thought was a really good prospect here for this, young squad. Obviously moved on up because of it, so I'm looking to see if he can continue his form here with this Ruby roster after such a long time of kind of missing out on what he can bring to the table. I want to see him bring it back here, and like you said, he was playing with some great riflers, had a lot of good supportive elements on that team to play alongside, but different roster here and different circumstances. I want to see if he can get back into the swing of things with this team.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see that as well, because I reckon there's more responsibility on his shoulders now, because he doesn't have that same sort of a shield, that Casello Tania shield that's just tearing the server up. He doesn't have as much room to hide, is how I'd put it, and I'm keen to see when he's now center stage and got the spotlight on him, if he's still able to put up those same sort of performances. Anyway, just getting a quick idea on the map here for Ruby, we can jump across to their opponents here, where we don't have as much knowledge or information on these players. In fact, I'll just come out and say I've never seen any of these players before, and I do like that. That's why I like these closed qualifiers. It's probably the one thing we lose with the VRS system is we see a lot less of these like up-and-coming teams, but obviously there's then more sustainability within the scene. But it's going to be nice to get to learn a little bit more here about some Ukrainian players, I reckon.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a scene that continues to look absolutely incredible. If you look at some of the performances right now that Beta are putting out right This is a region that continues to pump out talent, and this could be more of the future. I mean, looking at some of the histories of these players, though, that there is a little bit of experience playing together for some of these people in terms of that old Laser Cats roster. Some experience there, which is always good to see, right? That history coming through. And of course, you know, this old roster that they used to play with called Nevermore before, I believe they got organized there with Nevermore into Sabre now. So they've had some time together, and like you said, this is an excellent opportunity to try and enter in more to the conversation of what this team can really bring to the table. If you can make it through the close qualifiers into the contender stage, play some of that tougher competition, this is going to be a prime example of how good this team can really be in terms of the head-to-head competition and experience that this roster can build together.
Yeah, and it's a good opportunity, like you say, to get that experience and test themselves against a higher level, tier 3 opponents, I guess would be probably fair to dub Ruby. I mean, if you look at their ranking 94th in the world, you probably say, yeah, it might be borderline tier 4, but I think when you look at the name value and the history and the level these players have competed at in the past, definitely a tier 3 potential. And one of those like upset teams, you put them against a tier 2 team, top 50 team, and they've still got that like upset potential about them. They're one of those teams that probably struggles against teams that they should be beating and is always in the game against teams that they're the underdogs. That's kind of how I look at them.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see, I mean, obviously, if they can keep up that example here today, for again, the name experience, the name recognition, you're looking at, you know, likely Ruby looking to take this one confidently. You want to head into this matchup and say that definitely that we're the more experienced team, we're the better team on paper, and look to prove that here. That's obviously going to be a tough task up against a team that's looking to fire back and has a lot to prove coming into this stage.
Alright, well, let's have a look at the Veto. We can see which way this one's going to go. Now, interestingly enough, on HLTV, neither of these teams play 2 maps. They both have a bit of a chink in the armor. Mirage and Inferno for Ruby, and they've picked Mirage, Exner. They've picked the one map that they've got 2 reps on it, but it's not like a map they've played a whole lot of. Ancient has been picked by Sabre, but it's an okay map for Ruby. Dust 2 Decide looks like a very good map for Ruby. Obviously, just going off of numbers alone, you look at the players here for Ruby, I reckon Mirage will certainly be in their wheelhouse, and they played the map a couple times back in March, so yeah, not entirely sure what to expect, but yeah, should be fun one. Nice maps to just see some straight up brawls in action, Ancient, Mirage, Dust.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there. It should be a fun kickoff to this series here. Very explosive, if I'd have to imagine. And again, looking at the decision-making here for Ruby, interesting to see this sort of direction. I mean, they've got 2 really impressive results, I would say, on Mirage as well. If you look at their victories, a win over NIP, I think just goes to show that this is a team that is still very confident, even despite some of the lack of reps in terms of numbers of officials played. So they're still going to head into this one feeling pretty confident, I have to imagine. That was over in, I believe, the PGL Bucharest qualifiers. So definitely going to look to see if they can bring that level here and keep up the win streak here, moving on up to 3.
Yeah, just looking at some of the past results here for Sabre, they played against Passion UA, got banged out the server, and that's, I guess, understandable. That Passion UA team is looking very scary at the moment. I'm really high on that team, not just because TC is the coach, I promise. Big fan of Demka, playing now alongside Waro once again. Jacasmo now getting some really good experienced teammates, can kind of elevate him to the next level. Sabre played against Iberian Soul. They did win a map there, 13-10. That's obviously like the Mopars Davi G team. The last map was a 4-foot win, so they didn't actually complete the series. They still got the win though, did Sabre. So that alone, like being competitive against Iberian Soul, tells me, okay, there's got to be something, you know, positive here for this team. Something to get excited about. Yeah,
I think this is definitely a roster that can come through and surprise here. They're going to need to hit their strides. I'd imagine leaning a little bit on the firepower that this team could bring to the table. But if you talk about the map pool here, it's definitely something they can lean on. I think that right there is a prime example of how they can kind of work their way through this this Veto here. Is if they are hitting their shots, they're gonna have some good maps to play in terms of Ancient, Mirage, and Dust 2. That's a perfect example of being able to put up some fights and you know, try and take these early duels, play with some confidence, and that's what you have to do here. Given that you'll be able to start off on Ancient, it's gonna be your map pick. So for me, you know, some of the victories here that this team has been able to take. I mean, even looking a little bit down the line, you talk about victory over Iberian Soul, but with that old that old team that we were talking about in Nevermore, they've got wins over 3D Max and partisan on Ancient as well. So we know the damage that those rosters can do, and I think that's a pretty impressive result right there for Sabre.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that kind of like gets a level of expectation now for us, I would say, going into this game against Ruby. And I've got a pretty high level of expectation for Ruby as well. You know, you look at like some of the rosters that have climbed up the ranks and have been now sort of looked at by other teams. You can think of like that Cybershoke team as well. You know, someone who did a lot of damage last year, looked very exciting. They ended up getting picked up by Amcal, I think it was. Now they've added Artfrost to the team on loan. I'm so excited for that move, man, because you know you do have a lot of lesser experienced players, and it's probably a bit of a drop down for Artfrost, so less than ideal than what he would have hoped for, I imagine. But he's got a group of like young, promising, heavy hitters now that he's going to be playing alongside. Obviously, you know, we're going to get to see Amcal a little bit later. That'll be the last game of the day against Zero Tenacity. So I'm keen for Artfrost, and I guess the point I'm making for Ruby is that, you know, this is a stepping stone for them, where this path has been walked by teams and players before them, where they've gone on to greener pastures. So, yeah, I think there could be some exciting times ahead for this team.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's, you know, you're exactly right here. If you're able to shine in terms of what you're able to put out right now, obviously, I think there's a lot of room for growth here with the organizations right now. You know, if you look at some of the options that you can kind of lean in on here, at the top level, there's definitely some shakeups that are probably going to be required in the future when it comes to like Russian organizations. So if you want to make a move up, if you're one of these players on Ruby, I think there's definitely some chances to kind of progress in your career. And if you look at a player like Cade right now, in terms of what he's putting out here, obviously with some high impact, kind of explosive, aggressive rifling, that could be a perfect example of how to move up.
Yeah, we actually saw that from Moon, right, who was on Ruby, and then he was playing for 9 Pandas, which is now unfortunately blown up, so Moon is without a home once again. He was the AWPer for Ruby before. Anyway, here we go. Moving things forward into this game, it is going to be Ancient up first. Ruby starting on the CT side. We're not going to be wasting any time before we get into the action. So YaLLa is doing his best Rops impression. Yakindar, Zantare's nose on the screen, and it's, well, hopefully going to work out for him. The defense is locked down on, say, bomb site. Ruby have read into this Exner. They've stacked up on the A bomb site, and it's worked out wonders.
Yeah, well prepared right there. It seems like running into a huge trap, and again looking like they've done some decent little prep. They're still going to close it out, though. Kill back and return there. Easy gets plucked out. And another one here from Night Dirt. All of a sudden, things get a little bit complicated. They've given them a couple of duels there way back into this round. And with bombs still in their control, I mean, this could get very awkward. No one's rotating really towards that B bomb site just yet. So this T side could beat him to the punch on this site. You finally see the transition in, but it might be a little bit too late to confidently move your way forward here. They're going to get a pretty open plant right now, it seems, and a good move from Hasanator to try and at least get himself tucked in towards the back lines right now, trying to fight up against the pistols, though. Beretta's firing up, and it is a lineup, and it is 2 quick kills coming through. He keeps his team in safe hands, but at least some recovery from Sabre.
Yeah, I mean, it almost just looked like the round was dead in the water after they initially try and get into the A bomb site, get shut down. They find a couple of kills back, venturing towards B. And I actually like the way Hasanator plays that and gives up the plant. I actually thought he was going to commit to the fight there, 1v2, try and get a kill. Maybe if he goes down 2v2, looks a whole lot better for Sabre. So that was good discipline from him. And then even that mini like transfer while he's busy rattling off all the shots with the Julies to get that second kill here. You'll see while he's busy firing, he's able to track that second player down as well. Yeah, it was always supposed to be Ruby's pistol after the way it started, and they get it on the board.
Well put together here. We'll see how much that bomb plant impacts here. I mean, as you can see, they're going to bring a lot of MAC-10s into the server, so a force buy in order and some quick mid-control attempted. Very fast into the donut side of things, but again, it looks like Ruby's setup is so prepared. They've got a decent amount of resources spent on this A side. 3 players close by, but no kills coming through out of Easy early, and YaLLa only a single. So now complications here on the site. They've got to hold it down here. The pistols not fighting up against the FAMAS, though. And some quick recovery here coming through from Ruby to stabilize this round here. Some rifles to be picked up, and again, it's just about doing damage at this point here. With bomb on the floor towards that A side, gonna be tough to do.
Yeah, it should be near impossible. It requires some nutty deeg shots. 25 health, certainly not helping him out. It looked like there was a moment where things could have gotten a little bit nasty there for Ruby, but Cade's multi certainly did pour cold water on the round. Hasnator got a good kill coming through from middle. Hodex's position now made known, and Hasnator clearly quite confident right now. Happy to face his opponent, take the duel, try and get the job done. Feels like this is just prolonging the inevitable, really. There we go. Fozil should seal the deal, and he gets the job done.
Well handled. I mean, that, like you said, was getting a little complicated right there, but coming through with some safety is just the amount of numbers that Ruby have on that A side. Really well stacked up. Seems like so far on the pistol and in the following gun round, they kind of understand maybe some of the tendencies of Sabre here in the opening stages of this matchup here. Look well prepared. Now you get to coast up against even lesser buys here. I mean, they do buy a lot of deagles, I will say that much. Going in for a pretty hefty investment in that department. One of those deagles already hits the floor. Another one falls towards the B side, and again, it seems like A is going to be the direction that these guys had early.
Get shut down, though. Same sort of result as the past 2 times they've headed in this direction. And it's kind of rough now because I feel like that's always the ace up the sleeve on the T side of Ancients, is you get at least like 1 free round going fast A because you expect your opponents to be prioritizing middle on the CT side, and then you catch them off and you condition them to then stack up the A bomb side a bit more going forward. Now, Ruby have already staved off those hits on towards the A site, so Sabre, you'd imagine into this first gun round, they don't have that luxury. They're probably going to have to just go back to basics here.
Yeah, it's usually like almost without fail the first gun round that you see someone call out for a T side is just an all-out A execution. You see people's heads turned up at the start of the round, ready to throw smokes in towards CT and donut. But like you said, you kind of already showed some of the moves that you've had here or can get away with. Well, maybe B's the answer as the opening pick comes through for them. A nice shot with the AWP to start things off, and into the site they go. Oh my god, fake reality. An incredibly swift headshot. Numbers punched in, and all those quick mid and A takes that they've been calling out there end up switching their scenery right there, and it looks good.
I've seen enough, Exna. I've seen enough. These guys are cracked. We got a game in our hands, yeah. That shot there from fake reality there when Hasnator just posted on the angle. That has given me enough to get excited about this game now. Obviously, Sabre, a bit of an unknown quantity for us coming into the series, but well, they've got the mechanics, and it looks like they play a pretty enterprising, I guess is the word you could use, brand of Counter-Strike. Certainly aggressive, because every round they've played out so far has just been directly into a bomb site. If that's a sign of things to come, then we could have a bit of a war here.
I can't lie, I always like a team that sets the pace early in a best of 3, right? If you're talking about being able to set the tone of how a game is going to go, you know, very quick, pacey plays in map number 1 of a best of 3 series always makes me a little bit excited, because that's you just showing what you're going to be looking to do for the rest of the game here. And that does give you a little bit more options, right? If you want a tempo change here, that's a option available to Sabre, and I'm right there with you. They have that high octane Counter-Strike that they've already been able to put on display. See if they can keep up that intensity here and see if Ruby are there to match the heat. Right now, again, it's quick towards middle. Looking to take a fight right now. Well prepared as Cade in the red room here, and a bit of pressure on Odex, who does easily transfer onto easy. Looks a little bit sharp right there with the AWP. Nice little flick. But Hasnator has moved forward in towards a deep angle right now, and that could get very complicated here for the T side. That's going to be Bomb running into a nice, easy choke point. Bomb drops to the floor, and this round completely spirals.
Yeah, it turns it on its head here, but there is a player who's going to be flanking through from the B bomb side. Big kill there into middle. Hasnator's still on an island, though. He's still all by himself. He is getting some support at range now from the utility. Artillery being barreled in. Raining in. Hasnator gets another frag, but now he's going to have to do it all. Great double kill coming through. Hasnator knows the reload is committed to there by the player, so he's just going to commit to the fight there. It's now only Svemi left remaining, 1v1. Hasnator looking to do it all for his team right now. Oh, okay. Yeah, he's committed to the gamble rotation here.
It's a lot of time ticking right now. See what direction he heads. It does look like he's choosing the right side of the map right now to walk into. And that should be a surprise. Yeah, Molly goes out here. That's just going to give him more confidence in his positioning. Looking to cut off the cross. Now, information could be a little bit hard for Hasanator to try and work through, but a full belt of utility, smoke on the bomb, HE to follow it up, and I think he knows that he's not positioned towards long, so that means there's only one position he can be. Smoke onto the bomb, easy tap. That's going to bait him into a fight right now. He's going to try and spam that smoke, and that's going to lead to a Hasanator swing. He's off of it, but nothing you can do with low HP. Very difficult clutch, and well played from Hasanator from start to finish.
Yeah, brilliantly played there. That was really smart. I mean, there was so many, you know, things to credit in that round there from Hasanator. First of all, the push and the pull that's going on after Ruby lose the players flanking through A and they lose mid control. He realizes that he has to try and do something. You know, he commits down the push B ramp, gets into the water there, kills one player, drops the bomb, but then doesn't overcommit to that part of the map. He still shifts his focus back behind him, forces the necessary fights, picks and chooses his fights really well. He isolates his duels, just going back and forth, and then even the big brain reads, he commits to the B bomb site, and then, you know, calmly smoke the bomb, tap the defuse. He just never panicked.
Yeah, that's just a level head right there all the way through. Very impressive stuff coming through from Hasanator in a difficult round to, again, shut down some of the pace that Sabre are putting together here. If you can keep your nerves cool, then that is a good sign, but fake reality in these swings, you don't have any time to adjust, you don't have any time to miss, because he's going to tear straight through you, and it's going to have to be a Hasanator once again, holding off against this B side here. Well placed smoke, but yeah, it's just his teammates are getting torn through right now. Another opening pick right now. He's still being able to fight for this site, though. He's still disrupting this play. He's buying time for his teammates to get involved. Is there going to be another one, though? Jackass walk through the smoke from YaLLa could just level this offense out, and somehow Hasanator is still on this site. He is still ducking out, avoiding conflict right now at the perfect time, and this is such a surprising angle right now to play from. Is he going to choose his targets correctly? It's all a game of timing now. Clears out the bomb site, adjusts perfectly, but turns away, and this time a little bit of revenge. It's YaLLa, it's also nailed timing. This is unbelievable. Right,
this is really smart though. Yeah. He's going to be catching completely off guard. He can't do anything about the plants. It's not nearly clean enough either. Oh man, I mean, Hasanator doing his damnedest again here for Ruby, but unfortunately this time comes up short. Betrayed by the timing. That's a solid round from Sabre. Some really big kills. Fake reality opening up this B bomb site with a shot there. Even a second kill came through from him as well. And it is going to be Sabre who prevail, get their second round on the board, and Ruby's economy is in tatters.
I can't lie, I'm feeling for Hasanator right there in that round. Did so much again, but all it comes down to a little bit of timing. They're gonna speed it up towards that A side though. They're dealing with a force buy, decent investment. We'll see how this one works out for them here. Already into the site, spotting out absolutely nobody, but there's something popping up on that mini map right there, and fake reality able to track the kill in the back of the site. No sneaky deagles, and this should already be likely a save called out here long term.
As much. Good work from Sabre, reverting back to that hit on the A bomb site, this time finding all the success. Ruby just looking to inflict some extra damage, but they themselves could be in some trouble now for hanging around. Jack is going to look to punish them, and punish them he will. I mean, were they still actually thinking about potentially going for this? There's a... Fozol has a kit. Jackass is dead, but there's just no way to get back into the A site and clear it out. So at least they've been able to avoid losing any further players here. Cade is still going to be in Donut. Alright, mate. I mean, the bomb explosion range is massive on Ancient, but he's got a lot of confidence, and clearly rightfully so.
Yeah, well handled. A little bit of exit damage, and again, crucially, they hold on to everything right there. Nice little bailout option with the Fozol kill coming through and protecting his teammates. There you go. 2 in a row right now. Ruby saving 3 rifles is still going to give them some efficiency in the purchase, but Got to figure out a way to more comfortably deal now that we're on these gun rounds with the opening duels, I think. It's going to be really crucial. Right now what we're seeing is that Sabre are controlling that part of the game. Don't want to find yourself constantly in these 4v5s having to call upon some heroics to recover the round. You want to be able to open things up, start it off correctly. Make it easier on yourself here. I think they're putting themselves in good positions as well to open things up, but I think at this point, if you're talking about Ruby, the next step is likely going to be a little bit of that CT side aggression towards the B side of the map.
You'll have to see what they opt for. Not expecting much here, although actually I say that, they have kept 3 players alive, so just going to plug the gaps with an investment. Let's see where they decide to shift their focus. Will it be that B aggression? Couple Mac-10s in play here for Sabre as well, and it is going to be a big push in towards this B bomb site. They've gone through the incendiary. No respect, of course, for the useless flames, and it is just going to be a good couple of kills coming through. Initially, Easy finds 2 in response, though. That does keep Ruby in the conversation. K gets a kill. He can't get the reload. He can't get out, and that'll cost him his life.
Brutal right there, exit, but a good attempt at least trading things out 2 for 2, putting it into a clutch situation, one of which you still got fake reality. Quite the setup right now. Spam looked so incredibly close. Looking to take the long way around though is Hasanator. HE heading his direction, about 20 damage chunked off, but looking for the fight. Jackass is prepared. Difficult duel ahead of him, but Swalio comes to bail out. And now it's just going to be fake reality. Got quite the setup right there, but they don't know where he is. A huge surprise right there, thinking that he was tucked in towards the long side. He's in cave and trying to duck out. It's a great bit of spam there from Swalio. Doesn't give up on the duel, takes his opportunity. The only chance to really pull that clutch off is by finding that kill quickly. And that he does.
I was surprised they were so tunnel visioned on long there. I mean, it's almost like there was a bit of a misread or miscommunication there, thinking that that last player was towards long when he's actually here in cave. Fake reality gets the first kill, and then he's quite aggressive with his decision making, actually hanging around there. He could have jumped back around the corner, tried to play time. Swallow just commits to the spray, comes out on top. Important round there. Ruby win the... I mean, calling it a 4-spy maybe doesn't entirely do it justice. They had 3 rifles there, so it wasn't the end of the world, but certainly a very important round for them to win in the grand scheme of things. You know, you lose that 4-all, no money, Sabre take the lead. It's going to be Sabre taking the lead here in the round, though. They go 5v4 until Fozil doubles down. There's going to be 2 immediately afterwards in response, and Sabre just devastated the C-bomb site.
I mean, it's so incredibly comfortable the way that they find these opening duels. They are really leaning in on this triangulated setup on the CT side. That, you know, one towards back of long and then cave and then that cubby position, but they're just becoming so readable. The entry pathing right now from Sabre is on target. They're heat-seeking missiles on the setup right now. And if you're Ruby, you just want a chance to plant your feet in these rounds, but they are constantly opening up. There's another situation, even in the last round that they lose, it's still the opening picks working for Sabre. So you're really leaning in on the idea that you can get these big multi-kills consistently. You know, that's 2 or 3 and being able to stay alive, but the trades are just too effective, and Sabre are plucking you apart right now.
Yeah, that's the big, like, that's the big factor that has to be successful if you're going to play this hyper-aggressive style, is your trading just has to be on point. You need everybody committed to the cause. You can't have 2 players all in, 2 players holding back, one guy kind of, you know, baiting or lurking, and everybody here is just fully committed to the cause here for Sabre. The way that they just push into that B bomb site ruthlessly, relentlessly, wave after wave, and just continue to find those trades every single time the defense for Ruby has been overwhelmed. So now for Ruby, what do? Do you have to start like gamble stacking the bomb sites kind of thing? Because just playing with the traditional orthodox setup of 2 players on a site is, well, not going to really work if you're being traded so effectively. Yeah, sure, you might have even numbers 3v3, but that's never really ideal for the retake, especially when you don't catch wind of it early and you can start to rotate. You're having to, like, commit to the retake from the A bomb side already, so it takes a while to even get in position.
Yeah, I mean, the positioning in these kind of, like, retakes on the B side have been pretty solid, but it has had to come through off of some, you know, good defenses early. So I'm with you, it's a tough answer. And yeah, I talked about the B-side aggression being something that we need to see come through. But I don't even know if that's much of an option with the pace that Sabre are playing right now. There's some good aggression, though, coming through from Swalio. In towards middle, able to pluck one out here. And again, Easy in the backside with the D-goal. Oh my god, tracks it through the smoke. Kate able to finish the kill that he started earlier. And what a defense early on. Osinator wisely reins in his aggression right there. Could have been an easy pick off here for Jackass instead. Gonna look to try and remain a tricky target. Playing in the cubby right now, and he deals with Jackass. Beautiful stuff. Codex left with his op here has been able to provide a lot of coverage with his scope in hand. And not going to be able to hold on to it. Volzel chases. Op to be recovered as well as his reward. Ooh, not quite. Close, but no cigar. And Ruby onto a 6 in a wild fashion.
Yeah, second time they've won one of these broken buys, and again, it's just kept Sabre at bay and kept Ruby in the lead. I like the way that Easy had kind of learned from, I don't know if I'd call it a mistake from the previous time he was in that position and he didn't activate in time, he just got spotted out. This time he's like, I'm not going to just sit and hope I don't get cleared. I'm going to take more initiative, and he hits a really sweet shot. If Ruby win this, 8-4 is ripe for the taking.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the idea of some spam here, but again, it's that B side that's looking a little bit vulnerable. Trusting in the setups and the smokes until they keep them at bay. That 8 looking more and more likely. Another smoke spam kill here from Osinator, and Jackass left last man standing. A fantastic defense up against the execution, and they get what they're looking for.
Yeah, finally, a stern shutdown coming through from Ruby over towards his B bomb side, able to shut down the hyper-aggressive approach there from Sabre. And now we're going to look at Sabre on their T side. Obviously not here on this map because there's only one map left remaining, but we're going to ask, well, how much depth do you guys have on your T side? You know, do you have fallback options? Do you have the push and the pull? Do you have a solid default that you can revert back to when this hyper-aggressive style starts to stale out a little bit and not find as much success? Because that's normally where these teams tend to fall short, right? And we can't say for a fact that they will, because we haven't seen them, you know, start to falter with their plan A. So that's just something I'm going to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like this is a team right now that leans so much on their availability and quick trades. Like that has been the case throughout this matchup so far. And when your early game plan kind of gets shut down here, are you able to react effectively? Easy with the free beat. Gonna deny the bomb plant there on the long haul. And it's gonna be 7 here. But like you said, I mean, I talked about the way that you can really set the tone in a best of 3 by starting off explosive. We saw that out of Sabre. It looked really promising. But again, I kind of highlighted that it's important that we see, you know, some tempo change, some adjustment.
Yeah.
As to not become readable. And maybe that second part kind of missing here so far.
It was supposed to just be a tone, not the entire song, right? Like, it was, you've got to, in a song, you need some change-ups. You've got to change the tempo. You need some change in notes and pitches. You can't just have one note the entire time. But, hey, if it works for them, then I guess who am I to judge them? Again, just barreling straight into that B bomb side, hammering home on that exact same tone.
Yeah, keep on running it down right there. B rush once again. And this time even more legroom. I think that was Ruby expecting a slowdown right there. Sabre said,
enough.
No way they're going to expect it again. A quick B play once more. It's got to work this time around, and it does. Onto the site here. Bomb past half ticked right now. There's not a lot of time left for this retake. Swings come through. So close to the kills for YaLLa, but not going to connect on them. And some difficult fights with the op ahead. Sabre holds steady with 5. And hey, maybe that same old tone is one that works perfectly here for the Sabre squad.
Yeah, good jobs. I mean, getting a 5th round there was back and forth, a couple scrappy rounds. Certainly entertaining Counter-Strike on display right now from Sabre. And I'd say Ruby do pretty good job of actually containing Sabre here. Remember, this is Sabre's map pick as well. So this would have been their plan the entire time coming into Ancient. So for Ruby to win the half and say, alright, we weathered the storm, they can't use that same style on the CT side, not to the same effect, that's for sure. Maybe every now and again, but not round out. Now it's Ruby's turn to show us what they're capable of on the T side. And it looks like they're also going to head into the A side. Slightly more tempered approach.
A little bit more measured here, slower pace to it early on. It'll be interesting to see if they keep up a similar level of aggression on the CT side. That could be very suffocating for defaults here if you're playing out things slow. But Ruby in swiftly through the A side, not meeting a lot of resistance. More of a retake setup right now for the Sabre side, and we'll see how they can pull around back here on the defense. 5v5 right now. Temple control maintained. No donut spacing, though. That could be difficult to hold up against. Time ticking. Gotta get a move on here. Big pickup from Cade early on, but too many targets on the screen afterwards. They're gonna wrap through Temple, I believe, but they've got to move a little quicker right now. Sight already being captured right now by the defense. Here's that flank coming through, but no kills, and finally Hasinator reveals himself, spamming through the smoke, able to get it just in time. And now it's just Fake Reality able to pick up the kit, but blasted by Hasinator as well. So Ruby remains secure here in the post plant.
Man, Svemi must have been a second away from completing that defuse in the smoke. He had the smoke, he had the kit, he had the recipe. Unfortunately, he took it out the oven too soon, or he was forced to have it taken out the oven by gunpoint, put to death. And it meant for an undercooked defuse. 8-5, very good pistol round there from Ruby, holding on. Nice moves being made as well, wrapping around Temple, just extra avenue there for them to work within the post plant. Sabre now on the full save. Not an ideal start to the second half. It's all going to come down to that first gun round for them if they're going to keep themselves alive.
Yeah, you always want that extra space right there for the side of Ruby to kind of work on an A-side post plant. It can be very difficult to hold off with just playing on site in A main for those post plants. So smart decision here already shown out by Ruby. And guess what? They're going to have themselves free open access to A once again. B-side stack, no resistance really met. This time donut spacing taken and full eco. All about doing a little bit of damage, I think, at this point, but making sure that you also don't give over anything to the Ruby side. It looks so bizarre so far. We've seen so much aggression out of Sabre in that first half on the T side, and then on the defense, very passive, very tame. You know, no
I'm looking forward to the first
pistols.
gun round to see if that's still going to be the case, though, if that'll still persist. I imagine they're going to be like running it down middle, forcing fights elbow, jumping up on the ledge, trying to get control of Speedway. There's got to be some sort of flair, I'd imagine. Can't just completely turn that off, right? Anyway, all 10 players going to stay alive. Means that Ruby do get the extra little bit of cash reward there for winning the round via bomb explosion. And Sabre do get some rifles in their hands. Open play for Hodix as well. He landed that really nice 1-dig and then also had a nice shot with the AWP in the first half. So I'm keen to see what he can do with the sniper here. He'll be more important with the AWP on the CT side on the defensive hub. Generally, AWP is AWP, so this is his time to shine.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at his impact. There was a couple rounds where he was boosted up and found some opening picks. Right, so that's obviously a very valuable start here. But right now, this Red Room control, hyper aggressive from Ruby. They're the ones coming through with the tempo change. Silent contacting plays for the first 2 rounds. Now explosive in towards red. And Niter going to be missing out on, a miserable timing. Absolutely miserable. The op not prepared, and 2 quick kills come through. They just threaded the needle perfectly on that play. And A is now vulnerable.
That's the perfect description. Threaded the needle. It's exactly what they did to get through middle into the A bomb side. And then I can't believe how the Galil of Hasinator just destroys the AWPer. Looked like the AWP was ready, posted on the angle, scoped in. Either way, Svemi is going to head of the molly. That's going to be catching Ruby off guard. He's tripled down. A nice little burst there. Okay, that turns around on his head. Oh no, Nater gets ahead of himself. At least Fake Reality is there to trade. It's now all down to Fozil. He has got some time to work with. He's going to molly far shorter this time around. He's going to force Femi out, but that's not a problem. Femi is just killing everything in his gaze right now.
What a round right there, man. Very difficult to recover. The amount of space taken, but jumping the position right there, prioritizing that bomb plant. And there was not safety in Donut. They were operating under the assumption that it was clear after you kind of catch the opper rotating over. You take down an op on that A side. I think a lot of teams and players are thinking, okay, well, they were playing a single A player. That was our chance right there to open up the bomb plant, take some donut control, and what you're kind of expecting is maybe even a save at that point for Sabre, as how strong they started it off in a 5v3 without any damage done to them. But not the case. Femi with a huge save, and Ruby's had a little bit of frustration. You don't get gun rounds that comfortably all that often, so capitalizing is important, and missing out on that chance has to be leaving some frustration in their camp.
Absolutely. I mean, that's a chance to just basically put the game away if you win that as Ruby. 10-5, no money for the CT side. 11-5 should be after the ante. Half buy, I guess it would have been. But now, Sabre have just injected some life back into this game. 9-6, another gun round to follow. Still sort of in a similar position on the CT side. It's not like they can afford to lose this round here. Ruby also emptying the bank here, breaking that piggy bank open. Spending all their pennies to afford what they can. This is a very important round here in the grand scheme of things for Ancient.
It is. See what sort of game plan come through off the back of the importance. Well, they have cooked up for us. Very explosive in that last round. Got away with some big time mid plays. This time a lot more resources put in towards middle. And here's some of that aggression that we saw in that first half. Pressing the smoke here looks to be read in by Cade, who's not looking to let that slide. But they're going to have some access towards A. I mean, this is a good reaction. Hosinator deep out in towards this A side, clearing out the boxes, taking a fight towards Donut. Is a trade available? It certainly is.
Very good kill there. Really important frag to follow up. They don't have a smoke grenade, though, on hand to block off Donut. They do okay. It had just been thrown as I had a look at the HUD. Very good chance of the retake. Fake reality. He's seen the shadow, so he knows for a fact there's a player in the corner. He's going to wait for some support. He's going to swing with the teammate. The plan here for Ruby is to have easy to try and get the trade. He does step out and get a kill. It's not the trade, though. Fake reality still forward position. They will double down. And oh, Fozil, this is a really big flank. He needs Cade to try and stay alive and buy as much time as possible. He's not in a position to actually affect the round right now, but he will eventually have a line of sight on this defuse. There is a smoke grenade in play. Cade's gotten a kill, and their Fozil will activate the spray, though. Almost betrays him. He will be able to rectify it on the fly and get the job done.
Oh, huge sigh of relief right there. Things get a little messy, but at least the job is done. At least the round secured right there for the side of Ruby. And as close as that round was, that little linchpin positioning, being able to pull through on that big flank, having that extra element to your game, a huge detail of how Ruby have been able to play it out. And like you mentioned, miss out on their chance to really put the likely curtains onto this game. Well, they bounce right back here with some depth in the backup. And Fozil able to open things up. 11-6, looking very likely now.
Yeah, should be the outcome, assuming these Deegs can't do the damage. Make things a little dirty. Will be one kill that comes through, but enough to just for Ruby to deal with. Get full side control, find a bomb plans as well. 3 versus 4, job done, and 11th will be chalked up soon. They're going to keep numbers alive here as well, assuming they don't struggle to exit the bomb site. Sabre are searching, though. Nice angle. Such a nice angle there from Fake Reality. Just has the head exposed to him. Makes for an easier shot when that's all you have to aim at. Does kind of give Ruby a bit of a clue. Maybe that's not going to be the best option to try and exit the bomb site. Easy will try anyway. Taking a bit of chip damage there. Is he going to be able to get far away enough here? Not sure that he will, you know. Bomb explosion is so punishing on Ancient. And there we go. Easy. In CT spawn with 40 health, they're still going to die.
Yeah, I thought maybe he was going to be able to make it into safety, but like you said, it's hard to escape the bomb on this map. Not going to be able to do so in his case, but Ruby not going to be too concerned here with that fact. They're just focused right now on closing this thing out and getting closer to that mark. This Ruby squad doing so in confident fashion, despite some very impressive setups and some great trades coming through from Sabre. You can see the structure that they have. Most of all, I think Ruby's structure just that much stronger and with that much more depth. A boost above the smoke.
You can see that experience that they do have is certainly making a bit of a difference right now. That boost on the smoke you just referenced going to be enough to find an opening kill, and it actually looks like they might want to go back for some more. Oh, Hodix, he is making so much noise right now. Hasnator knows that he's here. He'll just step out, but he's lost a teammate in the process. Another kill came through elsewhere. It was actually Nato who found a second, but Hasnator will match that and almost eclipse it in terms of impact because of the positional control he now has at his disposal. He's pressuring the backlines, which has forced Jackers to actually just turn it from ramp, and that creates a bit more space for the other Ruby players. Here to navigate their way in towards middle. Sabre making moves of their own though. Nate is somewhat being read into by Fozil. Timing not great, but because of Nate's low health, it's still alright.
Keeping things in their control despite the scary start here with the opening picks. That's Hasanator just pulling through so much impact once again. And off the back of that positioning, they're just looking to shake up this CT side. They know the tendencies of these players at this point here. Very familiar with the game of Sabre, and that's constant forward pressure. There's not a lot of time left to sit around and wait. They've really got to speed things up here. And in towards the A side they go. They're just going to split up these defenders 50-50. One side of the map from another. This utility, all you have to worry about is covering off your teammate for the bomb plant. Can't do it. Bomb picked up. No time. Enough done. Oh, man. It's another huge save from Zvimi. What a round once again. He does it for his team. Both defensive rounds so far picked up by him.
And he's got like tie for the least amount of kills in his team, but boy has he delivered the impact here in the second half. Just that timing on the peak from A main spoils the party there for Ruby. And I actually hadn't noticed how little time was left on the clock there until you brought it up. That is a vital kill. Wins the round for his team single-handedly. Despite the trade, they can't get the bomb plants in time. 11-7. Sabre live to fight for another day. That's two chances now for Ruby to basically put the game away.
Yeah, it could have been over if it wasn't for that pesky Zvimi. I mean, he's been, again, for both of these defensive rounds, the huge X factor in terms of what he's able to do. You want to live on those rounds, not necessarily, but if that's how you have to survive, maybe buy some more time for some of the stars to come alive here for Sabre. Get more comfortable in your setup, maybe build some economy, break Ruby as well. Those are all possibilities for them to stabilize. Just about being able to accomplish that task. To actually have to capitalize on these moments now with consistency in the way that they start off these rounds, but it's not going to come through, at least not in this one. Swalio able to open things up, and Zvimi might be put on target once again. Has to keep his head on the swivel, and a molly not going to do him any favors.
Well, a good job from him to actually get that kill on the rampaging player, because now he can just focus on the A-bomb site itself. Cade knows he has a player cooped up in the corner. Oh! A brilliant second kill from Cade, but he'll be cut down. It's only easy left remaining. 1 versus 2. It's going to be a big shadow advantage here for Svemi as well. Posted on the angle, gets the job done. 11-8. Sabre fighting back here on their CT side. It's going to be an anti-eco for them now.
What a beautiful...
I do think... Sorry, mate, to just jump right in there, but I do think as a tiny bit of criticism, the player coming through middle there, I think Sawalio it was, probably could have pumped the brakes after he gets in Donut because his team weren't actually ready to come into the A-bomb site. If he just waits a second or two, he can combine with them so much better.
No, you're absolutely right there. Just a little bit of a slowdown in the pace could have amplified that attack rate there, drawn out some attention. If you're talking about clearing out Donut, if that's ever accomplished, that is the biggest game changer for a round, I feel like, on the A side. And maybe that's part of the reason he was so aggressive, but ends up costing him a little bit. That could be the eagerness of Ruby to try and close this thing out as quickly as possible, but jumping the gun is something you can't afford to do. This Sabre team has been able to stabilize just a tad here, especially with Zvimi, another high-impact CT round for him. Oh, Cade's unbelievably sharp, though. That is brutal. He only has a pistol. What?
Wait, what?
Why does he only have a USP? He only...
Where's his gun?
What happened?
No way. Is the jumping Glock as well? Deagle at range. If it hits the shot, that could be a disaster for Sabre. This was the anti-eco. We've seen Ruby drop the ball a couple times. It could be Sabre's turn. Tapping away. No armor is costly. Fake Reality doing everything he can right now. He knows where both these remaining players are. Jackus should be able to come through with the MP9 and mop up. Cade has 1 health, but he has a chance. 1 opponent. Surely not with the Desert Eagle here, man. Oh my goodness, 25 seconds on the clock! HE's not going to go deep enough. Oh, a single lick of damage would have been enough to get the job done. But Cade has somehow avoided it. The problem is, he's not only working against Jackist, he's also working against the clock. But Jackist has 29 health here. This is doable for Cade. Would it be a bullet? Oh my goodness, I was going to say, would it be a body shot? But no, Jackist gets the job done.
Oh my god, this is so ridiculous. Why does he not have a gun? Why is he only rocking USP? Cade making that round possible, jumping Glocks, the nade falling short. It felt like it was meant to be. It felt like it was destiny right there, that round was... It had to go Ruby's way. The punishment for... I mean, I don't know if he dropped a gun and maybe forgot to buy something up, or if he was just actually trying to save as much economy knowing that it was going to be a light buy, but... Can't take these players lightly in the server.
Yeah, I'm actually going to have to watch that one back so we can see. Because that's very questionable. I mean, did he like drop a gun, try and pick up his teammates, or did he not realize he hadn't bought? Because it is something you can do in like the second round sometimes if you think for a fact that the T side are going to eco. You don't risk giving up a gun, and it's normally what the AWPer does, but oh, that was risky. Either way, the game is wide open now at 9-11.
You know your just like stomach sinks into a pit when you watch your teammate with a gun get one deked, and you're sitting there back default with a USP, just knowing, oh my god, I've messed up. There's no way to recover. And your team's
relying on you. Yeah. All right. Well,
after you watch your teammate get deagled, it is doomed.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like, oh god, I'm the last line now. Either way, Cade continues to find heads, man. This is bread and butter. Missed smoke as well means that pressure going to be coming through A main here. Hasnate's gone down. He has kind of fallen off a little bit compared to the impact we saw him open up with on the map. 35 seconds now. It does look like Ruby are potentially going to pivot away. Svemi's peek behind the curtain. Cade's dead. It's a matter of time. The problem is the B-bomb site's been open, but is it all a ruse? Oh my goodness, they're just chasing ghosts, but you know what? Cade's drawing them into A. He's actually keeping them focused on the right side of the map right now. This is somewhat ideal for Sabre. They might not know it. Oh, Svemi, he's going to pay the price. You can't fault them. You can't fault them. Jackist, he's going to try to save the day, but it's not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, that's about as confusing as it gets right there when your full focus right now is chasing Cade in this round. And you have no idea what's going on in the grand scheme of things. So you don't know where the remaining players are, maybe other than Falls Hole. That's the only other bit of information that you have. So of course you're going to rotate towards that B side. And then they're walking out A right there. It's a complete shock to the system of Sabre. And you know what? I mean, even the costly nature of a couple rounds prior means that they are having to fight for their life with the Eagles and P9s 5.7s. That's not the easy position to find yourself in. Great molly, but the P9 prevails, as it so often does when your back's against the wall. Does the 5.7 do the same? Easy, can't transfer the spray, but some trade positioning from Sawalio keeps it in safe hands, and it's nice spam. Cade really pulling through on this T side, doing what he does best, as you mentioned, and continues to keep his team in safe hands.
Yeah, it feels like he's just gotten so many important kills in the second half. Be careful, we've seen the Hodix Deeg do some damage, not on this occasion though. Good frag again, guess who? Mr. Cade and Sabre aren't able to get much done here. Good old biblical reference. Nata, though, a hope and a dream to try and stop Ruby from sealing the deal here on Sabre's map pick.
Let's grab a rifle here for his troubles. That could be one way in. Cade caught on a bit of awkward timing. But if there's ever a safe pair of hands to lock in a quick headshot, it is Cade. And not going to give him the chance here to really work through. Flashbang in his face. That's the best way to deal with your problems. Not giving him a chance to save this round right there. Ruby, they close it out with confident fashion. I mean, over the grand scheme of things here, I have to be a little bit frustrated with some of the pullback rounds that Zomi was able to put through. But it's still a 13-9, and they still just look so composed on their opponent's map pick.
Yep, that's a very important point there. That is Sabre's map, that it's going to go the way of Ruby. I love the way they weathered the storm in the first half, because I think a lot of teams could collapse against the playstyle that Sabre was using, and Ruby were able to weather that storm and get a 7-5 half. They even dropped the ball a couple times in that second half, so there's certainly room for improvement for Ruby as well, which is almost a bit of a scary prospect for Sabre, because I feel like we saw something close to the best from Sabre in that first half, and we saw a middling performance from Ruby. So if Ruby can tighten those screws, then there's a very good chance they get this done in 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm right there with you. It's not an easy sort of style to play up against right there for Sabre. I like the aggression. I like the way that they start off this game, and it seemed to be working for them quite nicely in terms of how they were able to open up rounds, the way that they were able to break down the setups. But when it comes down to it, they had Hasinator, I think, really stepping up on that B bomb site with some really smart, methodical plays. The multi-kills did start to come through. The retakes looked very composed in that second half right there, coming through from Cade, really denying some of this Vimy impact that we had on the other end of the server right there, and kind of elevating him and his team to the finish line.
Yeah, Svemi had some awesome rounds there on the CT side. Unfortunately, he would just have like a crazy hero round and then disappear a little bit in the round afterwards. We didn't really see much from him in the first half. Either way, that is the first map done and dusted. It's going to be Mirage up next. It's the pick of Ruby. We'll have to see how rosy that map is going to look for them, if they can get the job done in 2, or whether we'll have a third forced.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, coughed up behind it at the edge of.
Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Aerial. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
We are back, and we're going to be getting into the action here between Ruby and Sabre. Second map of the series is upon us, and as you can see behind us, got a little fly-through of Mirage, and that means the next map we're going to be moving to is Mirage Exner. Now, we saw a very explosive playstyle from Sabre on the T side. That was pretty fruitful, I'd say. I still give credit to Ruby for winning the half 7-5, considering what an onslaught that was, but I reckon, you know, we could see a similar playstyle from Sabre, and Mirage T side can lend itself to that explosive playstyle as well, so it could be successful.
Yeah, I mean, I think both maps are. If you look at Ancient, it's the same idea, right? You can really get away with some fantastic aggression. You can be forward-facing in those duels. So, like you said, if you're talking about Ruby having countermeasures now, and now heading into this matchup, looking already prepared for map number 1, but leaning into that follow-up there in Mirage, their map pick, you just know that they're going to be able to game plan around this as well. I think that's been the biggest case here, is that there's a little bit more depth on this Ruby roster in terms of the structure, whereas maybe we're looking at Sabre, it's still not quite there in terms of the sort of you know, ability to mold themselves around their opponents and kind of adjust. I feel like that's the missing piece for this team here, is having that next step, and if they can find that here on Mirage, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing Ruby in action here on their map pick as well. We saw a lot to get excited about from them. Caden, that second half, popped off in a big way. I feel like there was quite a lot of good composure as the team as well. Just thinking a little bit more about Sabre and their explosive playstyle, the way that they were running up ramp on the B bomb side. I'm not sure what the equivalent of that would be, maybe running out a ramp on A, but you still have to be a little bit more methodical. You know, you still have to maybe use a little bit more util than what you can get away with popping on the A bomb sites on Ancient. So I think we will need a little bit more depth from Sabre's approach on the T side as well. They'll have to have a default. Like, you can't play T side Mirage without a default. You can't rely solely on those poppy plays like maybe you can on Ancient by just going straight A, straight B. I think that will be a lot more difficult on Mirage to make work, but I guess we'll find out soon.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you, right? You have to be able to bring that structure. I think for the most part, you just have to be able to put a little pressure on middle. For some of these rounds as well. Like, you have to be able to draw out attention from quick rotates that are always an option on this map here when it comes down to mid control for the defenders. So, you know, that's something that we might have to keep our eyes out here for the grand scheme of this matchup here. But ready to hop into the action. We'll see how map number 2 shapes up. Ruby going to be starting off on that T side here. It still felt like most of the impact came through from...
I feel like this has to be a not live call. Like, there's 4 players in CT right now. Sabre, they really don't have any idea what's going on. They're just, like, going back and forth between B and A. And finally, it is going to be the B commitment. They got 2 players here in market, though. But they're going to be slightly late to the scene. Fozl with the nice frag. He's going to do the damage there to fake reality as well. Oh, Sabre have just been emphatically shut down. Unless Jackist, he's behind enemy lines right now. How does he actually play this? He could try and leave this for as late as possible. He's the one with the kits and a smoke. Oh no, Fozl's going to fumble his plans because he's forced his hand, and now 4 players turn their focus in his direction. However, another kill. Does he just try and stick the defuse? I think that's probably a little bit too egregious. He's going to try and draw them out again, and that's exactly what he's done, but he's run out of ammo. Knife will come out, and eventually Ruby get the job done.
Oh no. A nightmare start right there. Of course, you have to go down getting knifed after such a good attempt right there, sneaking by. I'm with you. Trying to stick that bomb is going to be near impossible. but I think that turned out to be the only option that he had really available, getting knifed out as he tries to run away. And Ruby start this one off with a statement, you know, just flipping the defenders on their head. They had no idea what was coming next. With the amount of map control silently from Ruby, they just put him on the back foot out of the gates. And there's just nothing you can do to react to that comfortably when you have so many different avenues of approach right there.
I do wonder if Fozil didn't spot him, like, and he just stays alive for 20 seconds. Ruby basically maybe leave like one player behind. That would have been crazy, because that would have been a very plausible way for him to win the round. But yeah, Fozil just like sacrifices himself to get the info, which certainly was key. Now we have the full anti-eco. Just a Desert Eagle purchased up by Jackist because he did get a couple of kills, so he has that luxury. See if he can give us something to talk about.
Whew, beautiful shot right there. That is something to talk about. He's getting split on, and his teammates are going to be a little late to the party there with that cat stack coming through. Nicely handled from Hasinator. So despite that lovely shot to kick things off, Ruby going to really plant their feet in this round. Looks like no further casualties. Unless Vimy has anything to say about it, but Ruby managing to avoid the setup so far. That catwalk stack, I think, comes through as a good read and a good idea from Sabre in terms of the tendencies of a lot of teams to like to go up catwalk on the anti-ecos, but avoided by the connector approach instead.
Did you see that cheeky spray paint you can use behind broken wall to try and fake out a player being there? And if you're coming up cat as the T side, you kind of like clear out the angle and you see what looks like a head on the wall spray painted on the back there.
On Dust 2?
No, Hero Mirage behind
2.
broken wall. You could also do it. You spray paint behind broken wall. You spray paint on the wall itself. And then if you're clearing the angles as the T side, then you just think you see a head and you can kind of bait someone out maybe.
I saw a TikTok of someone doing it on Dust 2, and when the community figured it out, the price of the spray went
like
up,
10x or something.
Unbelievably. You know that the CS stock market there, it always it might be recession proof.
It is, mate. It's been like the best investment over the past 5 years.
Financial advice.
If you could figure that out and then you make the content around it, you just like max buy those spray paints. You buy like 1,000 of them and then you make the content. Like that is a pretty big brain. Either way, no brain for Fozil in the round because his head is dead. Nice search and kill there by Nita. I was actually surprised Nita won that duel. I thought he would have gone down, but he comes out on top, and that's an early man advantage as a result. Now a fiendish angle being taken up by him.
Yeah, that's a very difficult tool to open up onto right there. It looked like he was just waiting with open arms, ready to catch him. Instead, gonna have to recover this one, and this is much more of the CT side I expected right there. It's map control all over the place, pushing in towards apartments, frustrating. Now you have to deal with the flank towards A, and Knife is out. Never gonna expect that for easy. Bomb to the floor. This round done and dusted. So Ruby get caught off guard a couple of different times here.
Oh man. Cade spots the player on top of ticket, and it wasn't impossible to conceive a world where he gets the transfer there. Just YaLLa left remaining, and a good awareness there from him, realizing that the CTs have the bomb. Player goes searching, cost him his life at this point. YaLLa is just going to be looking to save. You should be able to. I don't really know if you want to go searching here if you're Sabre. Want to try and build up some bank of your own.
They're going to be able to hold on there pretty comfortably. All put together, that is exactly what I wanted to see out of their CT sides on Ancient. We got a little glimpse of it, but for the most part, never really got, I feel like, the confidence to lift off in plays like that throughout the grand scheme of the half. So being able to bring that out early here on Mirage as it's still early in the game, a good sign for them.
Absolutely. Good way to get things going on the CT side, punishing the early aggression, then just shutting down everything Ruby attempt to get back into the round thereafter. And now Sabre can shut down this T-side economy early on. If they can win this round here, they then break the bank. You could make the same point in the opposite direction, though. That is a dink from the MAC-10, but it actually baits Fozil forward into Nata. You can't really fault him. Hodix wants to try and make a play in middle after that kill. It's going to cost him his life, so kind of cancels out that frag in apartments. Oh, Cade. Oh, he's probably kicking himself if he doesn't get that kill, but Hasnator will find the frag on Nata, and now maximum pressure on Fake Reality. Drop down into Van. He's low on health right now. No room to maneuver. He's going to flash his way out and kind of give himself a bit of a fighting chance.
Yeah, nice move right there. Able to hang on for a little while longer. His support system was getting cut off, but he doesn't need support, it doesn't seem like. He finds another kill. Oh my god! What an angle right there to close it out. Easy. Falling the last right there. And a beautiful defense coming through from Fake Reality. That is just clinical. Playing so many different positions here, being able to shut off the valve towards apartments and catwalk, and playing angles I didn't even know exist. Being able to knock down that final kill. Fake Reality, a real glimmer on this Sabre roster from what we saw in that last map as well. A guy that can put through some big time numbers. Doing it, anchoring the B bomb site right now. Might have a chance to farm up even more. Nade sails by. He is relentless, though. Aggression will continue. Deagle tagging him down even lower, but the op comes through to offer up some support. Everyone's attention turned the wrong direction, and Easy eventually able to run him down. Easy with the Glock. Can't find it. Needed that follow-up kill. Could have been an op for him to play off of. Instead, it's just YaLLa, who's going to be bested from the market side of things. And there you have it. Sabre taking a lead here on the T side. Not to be recovered as well. All's well. Ruby calling in a timeout now off the back of that.
Yeah, makes sense.
Fantastic defending, though, so far from Fake Reality once again.
Yeah, Sabre have been able to deal with everything that's been thrown their way so far here from Ruby. I don't feel like we've really seen Ruby get going with their T side yet. It feels like it's been a lot of poking and prodding in their gun rounds. We haven't seen them run like a default yet, get mid control, try force a rotation, you know, weaken up a bomb site, mid round their way into a bomb site. It's just kind of been like, hey, I'm going to go apps, look for an early pick, that doesn't work. Another player trying to go through middle, that doesn't work. I think we still have a lot to see here from Ruby on this T side. I reckon they still have a bit more to show us.
Absolutely right there. We'll see if they're able to stabilize and show us what this is made of. Having some difficulties in the early round, especially towards that B bomb site as well. Maybe that can just be them leaning in on a different direction here long term. Might be what they do. A lot more emphasis towards middle. And that player lurking about towards Palace shows to me that might be leaning in towards this side of the map instead.
Yeah, this is a lot more of the setup I was sort of expecting from Ruby. This looks a lot more convincing. Obviously yet to see the result, but nice default posted up across the map, giving themselves options, a player on either extremity. Sabre not overplaying their hand either, though. They're forcing Ruby to come to them. And Ruby will now start to make some moves. Nice timing on the nade there. Does a good chunk of damage. And Nata spots a player out on top mid, so Sabre kind of starts to piece the picture together here.
Ooh, it's a well-placed molly. Tag's heard. They're going to expect him to be on these bricks, though. That's a big question. This is still going to be a difficult fight. And, oh, such a good move there. But gets bested, and the patience. I mean, he was in Palace from start to finish in this round. It's going to pay off big time. Beautiful hold coming through there as they start to understand where the play's coming through. And every piece knocked out.
Yeah, I feel like Sabre just playing off of each other brilliantly on the CT side. As soon as one player takes contact, another player swings and then immediately gets themselves into the fight. Is able to get a kill, just constantly chipping away at Ruby. Very good work there from Sabre on the defense. Now Ruby starts to scratch their heads a little bit. We've seen a few different approaches now from them. Something a bit more traditional, something a bit more orthodox. We've seen their poking and prodding type of players haven't worked out either. It's going to be another eco 5-2 ripe for the taking. And Sabre are in control for the first time here in the series.
Yeah, it feels like for the first time we're finally looking at Ruby missing out on answers here to the setup, to the aggression that remains on this CT side. A lot of map control, a lot of information. Gonna try for a B pop this go around. Try and simplify things once again. There's a little bit of that utility tossed out, but there's not a lot of motion. Waiting out the smoke right now, and could lead to a little bit of overwhelming, but fake reality plucks 2 out. Stays alive for a little while longer. That A1S has no bullets. You gotta get a reload off on that gun. He had enough to take the kill down though somehow. I don't understand that. Maybe he did get a reload here. Either way, HE goes in. Protection coming through from YaLLa, but a second one does him in. And now a very difficult clutch to work through, but back against the wall, he goes swinging for the fences now. Here's a little bit of the footsteps of Zimmy. Can he save another CT round? YaLLa looking for his time to strike. Gets caught in transitions. Vimy with the utility to flush him out. Secures the round.
Ugh, I mean, great effort there from YaLLa, all things considered. A quad kill in the round was an eco round there for Ruby. They never really should have stood a chance, but YaLLa does his damnedest. You could see he was setting up for that massive wide swing there. He was just counting in his head, and unfortunately, the lack of help there just made it near impossible. Still does a very good job. I think he did just get the reload off in time watching the replay back. I didn't notice it either, though, in the moment. Clearly committed to it as soon as he picked the gun up. Good heads-up thinking from him. Maximum damage inflicted. At least it's something for Ruby to take away. Outside of winning the round itself, it was the best possible outcome, you know, winning, or getting 4 kills in the bomb plant as well. Anyway, 5-2 and a Ruby round. They have to show up here. They have to, and Easy has missed a key opportunity.
Best way to open things up right there, trying to fight with that AWP. We've seen that opening duels are very limited. Into the scope, and one goes back their way. So both oppers missing out on some shots here. Keeps it into a 5v5. That's a huge relief though for Ruby, the fact that they get to take this mid space without having to sacrifice a single player. A little bit more activity here from the extremity, and Fossil able to open things up, but 2 quick kills back in return. YaLLa keeps it, and the advantage in Kate's positioning is unbelievable. Inside of the ladder, never anticipated. So an advantage here, swinging open the door for this T side. How do they get involved though? As the op positions, Hodix is on a hunt.
Yeah, he's decided to press forward here because of the fact that they're in a 3 versus 2. He's going to take up a bit more ground into the, say, bomb side. He's right up at ramp right now. 2 players headed in this direction. He's going sweeping. He's going cleaning. He's going to miss the shot, though. Nice movements from YaLLa. Notice how he wasn't just static in the corner, waiting. There was still a little bit of movement. Makes him a way more difficult target. Especially in CS2, you can never afford to be found sitting idly in a gunfight. Never going to work out in your favor. And fake reality, well, they now know where he is. So it is going to be Ruby getting a 3rd, and they even finish off the job. No guns being saved. Finally back to winning ways for the team who have picked the map.
Yeah, that's an excellent point right there. You gotta be in constant motion, it feels like, on this game. Make sure that you're not an easy target. And that's what he does right there by staying shifty, hard to track. Cade the same way though in this round. Again, it feels like a big engine for this T side. His positioning just looks so phenomenal when he's able to secure some of these rounds. A hard to capture target. Looking to maybe speed it up a little bit here. Some difficulties in opening it up for YaLLa, but surprised he doesn't take that much damage in return. Off posted up deep and towards market. There's a lot of pressure early in this round. You see capture any of this opportunity right now. They might look to boost. That smoke's gonna fade. He's gotta be careful.
Yeah, he's got to realize he's on a timer, surely, right? As the smoke fades, he's got to get out of there. Oh, he's going to look to start to fall back, and he will make it back just in time. Fake reality decides against swinging, maybe expecting some sort of a double setup. Instead, he wants to play the long game with his position there on the platform, hoping that the attention's been taken away from him, but the pressure will mount on the opposite side of the map. That's a missed smoke there, is it? Yeah.
Gonna make it a little bit more difficult to scale up right now. That could be a problem with the deep A main control and the apps push that came through shortly off the fall off. Fantastic start to the defense. Jackass able to back it up. And the Molly not quite positioned there. Fake Reality dealt with on the flank. That's Cade again, being prepared for everything. But still, they've got to figure out a way to get involved on this A take. And as you lose out on these main players, feels like it becomes a non-factor right now. Fossil. So uncomfortable right now. I don't know what you do from this point. 20 seconds left. Cade trying to get re-involved. There's a big pickup, but Cade now leveled out. Shifted up with the guns right now. Not going to do him any favors. And Sabre will be able to secure their 6th.
Okay, solid work there from Sabre to get themselves back to winning ways. Keeping Ruby at bay. There was quite a lot of pressure throughout the round onto that A bomb site, but Sabre accordingly. Yeah, Fossil was certainly stuck between a rock and a hard place. He needed Cade to win out that fight in the middle. It was always going to be tough for him, though. Worried about catwalk, snipers, connector. Ends up going down. Still enough money for the buy here for Ruby, but this half is starting to get away from them. Oh, Easy. He is looking to now take full control. And he finds a leg shot. Easy hasn't been super convincing in the series so far, Exner.
Yeah, hasn't really had to do a lot, but there you go. I mean, big pickup right there, dealing with some of the presence on this CT side. You just think about the opportunities and options that he's had, and you know, lost out a couple of head-to-heads in that first map to Hodix, and that makes it seem very easy for them to open things up there. Cade this time, as elusive as he has been, keeping his head tucked in right there, ends up doing him in. See if they can capitalize on some of the early damage that Easy has been able to do right now. Flashbang for A main, no information spotted. And this is really the call right now. Running away from the A side. Sprinting towards B. It's a long road ahead of them, but not a bad idea. You see that Fake Reality's just cleared out apps, but no one's on the B site proper. I mean, this is perfect for Ruby.
They are heavily relying on Fake Reality's position right now, and Hassanet is even going to go searching. Oh my god, wait, what? How have they taken so long to actually get the kill? And now they're going to be playing into the hands of Sabre. They're going to try and go through connector into the Sabre bomb site. All of these steps going to be heard. Oh, Hodix, he spoils the party, ruins the day of Ruby. Man, I mean, they had a great read there, but they probably wanted to try and connect the dots with Sawalio, who was in Palace, and make their way up Con. And as a result, Sawalio, well, he's never able to activate because the landing party never arrives.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was right there. I mean, you're exactly right. They wanted to have some impact out of the Sawalio lurk. Once you spot out that there's a player in underpass and it's the B player, there's got to be a sinking feeling in your stomach, though, knowing that that B side might be a little bit more open than we initially thought. Miss out on an opportunity to just coast into this round, essentially. Have Sawalio, you know, late lurk and maybe even pluck out some players trying to rotate over. But obviously, hindsight 2020. And the decision making there not coming through with that information that we do. Ends up being a very comfortable round for Sabre. Now it starts to feel like for Ruby, the decision making just a little bit off right now in terms of how they pull through some of these mid-round calls, and that to me shows that they're stuck in a little bit of a pit they've got to climb out of.
Yeah, because 9-3 is just not going to cut the mustard here for Ruby. We need more from them here in this first half, and it looks like they're just going to dumb down the approach here, keep things simple, stupid. Going to be a pop into the Sabre bomb site. First time we're seeing something of the sort here coming through from this T side. They're not going to be respecting that top ramp smoke. They're going to just try and go straight through it. Not sure if they're breaking it open in the process. There is Nato who has to go back to finish what he started. Does a lot of damage to the second player as well. They haven't realized where Femi is. He won't be allowed to fall back. A big commitment from Sabre to try and defend that A bomb site. There's more where that came from. Fake Reality peering above the smoke grenade, peppering the smoke. Does so much damage. Opts for the sidearm. He will be able to get back around the corner just in time. Sawalio is trying to hunt him. Fake Reality hasn't got the reload, but he has got a dink. And that means Sawalio is down to just 5 health. But it's an Orpia for Hodix. That probably gives Sawalio a little bit of a chance.
This is big opportunity right there. Presence of the unknown. The low HP bar. And now, with 45 seconds left, you just have to get into the mind of your opponent right now and try and let that clock tick down, get into his head. See if he starts to shift up on the angle right now, but gonna remain patient for a little while longer. Finally gonna activate. And not shifting whatsoever. Hodek's eyes full focused right now on the cross to sight. Jiggle comes out, spotted. He's uncomfortable having to shift it up. I believe he's got a pistol out right now. 17 seconds and a flashbang allows him to cross. He's going for the duel though, so YaLLa wants to win it through elimination. And that's exactly what he'll do right there. Quick headshot and a huge saving grace of a round right there that Ruby desperately needed.
Yeah, that is such a big clutch coming through from YaLLa, and it's so much confidence to also just hang around and not start to panic and try and pick up the bomb and see if he can activate the C4. He's just focused on the duel itself, knows he's got the player locked in the corner. That's probably his best chance of getting the job done. Even going hunting here for YaLLa, recognizing that a play had to be made, and he gets the job done, delivers the goods. Doesn't actually pick up the AWP though. Probably a little bit of a misplay there from him, but anyway, if Ruby can get 7-5 out of this half, they would regard that as a pretty good return, considering the way that things stood at one point. Hasnator is not considering that top mid smoke, but he will in turn also bypass the player. Big kill, very big kill on the wallbang, and now Hasnator's combined with his teammates as well. That player top mid rendered useless.
Yeah, fantastic openings right now. Kind of boxed in at the moment. Are the defenders in towards CT? The smoke gonna re-bloom right there. That HE taken out of the pockets. And this jungle control, it does feel like could be the nail in the coffin for this retake. Gonna be impossible to root out. Fossil spotting them out as they crawl forward in through CT. Avoiding that utility. Time's ticking up against him. There's that jungle positioning. Hodek's still able to find one, but this one nicely done and dusted. Hasnator to close it off, and a little bit of extra credit towards the tail end there. A good way to cap off the half with 2 in a row. Here for the side of Ruby.
Yeah, it's a very good saving of the day there for Ruby with the way that the half looked at one point. The optics weren't great. They were down 7-3, and it looked like it might be a dominant half for Sabre, but Ruby recovers, as they win the last 2 rounds of the half there, make it a respectable 7-5. Pistol round carries a lot of weight though. Sabre pushing us to a third.
I think pistol rounds have been pretty much in the control of Ruby, if I'm not mistaken. I think they've got all 3 so far. See if that trend remains true. Hop into our 4th. Site gonna be claimed here, but job not finished. We know how these retakes can go. Current setup here's Smoke and Kit on the side of YaLLa. Molly as well, tossed out into play. Adding another element to this retake setup. Everyone in towards jungle though. Gonna be a lot of spam here. Needs to be a lot of protection coming through from the defenders. And here they go, sticking the bomb. They're sticking it. Yeah, no one's shooting, and the defuse just stolen right underneath their nose. Beautifully done. That's exactly how you draw it up. And Ruby get away with murder right there on the defuse.
Yeah. I don't actually see another world in which they could have won that retake, just because of the fact that Sabre had such strong post-plant positions and Ruby had taken so long to even scale into the bomb site. Cade had a big flank, but coming through Palace wouldn't have gotten him anything for free. There was a player ramp. The post-plant looked so good for Sabre. They changed up the plan on the fly there because they smoked jungle stairs, and it looks like the standard pistol round where you're going to take CT controls the T side, but they were just forced back by Ruby because Ruby got there so soon. So Sabre didn't get to do what they wanted, but they had a nice little pivot on the fly. Unfortunately, that smoke diffuse just foils it all.
Yeah, this so often does right there. Such a frustrating plan to come up with.
Oh, be careful, lads. Be careful. The Eagles have been trading well in the round so far. Can Hodexes do it again as well? Unfortunately not. Hasnator standing out in the open. It's bold, but it's successful.
Drop it into the site here. Gonna miss out on any control of the bomb though, so likely not much you can do at this point here. Committed and shut down. Kept in safe hands. We're all tied up fairly quickly now. 7 ult. And we'll see those guns come through here as they bought into Deagles. They're going to try and prioritize setting themselves up on the gun rounds here. So that's Sabre trusting a lot in what they can do with the rifle work. Will that be able to show in the early gun rounds here? Smokes go down. There's already a player in underpass. They're going to flush him out. Mollies and flashes in, but the collapse comes through from the defense, and it is a little overwhelming. Trades up from Hodex as Hasinator never able to activate from the catwalk position right there. Got himself a single kill, but ended up falling out. And a 2v2 with 1:20 left on the clock.
Oh man, Easy running out of ammo there was detrimental to his cause. That was really unfortunate, because you imagine he almost always would have gotten that frag otherwise. It would have been a 3v1. I guess he would have been traded 2v1. And now they head back into this B bomb site. But look at how far away Fozler. He's tucked in towards Firebox right now. May even have been spotted. May have been seen there by Hodex. He certainly has now. Nice little snapshot there from Svemi. And that should be the job done just by virtue of how far away Fozler actually is right now. Also, economy looks bleak here for Ruby. I think he just has to commit to the save. But looks like he wants to potentially feel this one out. He's got an AK, a kit, a smoke. So if he could find the first frag, there's certainly a chance.
Yeah, it just has to be gifted something, though. And I don't necessarily know if that's going to be the case. Vemi's giving him a fight. Low on HP right there. Really not favorable, but he wins it anyways. That could have been the gift opened up right there, but instead shut out. Clutch denied, and everyone falling. So that is not necessarily disastrous for the economy, but as you can see, a couple Deagles have to be brought out here in this round.
Yeah, that was very nice there from Sabre. Just looking at this Femicam, he's got to be careful. The sun is coming through his blinds there, X9. It'll get a... Look at what a weird burn that would be on his arm. Like, if we go back to his cam, you'll see what I'm talking about. You can see the sun just shining through the blinds onto his arm. It would be a pretty interesting burn mark. Oh man, Hodex kind of just burning the plans here with that spam through the smoke. Ruby have just committed to middle.
Saw the vision right there with how they were trying to play out that setup. It looked like maybe they were going to try and walk past that smoke or something along those lines, but ends up just being spammed right there, and try once again to get in towards underpass and put a lot of resources in the mid duel, but walking away a man down. Again, there's so much time left. Gonna apply some serious pressure right now on this defense with just a FAMAS to work with. Execution utility looking good. Cade not quite spotted out, but he's now got a teammate to join up with him, so a little bit more help here through teammates now. The bomb would be planted.
Oh, this is just so awkward for Ruby though, because with 3 players in CT, they're all just kind of tripping over each other. You can't really fall back and play time and wait for one of your teammates. You have to try push forward. He is going to push forward. He's going to see one player in Sandwich, one player Palace. That's both kills. The third is going to come through for him as well. He's turned the round on his head, but he still has to get the job done in 1 versus 1, and he'll do exactly that. Easy delivers the goods.
I mean, if there was ever a time to come alive right there for Easy, again, a player that we talked about was kind of getting bested there on Ancient in the head-to-head. It was right then and there. A phenomenal opportunity with the slow flank towards Palace, and he ends up capitalizing with a massive 4K. Alright, that is finally some impact felt. Comes through at the hands of his A1S, and what a lifeline he gives his team.
I mean, you'd imagine the first 3 kills should have been enough checkouts at that point and rely on his teammate to get the job done, but he still had to clutch the 1v1 to even make good of that initial 3K. That's a brilliant multi coming through from Easy. Even the prioritization in those initial 2 kills, killing the sandwich player and then the player close, that's really smart. You always go for the more difficult kill in an instance like that to secure it. And now that's forced Sabre into force buy territory, and they're going to try and force their way into this B bomb site. Good useful usage initially, but it won't stop Fozler from at least getting a kill, but the door's been devastated. Oh, Cade, the first responder, even goes down. That should be round over.
And that answer back is pretty devastating as well. Having to run away. Back of that quick B play, there's some of that hyper aggression that we know this team can pull out when need be. And left a little bit stunned right there. side of Ruby. That's going to be a lead maintained now for the Ruby camp, and Sabre keeping them at an arm's length. Or at least trying to do so with that fast rush. Being able to bring in different prongs as well. Being able to have multiple ways to win that round right there, given the positioning, having that catwalk aggression come through as well. That just feels like the cherry on top of some already good entry work.
Yeah, very, very strong round, because that could have been the difference maker in the grand scheme of things as well. Lose that 9-8, no money, 10-8. They've been in control throughout majority of Mirage, and now they have an opportunity to regain full control, right? You win this 10-8, no money, 11-8 for Ruby. No money for Ruby, should be 11-8 for Sabre at that point. Hasnate has gone down early on as well. Easy's AWP is going to have to be the main points of contention here for Ruby if they're going to find success in this round.
There you have it. Instantly answers the call right now, and they need someone to lift him off right now on the CT side. It seems like he's been able to answer the call on a consistent fashion.
That was brave though. After he gets blinded, just to like walk away while scoped up and then just step back into the angle. That was brave. Oh, Nate is in such a good spot here, man.
Yeah, that he is. It's going to be tough to root out. And in transition, vested right now, the AK still on the scene. Swallow gonna have no teammates. Oh no! Niter pushed through? Like you said, that was a fantastic position to keep his teammates at bay, but now they're involved, and this is a rock and a hard place for Jackass. Good luck! Okay, gonna find the finishing blow, and I think maybe just overstepping right there in the 3v3, trying to push for more space. That just opens up the door.
I mean, he just completely loses that round for his team, man. I mean, obviously, it wasn't like they guaranteed to win the round if he stays alive there, but they have a way better chance. Like, that's just a brain-off decision. You're planting the bomb on A, you've got good positional control, equal numbers situation, you know there's a player in Palace, you know, you can just lock him out, plant the bomb, play the post-plant, circumvent those rotations, force them CT. But he just decides to push straight through, gives up his life, and then Ruby all of a sudden just have a very clear and direct path into the retake.
Yeah, I mean, you're 100% right there. That is a just generous donation of a way back into the round right there for the side of Ruby. Jungle control so valuable, and it's nearly impossible to lose out in those duels if you crawl through.
I agree.
So,
yeah.
I mean, talk about a comfortable way back into the round right there. Doesn't get any better than that. Bouncing back is Ruby, neck and neck here as we tie things back up once again.
Yeah, we've seen Sabre with a couple chances now here on the map to kind of put Ruby away. They haven't been able to take advantage of them. Lose this round and they're in deep water. We kind of just trading rounds back and forth, blow for blow. Who can string consecutive rounds together here? That's going to put their opponents under some serious pressure. 9-all. Mirage delivering the goods between these two teams. No money in the bank for either. Nothing at all for Sabre. A little bit for Ruby, but still on the edge as things stand. That's a great kill to open up there. Nice activity from Sabre in middle, and that's a huge positional control for them to work with right now.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. It's so much map control right now, and it is going to force him to get a little jumpy on this CG side. And it does lead to some re-aggression right there. Niter finds another. Good news for Ruby is at least there's a duo here on the B side to help out. Catwalk control a little bit helped, benefited from that kill, and it's even now. 2v2. Another kill coming through from Fossil. They've been broken apart, a little bit disrupted right now. A great connection with that AWP, but Fossil entrenched, and even a third rotate getting involved right now. This is quick reactions, and Ruby not giving them anything here, knowing that both players are stuck in apartments. Not a chance to reposition, and a swing for the fences right there from Fossil. Trade needs to come through from Easy. He lands a tag, not the bag. But the kills come through from Cade, and that's a 3v5 that gets pulled back, and again, it just comes at the fact that Ruby had a duo still ready to go on B.
I also think that Sabre just lack a little bit of a killer instinct there in the 5 versus 3. The player coming through apartments is shift walking. That's dangerous, mate. That guy should have probably just been running, just using himself as the bait. Shift walking means you're always a free frag. There's no room to trade. And then Fozil, I mean, how's that swing for him to kill the player who's posted on? That was a massively wide swing from Fozil. He's the savior. He's the hero in that round. And now Ruby, they can't afford to slip up against the pistols. It's going to be a fast play. All these players, what? Won the P250. So YaLLa's half health. He's still at least going to get a second. His USP is out. That's going to cost him his life. The wall bang enough to take down one. Bomb plant won't be denied, but the planter certainly will go down. Okay. Ruby breathe a sigh of relief as they do get the job done, but that was scary.
Take a little bit of damage right there. A lot of pressure coming through out of that palace pop, and right there makes some work for the close. With 2 impressive kills. Sabre. They're hanging in there now. They can just find ways to you know, take advantage of some of the control, like you said. They have these advantages that it feels like carries over from map 1. I mean, they were pretty good at finding opening picks here and there in map 1. But you got to be able to finish strong as well. And there you go, another advantage. Opening pick from Odix. Towards middle. To me. Oh, he finds another one. Zopping, just consistently opening things up, and this time they feels like it's impossible not to have the killer instinct to close this round out.
Oh!
Inside of connector, a big adjustment. And Fozil left scratching his head as to what went wrong this go around here. And it's the hands of the op there from Hodix.
What a massively successful round for Sabre, because if they lose this 12-9, no money, you could almost just call it a day at that point, but they've kept themselves alive here by winning this gun round, and especially doing it so emphatically means that they're going to build up enough bank that if they lose a round, it's not the end of the world. They still have enough to reinvest. So this is a very good showing coming through from Sabre. Fozil should die here as well. I mean, unless he can get a number of kills, he'll have to just fight to keep himself alive right now. Pressure coming through from apartments. He's just going to nestle himself into ladder room. This is a good position that he finds himself. But it's going to be 11-10. Sabre up to double digits. It was a very volatile display from them on Ancients, I'd say. Exciting, but volatile. Hero Mirage, it's certainly been more sustainable, more convincing, a little bit more subtle, but it's looked more reliable, I'd say.
I'm right there with you. I mean, the consistency on opening up these rounds on the T side, they're just finding opening pick after opening pick. And what we saw on Ancient was pretty similar, actually, but the big difference maker here is that I think we saw more depth in terms of the pace changes. And again, we talked about the mid lurking, the necessity for impact there, but this time easy with the big time pick, able to deal with his counterpart, a pesky player to find there, and reads into his next position, his palace play.
And I love that Swalio's taking the space here. Yeah, this is nice. This is really nice. Notice how he doesn't just shift walk forward. He just jiggles. He just wants to see what's around the corner before he commits. That's called just checking left and right before you cross the road. You don't get run over. However, Svemi has still found a little bit of a gap, a chink in the armor, if you will. He spots out a second. He knows there's one palace. Svemi has all the info in the world right now. How does he go about these fights is the question. Oh my goodness, he's had a number of kills ripe for the taking. He's going to just remain in position and allow for his teammates to rotate across. He doesn't want to give the jig away. He wants his teammates to rotate as far forward as possible before he commits to the kill and gives up the fact that they have taken A. Cade, though, he's still in a really important position. If he can win this gunfight out, it gives a good position here for Sabre to work with in the round. The flash is perfect, though.
And there's that mid lurking coming through from Nitro. Easy still keeping this round in safe hands, but misses on the cross. HE could do him in. Bounce.
And it does.
Right on target. Perfectly placed here. And Fozil will be left on the outside looking in on the smoke. Nitro reacts quickly. And as they push through, the push for Sabre to try and close out this map comes through at no better time than now.
Easy misses a key shot there. Not an easy shot, but a key shot. With the player crossing from triple back to default. He could have dropped the bomb carrier. It would have been a 2v1 at that point. Then there wouldn't have been a smoke jungle either. Wouldn't have been a nade that came through and took him down. I know it's asking a lot because he already found some important kills in the round, but needed more from him there if it was going to be the individual effort to get the job done. 11 all, and it's going to have to be an eco for Ruby as well. Sabre with a prime opportunity to get themselves up to map point on their opponent's map pick.
We're going to have to see. Likely Ruby have to play for OT now. Economy just completely shattered. Again, just the perfect time to be able to close out a big round right there in the 3v4. Unless they can make anything happen with limited buys here. Deagle's in play. P250 and some USPs to back it all up. Oh, and Zeus. Can't forget the Zeus.
Have you been able to get 2 Zeus kills in the same round? You know, it recharges now after you shoot it off.
I don't think so.
Have you even seen it on a broadcast? I haven't done it, haven't seen it.
I've not.
I mean, it's been a while since the change was made. It's a little bit unfortunate, right? It's almost just like a gimmick at that point if it never actually comes into effect.
Well, they're going to head right into this. Zeus, at least, but also the stack, more importantly. And that's a quick headshot. Fossil sets the tone! Another one! And the boost setup. How are they going to be able to get past this right now? Jumping past the USP, but it's not connected. Cade finally misses, and they overwhelm. The firepower just too much. Sabre. Oh boy. Able to survive a scare. Not one that they could have survived, I don't think.
Oh, probably not, right? That would have been devastating. And so realistic, so plausible. If the player with the USP underneath balcony gets the kill, then he gets an AK. Probably changes the complexion of the round. Fosel does his best here, man. Brilliant 2 kills from him. Unfortunately, his efforts go in vain there. Cade needed that kill on Jackas. Then his teammate alive broken. He can help out Swallow on the boost, but it's not the reality we live in. Sabre save the day. And they're up to map point here.
Have what it takes to close this thing out. Certainly showing their capabilities. Showing that they got heart to get back into this series. The strong start on this map and looking like they could bring in the finish. Last time out called.
Let's see. Yeah. Overtime or bust here for Ruby on their map pick. We have Dust 2 waiting in the wings. Should it require center stage? We're going to find out here. Let's see if Ruby can get the job done. It feels like they have been chasing the map here throughout. Kind of had a moment where maybe they could have put Sabre away. Weren't, I think it was like at 11-9. Weren't able to. Now they're paying for their sins. Atoning for their sins. No pop-off game here from anybody on the server right now across the board. Highest kills, 19. Tie between Sfemi and Swallow. Not like anybody's dropping 25 and someone's having a stinker. It's a pretty like even game across the board right now.
Looks like everyone able to be called upon. First some impact, first some opening picks there. Saw the step up with easy with the AWP with the rifles that I think built a lot of confidence. We'll see what more he has right now. Very slow pace to this round. But as they're grouping up, looking more and more like this is going to be a take towards the A side here. Execution ready to go. One more defense to be called upon here for the CT side.
Here we go. Big burst into the say bomb site. Fosel in towards Firebox. Obviously the main threat for him is Palace. He's peering in that direction. He's lost his teammate though through the smoke. Gonna have been spotted out as well. Sfemi off the ladder is very difficult to hit there. And he actually catches a glimpse of Fosel so he can take that fair fight. Not like he gets caught off guard. 5v3. Sabre looking to get it done here in regulation. Easy does sweep through to get 1 kill, but now his position made known. Retake going to be really tough because they don't have a kit. They have been able to reduce it to 3 versus 3 though. No further util here. They use their last smoke grenade to block off Palace. That's going to be unimpactful. Svemi, Fake Reality, looking to try and combine here, but they both just immediately gone down. It's only Jackass left remaining to try and deny overtime. His spray's not clean, and Ruby have the job done.
Oh my god, the retake looks so easy. And it's Easy and Cade that are able to facilitate the entrance right there. CT was simply overlooked. They get a couple of kills right there pretty comfortably, so it's great entry pathing from Zimmy, but this is where, again, sides are turned. Knights are looking in the wrong direction, and we've talked about the eagerness of Sabre and some of these post plants. Coming through from Niter once again, he's the same guy that pushed the murder hole. And the instability that provides right there in a couple of these rounds in this half have cost Sabre severely.
Well, here we go. We run it back into OT. Previous 24 rounds, now null and void. Maybe trying to keep up the pace here as we come into overtime. That's a vital trade. Hodix, a dead man after he gets that initial kill. But Fake Reality that they realize is that there has to be some space here, ripe for the taking. Oh my goodness, that's a good adjustment from Swalio to still get a kill, but ultimately will go down. And that means there's a man advantage now in play here for this T side.
Such good spacing right there. And it puts it all on the shoulders of Easy, who's on the scene. How much impact can he have here? Double swing, man, what a sequence coming through from Fake Reality. Making sure that this round does not fall. Sabre, going to be the first to strike an OT. And it comes through at the hands of Fake Reality there, aggressing out towards that A side. That feels like a round that they can live on there as well. Just catching these players a little bit off guard. Getting out towards A while players are so distracted towards middle from the early gambit. That's what Sabre are going to look to live on throughout this half.
Wait for Sabre to open up here in overtime to just kind of keep any doubts at bay. Dropping the ball there in regulation in the 5v3 probably could have hurt them mentally, but winning the first round in OT will just pick them up once again. Haven't seen the same sort of form from Hasanator here on Mirage compared to what we saw on Ancient. He was just devastating on that previous map. He struggled a lot more here though. Jackass spots one. Molly's going to force the other one out, so he's going to get a lot of info. Swalio though, there's a support, there's a flash that's come through from Cade. Swalio is still forced out in the open right now, and he will go down, at least gets a dink before he loses his life though. Oh my god, what is that kill from Jackass?
Oh, just fearlessness.
That is brutal.
HE on target, and no plant. Not just yet. Gonna have to work a little bit harder for that one. You've got this quick rotation into CT spawn. So are the duo, but the lineup from Jackass. Oh my god, what a lifeline right there. Catching both running his way, but they didn't anticipate him to already be positioned towards CT. They get caught unaware, and Sabre gain a 14th off the back of it. So many challenges that Sabre face in this round, but they're able to just shoot their way through some of those problems.
Yeah, very impressive indeed how they are able to just fight their way out of these situations. Fake Reality spots one dropping down into lowers. That's some key information. Hasanator's going to have to abandon that plan now, but he doesn't really have an exit path to get out of lowers, so he's fully committed now. And it's so tough to get any work done from this position when they know that you're there. Has got a smoke grenade right now, and actually, somehow has been able to duck his way out.
Yeah, made a great escape right there. Facilitated by some of his teammates' utility and bottom connector, but able to get out of dodge there some form. Alright, let's see. Awake, not quite on the shot. Wide awake for the adjustment attempt, just couldn't land the follow-up. That's a big time pickup right there for a player that's been able to pressure them so much here. There's a bomb spotted, but wait, Jackass is out towards A. Swalio doesn't know what hit him right there with the flank, and that opens up a whole new possibility here. Niter, again in jungle right now. Flashbang is perfect. Cade rather, blinded up by Eats and HE. But Nitro falls in jungle right now and trying to fight for CT control. Utility no longer there, but again the lineup and the team kill to help benefit them even further. Another tough position here, now this time for Hasinator. As the shutdown comes through, Ruby left dazed and confused, and Hasinator's got a crossfire to break through right now. This feels impossible. Running a little low on time. Fake Reality gonna find him on an advantaged angle, and Sabre gonna sweep the first half of OT.
Oh, devastating there for Ruby, man. That was their round that they needed here in the first half of overtime to just give themselves something to work with going into the second half. They had the opening kill, they had decent positional control and information as well, but Sabre run riot on that A bomb site. Jackus with that opening kill. Things just cascade off the back of that, because then you have 3 players rushing through from CT for Sabre, and again, it looks pretty good from them. They get a couple of kills, but the lineup was the end of the world for them as far as that round was concerned. And now Ruby will have to match that with their own flawless effort here on the T side to force another set of overtime.
One last attempt here. Ruby have to fight 3 rounds in a row to stay alive. Second chance opportunity for Sabre to close out this map. Can they do so comfortably? Fake Reality evades the shots, making magic happen on this B bomb site. And a quick burst out of Jackass and Zimmy. Okay, just left last man standing. Map 3 looking all but guaranteed, unless he can find a 1v4 in his system. Got the flank covered here. Niter always been one to get a little aggressive in these closing rounds here. Another kill gifted. Still 2 more to fight through. It doesn't look like Kate has bomb. I think that's...
Yeah, it's on the side.
Yeah, that's going to be a difficulty here for him.
Should basically make it impossible, right? Look at the cross that's been set up right now. Orb just posted on the angle. There's a smoke grenade here for Cade. He's just going to try and run the clock down here and hope that Sabre starts to consider the fact that he might be coming back through middle. Maybe jumps up into snipers, and then the Orb has to worry about his back. But they're just fully committed. Hodix has not moved a muscle, and he will be rewarded for... Oh, no! He will not. Cade denies. Surely not 1v1 now. Svemi, full health, perfect position, will make sure that Sabre get the job done flawlessly in overtime. They dropped the ball in regulation with their 1 map point that they had, but they don't cost themselves the opportunity, and it means we will require Dust 2.
Yeah, no slip-ups there, man. Scary situation, but that is an incredibly difficult matchup right there for Sabre. I look at the way that Ruby and some of the teams that they've been able to beat, and the way that they win on Mirage right there, it's just that firepower that we talked about that could be so scary. I thought there was some excellent utility there for Ruby towards the tail end of that CT side that should have given them advantages, opening up rounds that gave them man advantages. But Sabre, when they're down and out, they have so many different moves to work through right there, able to capture a win here on Mirage and take it into the decider of Dust 2, firing on all cylinders. That should be a scary sign for Ruby.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, moving across to Dust 2 of all maps here certainly got to lend itself quite nicely here to Sabre with what we've seen from them so far in the series. Ruby maybe kicking themselves a little bit that this has actually gone across to a decider, considering that they were in control at one point. Mirage up 11-9. If they won that round, that would have been job done. Forced it into overtime, but then looked toothless there in OT. So, yeah, I thought that Ruby would have finished the series in 2, but now it kind of feels like it could be anybody's game.
Yeah, I mean, with the way that Ruby controlled the game on Ancient, on map number 1, didn't seem like they could capture that same control there. For the most part, I think Sabre able to constantly keep the economy low, kind of play throughout that. So it's going to be a scary sign for Ruby. We're going to see if they can bounce back, but before we do that, we're going to be tossing this one off to a quick break. When we come back, it's going to be map 3 decider, Dust 2.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, coughed up behind it at the edge of.
Away with a kill, but quick trade back from YaLLa still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
A third and final map between Ruby and Sabre, exactly what this game deserves, Exner. Both teams winning each other's map pick, and it got down to overtime on Mirage, but Sabre prevailed, actually showing a pretty impressive amount of mental fortitude and tenacity, I'd even go so far as to say, because I thought once they let that map point slip in regulation, that might have been their first and last chance, but they got the job done in OT flawlessly.
It looked like a missed opportunity that should have cost them a lot more, but it just didn't right there. Maybe more time to just play up against this Ruby team. And again, you know, as the series gets longer and longer, I think Sabre have been able to warm up even better, hitting, you know, some fantastic shots, bringing in some massive multi-kills. I mean, the spray downs late on Mirage just go to show how much firepower this team possesses. You look to now bring that into full fruition here in map 3 of Dust 2. I mean, no better opportunity than here and now. And already, Pistol looking like they've got themselves well set up. Svemi, oh, okay, well that smoke's gonna help out. Gonna deny him any info. Fake Reality now left a little bit on an island here, stepping forward. Quick trade, fantastic work from Easy. But Svemi, gonna deny any further impact.
Okay, well, that's nice there. Just making a bit of a move here to open up on Dust 2, just showing some teeth here, despite the fact that they're on the CT side. They're still playing pretty actively here in the pistol. So YaLLa, does he have the read? Natia ahead of the molly. Actually, very good awareness there from Ruby. They don't discount that someone may have crept forward up the ramp. So it's a good kill back to bring it into a 2v2. However, it is just an even numbers game until Svemi has his say. And that's the second word we've heard from him here in this pistol. 2 kills coming through for him. Means Cade has to clutch.
Putting him in manageable 1v2 here. One that he needs to find this kill on quickly. Drops into a USP, but I think he's got a visual. Little head spotted there. There's the confirmation. So the chase down in. But good time buying measures right now, and Cade just not going to be able to survive. The body shots come through. Kill converted. Sabre on the board here to open up map 3. Comfortable start here. Nice kickoff. Instant timeout though called, which is interesting. No bomb plant, but it will lead to a forced buy-in order here from the T side. They're actually going to go all in on this investment, which is a bit surprising without the plant.
Yeah, it's certainly kind of goes against the grain here for Ruby. I will say, Sabre, yeah, it's a very good way for them to open up here. Just nice being active here in the pistol round on the CT side, taking the fight to their opponents. Now they just have to deal with this force buy. Does look like it's going to be numbers towards long early on, and then a couple players hard committed to the B bomb site for Sabre. Just prioritizing the extremities of the map here, waiting to see if there's going to be anything fast-paced that comes through from the T side early on. Not the case though. Still is a death ball approach though, 4 players grouped up in middle. Where do they go from here with their limited utility?
Looking to test the B side, but I don't like their odds, to be honest. At least getting a smoke out. Pretty valuable utility. Just the hinting of presence there will at least commit 2 members of Sabre on this side. But you said limited utility. You're exactly right here. They've got some limitations in terms of how much they can get. Smoke up catwalk. They've still got these B lurking players.
Yeah.
Trying to sell the idea that this is going to be a mid to B. But I don't think that's the case. 3 players up catwalk. No one shifting right now, but they find the opening duel. Fossil able to do just that. They've got a flank formulating up catwalk right now, but this might switch it up. Yeah, little split-second decision-making right now coming through out of the T side, but there's still a B defender proper. And the rotation's being heard now, doubling up towards CT. Says, Walio, come on back. We've got some opportunity to hit the A side. Having to constantly shift up where the end goal is. There needs to be time to plant the bomb, and with this disruption coming through from Zvimi, it's not going to be the case. Everyone falls to the floor there. Ruby getting tricky with it right there, but can't find security.
That's so unfortunate. That is so unfortunate there for Ruby, because the player that they're using as the faker does really well. Fozil getting that initial kill. Ruby are hard committing A, and it's just a meat grinder of a crossfire setup there on catwalk. They lose 2 players. They try double back, but Sabre read into that. Then YaLLa recognizes there's space on A, but not able to stop the player who's actually now pushed back up through CT onto ramp. So he's in a really powerful position. Femi again finds himself in the right place at the right time here on the CT side. And Sabre will be able to deal with the force buy. That got tricky though. Not so much here, looks like, in the anti-eco.
Oh, well, maybe. Oh my god. As soon as you say it right there, 3 kills just flood the feed for the T side. They're just chasing him down here. Okay, something spotted there. Jackass spamming through the smoke. There's an enemy down low. Okay, looking to avoid the cat play. You find the quick headshot. He's tucked underneath the cross there. 1 HP for Zvimi. This is terrifying. A 2v5 pullback. MP9, the perfect tool for the job. He can't survive. Zvimi falls to the floor. And Ruby, it feels like, make the impossible happen.
That is the impossible being made possible. A fake reality. No, this is reality. What a dropping of the ball, especially after they find... That's a 5v2 for the briefest moment. Sure, it was an instant trade, but how on earth, if you just took a snapshot at that point, it should have been absolutely impossible for Ruby to win the round. So much activity there from Sabre though, mate. In the full anti-eco, just entirely unnecessary. They play with fire and they get burnt.
That's enough to break your mental right there, that's for sure. What a frustrating finish right there. 5v2, just not something you can afford to let slip. But maybe they can bounce back here, because already an opening duel and some awkward spacing towards long. Scaling out though, great timing. He misses the kill though, and another missed op shot. Oh my god, no one can connect. Ruby getting closed out on. And it's an instant deagle coming through on a Cade, so this one falling to pieces right now. Fossil trying to open up new opportunities. Another 5v2. Can they make it happen back to back? Oh my god, B is full clear.
Yeah, and there's still time to play with here as well. Easy with the bomb is in T-spawn right now. Patience will pay dividends. Knife out! Wait, what? Jackist? I guess it's because Fozil's thrown the smoke double door, so Sabre are certain at that point Ruby are going to commit B. It's not the case, though. At least not in that instance. It draws the player out. Easy is up to the task. That's for Sabre to now split their resources. 1 player on either side of the map. They're not going to be able to combine and play off of each other. NATO will commit to this B bomb site, though. Out in the open. Going to be matching up against Fozil, who's been devastating these rounds gone by, but the angle favors NATO. Easy hunts for the trade, but he suffers the same fate.
There you go. It's a very quick response. Can't live on those 5v2s consistently, that is for sure. And getting shut down towards the tail end. Look at the, I mean, the way that they win this long duel is so, it's just missed shots, I would say, for the most part. If you're on the side of Ruby, you gotta know that as well. You had perfect positions, good scaling, good timing to try and take that duel, but missing out on the shots right there, such a surprising way for a team that has been very sharp today to let things slip.
Yeah, it's true. And what a dreadful round for things to slip away as well, because that was the anti-force buy after they'd done so well to win the eco, but it's basically just now forgotten about, completely negated, cancelled out. Now they themselves piece together a force buy here to try and answer back, lose this. It's going to be 5-1 before Ruby can get a full buy. Very good opportunity presents itself here for the underdogs. We've seen this play before from Ruby. Last time they did this, they tried to fake out the mid to B, and the faker actually got the opening kill. This time, it's just going to be the mid to B smoke with the flash over the doors. Doesn't look like Fozel's going to commit, though. So it's going to be all 5 players up ramp. Up the stairs, excuse me, onto Cat. Oh, wait.
That's not going to help.
Yeah, that sucks.
A little bit of a team kill right there to open things up. A bit awkward. Easy. Also just missing on the ramp side there. Gets a second opportunity, though. Doesn't miss twice. Pre-fires from Swallow actually come through. His teammate standing alongside him. They're overwhelming long. Great triple swing in. Eventually those shots start to connect. And it's a 2v3. Flashes go in. Easy keep and contain. And this op looking to save now is a smoke. Keep him at bay. Has to run away. Ruby. They don't stay down for long either.
Yeah, Ruby are quite fortunate there that nobody for Sabre is retaking from Cat, because that could have completely ruined the party, because Easy was just on catwalk looking CT. There was no one controlling short at all. That could have spoiled everything, but thankfully Sabre were just coming up through from CT trying to make their way up ramp, so it was fairly easy pickings. And now both teams have dropped the ball a couple times. Sabre with the chance to tear ahead and put Ruby on the back foot in a big way here on the decider, but Ruby are able to get their act together with the force buy. And as a result, it's going to be Sabre who have to force again. We haven't had a full gun round yet, Exner. Have we? Have we had one?
I don't think so. We've had a lot of like scrappy half buys.
Yeah, there was the pistol, then there was the conversion. And then there was the eco round into a force buy, into a force buy. Yeah, we haven't had a full buy round yet here.
At least we have an op head-to-head here, surprisingly enough, given that fact. They are an awkward stalemate right now, as well as this lower aggression. This time, it looks like we're seeing Ruby capture control. Fantastic setup right there. They overwhelm the Cat in mid-aggression perfectly. Keeps it in their control.
Good work. That looks a lot more convincing from Ruby in the important round. Strength in numbers certainly has been a theme on their T side here so far. Hodix is just going to bunker down here. Makes the most sense. Just carry the AWP across. I do like Hodix's camera angle. It's become the more popular angle, for obvious reasons. You can't knock this camera angle.
It's a good one. That's got to be my favorite camera angle right there, that's for sure. good work there. Yeah, no, it's I just like having player cams. I think that was just talking about the MRQ. I don't think he's holding on to this up, yeah. Talking about the MRQ, I think it was kind of sad for me to be able to watch a lot of these teams qualify. And for so many tier 2 like tournaments now, like player cams is a need. I mean, we're talking right now, this is the qualifier. We joked about it, but this is a Contenders stage for the Contenders stage.
Yes.
Of YaLLa. They've got cams on, which is super cool, but we didn't have it for the for like the MRQs, which
yeah, and that's why I would say it's not. I wouldn't say it's like a little bit sad or a bummer. I'd say it's a travesty. I'd say it's a disaster of the highest order I mean,
Yeah.
like you allude to, if we got them here in this competition, why the hell don't we have them for the MRQs? Like, you don't even have it on LAN. At least give us something to kind of connect to the personal aspect of what's going on. The biggest accomplishments of many of those players' careers. You know, the bait guys who fell short a number of times before to finally get the job done in the most difficult path possible. I'm sure you heard the TeamSpeak audio that was released after Alex won that 1v3. Imagine we got to actually see the player cams. Like, that would have even gone crazier than the KD and reaction after when Refresh won that 1v5 against Liquid, I think.
You did get to see it. It was just on Twitter like a day later. You know, that's the sad part.
Yeah,
like
lost
I think the bait social media guys put it out eventually. We saw the same for Bestia. Like I watched Bestia qualify, and like that whole team was in tears. You know, guy who's been working at it for his whole life finally makes it to the major at 32. We didn't have cameras.
I know. What a disaster. I know. And it's almost just becoming like the staple at this point for online tournaments, which I'm really happy about, that it's not like some cool extra aspect of the broadcast because you're now in the playoffs. It's like, no, we just have player cams all the time.
Absolutely. Oh, there you go. Quite the shot. On your screens right there. Beautifully done. Straight through the smoke. Timing that one up. Off the back of the flashbang. There's an opening right there that they needed, and following it up. This time, I think we're starting to see Ruby land some shots here out towards the long side. And that's been the big difference maker. When they were struggling earlier, they just were missing, but this time they are absolutely on point.
And then immediately figure out that the AWP is on the same bomb site, and they decide to just get the hell out of there, which makes a lot of sense. The AWP alone could be enough to just win the round here for Sabre. Ruby say we want nothing to do with it. But it does look like Hodix is kind of reading into this. He's going to reposition in towards short, so at least he's a little bit closer to where the action's going to go down. Ruby just going to all in on this B bomb site right now. I think if you're Sabre, and I've seen them do this a few times in 2vx situations, they just have to gamble. They have to gamble stack one of the bomb sites and just try and combine and work with each other. Because no matter where Ruby goes, it's going to be a 3v1. So if you're Sabre, you commit 2 players to one side. If they come your way, happy days. You have a chance. If they fight, you save your guns. Instead, they seem to prioritize just trying to cover both their bases, but obviously then just leaves them weaker on both sides.
It's very hard to capture right now. Oh my god.
That could have been a disaster.
Dude, there's been so many lineups, especially on last map, where, you know, that's been exactly what Sabre have capitalized on Mirage especially. Nearly happened right there again. It wasn't for the quickness right there of Easy's op. That's not an easy shot to land right there for Easy. Have to be very quick on the adjustment, on the reaction.
Yeah, absolutely. Great way to open up the round there for Ruby, and then just very solid mid-round decisions being made as well, shifting away from that AWP altogether. Washing their hands of it and saying, yeah, probably not, thanks, mate. Instead, they venture into B, they find success. You're right, there's been a lot of lineups here, an uncanny amount, actually, in this game so far. And now Sabre start to scratch their heads. They haven't won a gun round yet here on Dust 2. Not many rounds left for them to get their act together.
They need something quickly to plant their feet. See what they can bring together with that held on to AWP. That's what they've got to hope for here. It's got to be a big piece of the puzzle. Flashbang goes in. Setup in towards lower is pretty severe, and the shots again are just too quick. Flashbang even for Catwalk. Actually, still Svemi's able to find a kill there. In the meantime, but the op removal project right now seems to be in order. Maybe Falso just holding on to that because he's low on health. And uses it against him perfectly. Boost comes through. That's the last 2 players spotted. And unfortunately, the bottom pillar not able to escape. So Jackass will peek as well. Ruby moving quickly on up to 6. And are this time controlling the map so well.
And they're also looking super sharp, right? You combine those 2 factors together and you've got a beautiful recipe for success. I mean, even the way that they get past that initial setup in lowers, that could have been problematic. I like the approach there from Sabre in that regard. but unfortunately they just can't get the kills. They did hit the one tag there, but no frag. Ruby are looking razor sharp. Even a tag there from Easy on the cross for Fake Reality. Hodix will slide into position. Wait, what? How is he the one to die? I mean, we were left on a cliffhanger there. I'm just watching the kill feed expecting Hodix to frag Easy, but no, evidently not.
Oh.
Nice double trade as well. Oh, man.
Yeah, poor Asinator probably felt like he was hard done by, but there's a lot of redemption in the fact that Falza goes and follows it up with 2. Right there. That's the part where you'll take the loyal sacrifice for the team cause. And with the amount of success that takes place over there towards B, with just a single player, of course the hunt is already on. Missed shot right there, punished severely. Cade able to find the closing. And it's max money for a play like Easy right now, just watching these rounds fly by as he finds so much. And a boosted up angle right there. Being right in on, but still a victory. I mean, like you said, it's controlling the map and backing it up with some just sharp shooting.
Yeah, it's easy on the eye. Good to watch. Easy on the screen as well. Going to be a half investment for Sabre. Hodix goes searching here. Just trying to shake things up a little bit with his Desert Eagle. Remains in place, lying in wait. Lots of util coming through there, so he knows there's players in that position. Oh, no. Hodix, we saw so much from your Desert Eagles map. That is not what I was expecting. Could be some good timing for Nate here. At least he's crunching with his teammate coming through from tunnels, and they will combine perfectly.
Oof. Okay, looking to keep it in safe hands here. Push towards long could be surprising, though. Line it up. Line it up. Oh, not quite. Oh no. Oh, no. And it's punished in the worst possible fashion. Your teammate falling because of it. You need to track this kill down. You gotta do it soon. And Cage just avoiding his problems, man. Zimmy left last man standing. Desperation to run it down. Could actually still seal this one in. Low HP close by. But the timer ticking up against him is not going to do him any favors. And Swalio hiding. It's not helping out either. Swing comes through. He goes swinging for the fences. And 8 locked in. Frustrating end for Sabre right there. And Zimmy in particular.
I'm frustrated as well. Sabre looked so incredibly good mechanically, especially in that previous map there. So many rounds, just individuals popping off and showing us what they're capable of. And this was just a low-light reel, I'd call it, with the Desert Eagle misses from the players. Hodix missing a couple sitters. A couple sitters being missed afterwards there from the players top mid. It just doesn't look very good, I'm afraid. And that was a great round for them to win. That was a really important round there for Sabre. Could have been a reprieve. Could have kept the 7-5 dream alive. Now the best they can do is 8-4.
And now it's just full takeover from Ruby. Don't have any time to miss up against these guys right now. They're in flow state. Every move that they're making feels like the right one. And Sabre are just falling right into their hands in a lot of these rounds. Could still get a little complicated here.
Yeah. Oh man, there's no need here for Svemi to push any further, right? He is locked long into his team's full control, and is really important that he stays here and doesn't actually take any unnecessary fights. Does look like he's committed to exactly that. Discipline of utmost importance for him right now. You got Hodix AWP posted on Catwalk as well. So Sabre are set up very well until Svemi goes searching. And you have to be left scratching your head asking why.
Exactly like you said, giving him a big opportunity, and Easy just doesn't stop there. Goes and takes even more off the charts. And this one feels like a lock-in. Fake reality.
Get the opening kill here though,
behind
man.
the molly.
Yeah. This is not a round you can afford to lose as Sabre. Nice flash. Cade's going to swing off of it. Both players are blind. And Cade, well, it's not the cleanest, but it doesn't matter because the flash was perfect. So he had all the time in the world to collect both those kills. 9-3. Sabre, well, they give us something to get excited about at the start of the half there. Trading rounds back and forth, blow for blow with the 4 spies. But as soon as the gun rounds get going, they're nowhere to be seen.
It just feels like the worst possible way for that half to end. It did seem like at just the smallest window of opportunity for Sabre to capitalize on some missing shots. Some well-positioned rounds that just weren't connecting because of some mechanical breakdowns from Ruby, but that quickly got patched up. And from that point forward, full control, capitalization on the mistakes of Sabre, and never really got the hang of things after that.
Well, it goes without saying, but I'm going to say it anyway. Must-win pistol round here for Sabre. No two ways about it. They do snaffle the molly there. That's nice. Gives them a bit of a gap here when T-side try to cross to the bomb site. Certainly does make things a lot more difficult for them. So while you're playing around the smoke grenade, oh, he's been forced back by the flash. Cade completely blinded. Brilliant flashes coming through from the T side. Still have to deal with the Julies. Easy's only good for one. He had to double down there. Fozel left remaining, peppering the smoke, but not going to get any kills. They now know exactly where he is. He exposed himself, and Sabre do as was required.
To keep up. Bit of a relieving win, as you said. Must need pistol. Able to capture it. T-side looking to pull things back here. Maybe can take some fights on their own fronts. I mean, we saw how they were able to take over on the T-side of Mirage right there. We saw some flare out of their T-side of Anubis. Or rather, Ancient, I should say. And I think that right there goes to show this team, when they are able to take fights on their own terms, when they're able to be the aggressors, can be doing a lot more damage. Flashbang. Oh, just a little too deep right there. Connections on the shots, but they were well prepared on the side of Sabre. Whole team waiting for that play and capitalizing, make sure to punish without losing out too much.
Oh, okay. That could have gone way worse for them. I like the setup there from Ruby, the Deagle low, the Scout high, but they both just missed their shots. And Sabre eventually will get the kills. That was inevitable. Favorable weapons. And that's going to be a 5th round, dealing with the 4 spy. Sabre have been fine in these sorts of rounds against the pistols, against the 4 spies. It's the gun rounds where they've certainly lacked the impetus. So we're going to be looking forward to that. It's not going to be in the next round, though. 9-5. Right for the taking. And Jackist, well, he's going to lock in the knife kill. Nice little bit of extra money in the bank account for him. And this next round for Sabre is free as they come.
That should be held together pretty comfortably. Gonna get some deagles in the mix. Nothing too crazy really being brought out here. So far, Sabre able to keep things comfortable. But like you said, it's a very valid point. These haven't been the rounds that they've been struggling with. It's more so the rifles that you're focusing in on here for this Sabre's roster. We'll see if that control that they maintained so far in this half keeps up when that comes out.
We have seen Sabre lose a round like this, though, so let's not get ahead of ourselves. I think it's harder to lose an anti-eco on the T side or the CT side?
I feel like T side. Depends on what you define it though, because I think it's easier to lose to like 5.7s than it is to like Glocks.
Okay,
You know
but what
I mean?
about like Tech 9s and 5.7s to try compare apples with apples?
I think 5.7s are so effective that it's easier to lose to 5.7s, I think.
Okay. Yeah, it's probably comes down to own personal opinion as well. You could certainly make a case for both. You know, if you stacked up as the CT side on one side of the map and the T side have the info, they're pushing to the stack. Nice kills here, though. Bombs planted, so no risk of losing the round, but they'll take the damage. Not that there's much of it.
Will do. Lock themselves in even closer. Closing that distance to Sabre. Had a tough time in the first half, but again, this is where we talked about the big test being right now.
Yes, sir.
Here it comes.
It's just out long, straight out long here for the T side. Ruby are going to concede. This is good. No need to force the fight. Easy was spotted though. They have the information. There's an AWP in the corner. He's going to be forced back by the molly. Still has a line of sight. They're going to be mollying it again, and fake YaLLa through the smoke will get the kills. Femi found another frag through the smoke as well. So that's a 5v3, and Ruby haven't even seen anybody.
That'll certainly help in your gun round affairs right there. Full control towards long. They haven't really let off the gas in this department here. Long control's been the way that they've been winning a majority of these rounds so far, and keep that trend true as they head into another one. Fossil spammed out through the smoke as well. And there you go. Landing these shots straight through it. A winning formula identified here for Sabre. Strength in numbers. And a whole lot of smoke spam does the trick.
Well, they'll take that. And Ruby maybe start to... I wouldn't say break a sweat, but perhaps start to have to lock in a little bit more here. They would have been sitting pretty comfortable at 9-3. But there's a contest on our hands now. That's nice from Nater. Has the front spawn, gets dropped the AWP, finds a kill. Should just drop it across to his teammate now. He's like, nah, sorry, Hodix. I am feeling the AWP after that kill. I think I'll keep it for myself, mate. Never mind. Just kidding.
Yeah, I guess you could have it back there. Nice trade deal right there. An opening pick. And another one offered up by Zmimi. And Hodix back with the op now. Everyone just finding their opening successes. You're mostly on the side of Sabre. We're going to close the distance here very quickly. It's now a one-round ball game all of a sudden, and this second half has flown by. The T side from Sabre remains incredibly quick. The force buys that were punished lead us into a competitive affair here.
Yeah. It's going to be a one-round game, gun round, but Ruby haven't won a round yet here in the second half, so they're going to do what they haven't been able to. They're going to have to. And Easy's not going to be afforded his life. I mean, it is just a measly 5-7 he's trying to carry over. He'd like a kill, and he does find one. 9-8. Here we go. Sabre with some great fight back here, man. I mean, the underdogs got bested on their own map quite convincingly. Came back, fought very impressively on the second map, able to get the job done in overtime. They fall behind the game here on Dust 2, but they don't lose their belief. After being down 9-3, they've won 5 in a row here on the T side. And the scoreline has a completely different vibe about it now all of a sudden. There's a chance for Ruby to lose the series and find themselves in the 0-1 bracket here in the Swiss stage.
And a chance for, again, I mean, we talked about the mission that Sabre have kind of set out here. Maybe the mission that we kind of prescribed them, but still I think a goal for this team is to come through here and show what they're able to do. And starting things off with a victory like this would be an impressive sequence. Especially because I think Ruby looked in fantastic form on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah. And you combine that with the level of expectation we had for them as well, with the name value. And it's like, okay, they do that on the first map, and they have the favorites tag. We know how good and talented these players are. This should be 2-0. Then they lose their map pick, and it's like, okay, wasn't expecting that, but still a third map here for them to get the job done. They go up 9-3, like, all right, there we go. As expected for Ruby, business as usual. But again, Sabre have been able to claw their way back into the conversation. Of course, this is the penultimate game of the day. Zero Tenacity against Amcal going to be coming up a little bit later. Not much later, just after this series. Scheduled to start in 15 minutes. And then we're going to get to see Artfrost in action once again. It's been a while. I love Artfrost. I'm a big Artfrost enjoyer. Loved his work he did in Spirit Academy. Obviously, was unfortunate to be benched or replaced in Spirit after Shiro came knocking. Kind of been out in the wilderness. He had a stint with Parivision, but then got replaced because James joined the team. So he's just been a little bit unfortunate, has Mr. Artfrost. Last game he played was back in... Well, he played for Roller Coaster, so I guess he was standing in for a team, so he would have had some recent games, I guess, at least. But I'm very excited to see him on a team again.
Yeah, I'm with you. I watched him quite a bit on, obviously, Spirit Academy, where he was doing, and, you know, Spirit as well. You know, my thing with Artfrost is that time on Parivision looked very, very frustrating for a player like at a young age, you know, and watching that early Parivision roster struggle so much. So I'll be interested to see, with a more stable squad here, what he can bring to the table, and hopefully that can be provided to him. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a lot of motivation to get back into the top end of the scene for a guy that showed so much promise.
And he's such a fun AWPer to watch as well. He's entertaining. He's fearless. Either way, we put that conversation on ice because this game has gone live once again. We'll pick it up in the pre-game for the next and throughout, no doubt. But this is the round for Ruby, man. Lose this, and all of a sudden they've lost all control they had off the back of a very successful first half. Scoreline would be leveled up here, and they won't have any money. So there is a lot of gravity being carried in this round here for the CT side.
There is a lot of pressure, and that's
Bang.
a way to fold over to it. Trying to force some duels right there.
It's just literally hitting the vape in the middle of the round while he's watching tunnels, bro. That was with the mouse hand.
God.
That was with the mouse
my
hand
God.
even. No, man, that's just too far. Guys, wait a minute to hit your vape, bro. Surely.
That's insane. Oh, well, maybe it's powering them through the entry phase of this because they keep on finding ways to open things up. Hand off the keyboard for Niter. Hand off the mouse even. All he has to do is sit here and wait. His job made very easy for him. And that's
I mean, you remember the...
all tied up.
You remember the famous clip of the Australian player in pit drinking his rule and then the bomb getting defused, right? I think that's what happened. He was in pit on Dust 2 and he's just chilling on the player cam, thinking the round's over, drinking his Red Bull. I'll pull it up for you. And then everybody memed that into... They just memed the hell out of that. And
Yeah.
this, for me, is like almost more egregious, but it's just cash. So cash.
Yeah, well, I guess when your teammates are doing as well. What's funny is, you know, for a guy that loves to get so forward and was doing that all throughout the last map and costing them quite a bit, Niter was the guy that was running through murder hole and swinging triple when there's player CT and those post plants, right? He was a very aggressive player. You can see he does know how to take his hand off the wheel and you know, sit and wait. I just feel like at a time where maybe you have to be fully focused. But that's how easy this comeback has been, I guess, for this squad.
Yeah, I guess the joke there is Sabre are just smoking Ruby. That's what's going on right now. I sent you the link for that video. It's a 20-second clip, so you could probably just sneak it in here this round. Got it covered for now. As it is going to be a half investment from Ruby. Sabre have to be careful that they don't trip over themselves. They've done very well to win 6 in a row and get themselves in this position. Now against the half buy, and they've got to just remain robust. Get themselves a lead here, go up 10-9, and put pressure on Ruby. Scoreboard pressure at that point. And it's just going to be a group up in towards the top of middle here. Ruby do have some decent positions. I mean, Easy's searching. It makes sense because he's got the rifle, so he feels the need to be proactive, but that proactivity is going to cost him. Sabre just a unit here. Making their way forward. Strength in numbers. And they will be able to get themselves a forward position. Ruby continue to try and make plays, but they don't work out. And surely by now you've seen that clip.
Dude, his face at the end of that clip is just too good. It looks like he has... I mean, he hasn't fully clocked it. I want to see his face, like, when he realizes it. Just a sinking feeling, because we saw Dexter just start laughing at the end. But yeah, that's golden right there.
Oh man.
Guess it's never over till it's over.
Yeah, you've got a good 15 seconds of freeze time to hit the vape and drink the Red Bull, guys. Let's leave it for them.
That's a very valid point. at least like the Red Bull is like not in an active like round right there where like anything can happen. Like you know where the play's gonna come through. The vape mid round that's something special right there. I haven't seen that before.
I really wish he got swung in that moment. Like, that would have been perfect justice.
That would have been hilarious.
Either way, here we go. Big push into the B bomb side. Hasnator will fall. Fozil makes up for it with at least a double, but it just means even numbers. Not ideal. I mean, it's okay. Ruby are maybe in the round. I don't even know if they want to attempt the retake. They're still a player long. They don't have a kit. They don't have any flashes to get back in the bomb site. This is round over. Ruby are going to have to concede. And Sabre, well, they've just ravaged to an 11th.
Dude. I mean, there's just so little going for them in that first half. It just looked like they were getting dominated. But maybe they were just biding their time for that second half to come around and for them to show up like this. That is the exact reply you have to come in with. I mean, it just now looks so comfortable for them.
Yeah,
Quick
true.
turnaround, domineering performance, and running out of time and answers, I guess, at this point here for the side of Ruby. I mean, what do you do to try and slow this momentum down? It feels like every aggressive move you make is getting punished.
That is the key there, that you hit the nail on the head. It's the fact that Sabre aren't even really being tested in the second half. Like, it's not even like any of these rounds have come down to any crazy clutches or insane post plants that Sabre have been able to win out. They're getting opening duels so consistently. They're almost always inflicting some sort of damage to the player who's crossing mid doors at the start of the round as well. And the mid-rounding is just looking too easy for Sabre, having their way with Ruby, who will piece together a full arsenal of weapons. Lose this round, though, it's almost certainly going to be game over, because Sabre have looked very solid in these anti-eco, anti-half-buy rounds as well. 11-9, and a chance to put the dagger through Ruby's heart here.
Oh, here we go. Another opening attempt this time. Oh, let the flashes slide on by in an opening duel. Converted right there. That has to be a huge relief. Just exhale a little bit, knowing that you finally got a 4v5.
Okay, well, let's see if Ruby can find a way. They have been able to find a couple kills for the first time in a long time. They have a decent numbers advantage. Looks like Sabre might blink as they start to approach the finish line. Going to be 3 players clustered up, trying to exec through the tunnel smoke, not respecting it, trying to flash their way forward. Flash is not good, but thankfully Hasanator is going to regain his vision. He will go down, but this is where Fozil can step up to the plate, but Sfemi's going to be the one to smash that plate on the floor. 5v3 becomes 2v3. Bomb plant secured as well. A little bit of extra money, and Ruby now have to retake. Oh no, they don't get through with the flash. That could be a problem.
Oh boy. Oh, they don't realize where Hodex is. Of course, it's a clutch coming through right there. He's ice cold, shaking it off. Absolutely breaking them down right there. Just when you think Ruby has an in this half, it is held at the doors of B, held at the window. And Sabre looking to coast to the finish line, coast to an opening map and series victory here versus Ruby.
Well, I don't know, man. That is potentially the end of the world here for Ruby. Maybe a little bit of hyperbole, but still. The 1v3 where Hodix has nowhere to even go, no room to work with, no cover, just forced into the fights, and he wins them all out, one after the next, 1v3. Ruby just looked a little bit tentative there, honestly. Just looked a little bit tentative. Needed more confidence in that retake. And now 3 chances for Sabre to get the job done here on Dust 2. and get themselves into that 1-0 bracket in the Swiss stage.
I mean, they have every reason to be scared of who they're playing up against right now, but it's not something you can afford. You can see what it costs them. And that's a round that will leave you rattled here. That just feels like the nail in the coffin. Be able to pull it back from this point, be very impressive. You just show that mental fortitude. I love this boost. You have a decent sight line deep into doors here. Try and throw an off angle. Get some early advantages for a CT side that desperately needs it.
Oh man, this is a nasty angle from Swolio.
These flashes,
because they might.
They're just gonna hit him, right?
The problem is, I don't know. I think they're gonna peek here before the flash pops, so Swolio should, at least in theory, get one at the bare minimum. Here we go. Hodex has the flashes lined up. This is what I was talking about. They're gonna preemptively walk out, but Sfemi will still adjust. That is an incredible kill. Highly unlikely.
I mean, if you're getting that kill, it just feels like nothing can go wrong. Beautiful opening. 4v5. Early gambit kind of shut down and committed angle. Cade tries to hold the line with every last inch. Every last breath, but shut down quickly. Execution in towards the A side. Molly's bound right there. Back of double cleared, but Gandalf's still a bit of a vulnerability. They're patient on the way that they try and clear out the site before planting, and everyone falling except for the Gandalf player. Easy cannot survive there without any fight, with any help. And it is a flawless second half coming through there from down 9-3 to winning 13-9.
Yeah, Ruby have to be kicking themselves, mate. They were up 9-3 at one point. They don't even win a single round on the CT side. Oh, man. Obviously, losing that 3v1 would have been back-breaking for them. But I got to give my flowers to Sabre here, man. I thought after the way they lost the first map, yeah, they had one or two things which were fun to watch, but figured that the disparity between the two teams was too big for them to really stand a chance of winning the series. On Mirage, they were able to grind their way to victory, and then on Dust 2, despite being down 9-3, they still kept the belief, and they emphatically sealed the deal there in that second half. I'm going to be keeping a close eye on this team going into the rest of the Swiss stage.
Yeah, that's a incredible series right there. I mean, not an easy one, as you highlight right there, to try and close out given the way that things start, but having that tenacity to close out Mirage right there, being able to hang in there with the firepower on Dust 2, I mean, it did look like Ruby were hitting their stride and weren't allowing for any sort of success to come through there from the side of Sabre until that second half. They just wipe all of that from their memory and dominate. They answer right back to the call, and fantastic sequence from Sabre. Makes me believe that not only can they be contenders, but they can do some damage here. They're looking to make it through this close qualifier with how they open things up.
Yeah, and if we just turn the conversation to Ruby for a second, that's an ugly way for them to lose the series, right? After such a good display on that first map, after having their chances on Mirage as well to pull ahead with the game, after being up 9-3 on Dust 2, letting it slip away from there without winning another round. Like, that's ugly, unfortunately. But you know what, Exner? We are behind schedule, so we can't delve too deep and go too hard on the team. But yeah, mad props there for Sabre getting the job done. We do have one game left remaining today. It is the last of the matches here in the YaLLa Compass closed qualifier for the Contenders 2025. It's Zero Tenacity, it's Amkel. We'll find out exactly how that series is going to unfold shortly.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, coughed up behind it at the edge of.
Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Aerial. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
Yes, it is just one face on your screen, but that's only for do not fret, do not worry. I will be joined by Grimmy Rana for this last game of the day. But for the pre-game, I'll just be running through this solo. So just bear with me, everybody. Like I said, last game of the day, Amcal against Zero Tenacity. It's the last of the opening games as well. And we will then complete the 1-0 and the 0-1 the brackets in the Swiss stage. And what a game we have lined up. I actually think that this has to be the pick of the opening matches here in the YaLLa Compass closed qualifier. I actually think that these are like probably the two most evenly memes going up against each other. Could probably maybe say like Monty against Favbets in a similar conversation, but I think Zero Tenacity Amcal is the pick of the opening matches. So I'm very excited for this game, and it should be, it should have a lot that it's going to deliver. Let's move forward. We can have a look at the roster. Zero Tenacity up first. Now, if you've been watching Tier 2 Counter-Strike for the past 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, then these are going to be names you are very familiar with. They have been the bannermen for Zero Tenacity for a very long time, and they've had some peaks, they've had some dips. You know, they've been up and down. Probably more erring on the side of down. The thing about Zero Tenacity is even when they are down, they're still always competitive. It never feels like this team has nothing. I'd say their floor is generally quite high, but you've just gotten to a point with this roster now where you have a level of expectation, where they've been together for far long enough and they've shown enough potential. They've won really important games. They've gone deep in online tournaments for us to now look at them and be like, yeah, there is a high level of expectation, relatively speaking, around this Zero Tenacity team. They can't kind of just disappear and play without that pressure, even on themselves. I mean, there was obviously the contract renewal long, and now they have to deliver the goods. You know, that was a show of faith from the organization, and now it's up to the players to justify that commitment from Zero Tenacity, the organization. So yeah, I'm watching them closely here going into the rest of the season. Hopefully they can turn things around and just raise their ranking a little bit. 64th on HLTV is lower than what I'm used to seeing from them. Normally they're kind of trying to knock on the door of top 30 kind of thing. Anyway, let's have a look at their opponent's map pool, their opponent's team, as it is Amcal, who have got a new face on the screen. I am very excited about this. Artfrost has been out in the cold for a while. Of course, made a name for himself on Spirit, playing alongside Donk, Zontix, Baz, another player on that team as well. And he was so much fun to watch in that Spirit Academy team. Of course, he was part of the trio that was promoted to the main team alongside Donk and Zontix. And then it was just an unfortunate circumstance where Shiro was available and on the market, and it was just a clear upgrade. Like, it's not that Artfrost was doing anything wrong, it's just that Shiro is Shiro. We've had these things in the past, you know, Nork being replaced by Device. It's happened more recently as well with the Dexter and Monacy move is a pretty good recent example or comparison. But either way, Artfrost then went to Paravision, and the game got unfortunately replaced because James ends up joining the team. So it's not like Artfrost has been cut from his two previous teams because he hasn't been good or hasn't been the player that they needed. There's just always been someone who's been better, I guess, on paper, and maybe someone who fits the role better, like James, obviously bringing in more experience as the IGL and that second voice. But I'm just so excited to see Artfrost back in action. Obviously, Amcal had to plug the gap of Molodoy leaving. He got signed by Fury in that shock move, where they've now just straight up become an international team, signed Yakindar. So congrats, K-Serato. You've now haven't moved anywhere, and you've still ended up on an international team. Love that, of course. But yeah, Molodoi, very exciting prospect. So Artfrost now gets the opportunity, and he joins up with a couple of the DMS players who I enjoyed a lot last year, towards the end of last year, start of this year. Showed a lot of potential. Did Kalash, Fade 8, and AW, and then obviously Stinix was on that Cybershoke team, and he was also a strong IL there. So I'm pretty high on this Amkel team and have a decent expectation. But yeah, moving things forward, production said casters, plural. Okay, it's just caster. I thought for a second maybe I would have been joined by my beloved, but not quite. Anyway, let's have a look at the Veto here. Let's see which maps are going to get played in the series. Both teams with a pretty healthy 6-map pool. Well, this one might surprise a few people. I've already peeked behind the curtain and seen it on HLTV. Let's just plaster it on the screen here, and we can bring it up on the stream for everybody to see. Production now. We can cue the Veto. There we go. Let's move through these ones fairly swiftly. No surprises with the opening bans. Amkel ban Nuke, Zero Tenacity ban Ancient, be expected. But this is where the surprise comes in for me, is the pick. Zero Tenacity have picked Train. So that just shows you how they've kind of, their Anubis has maybe fallen out of faith a little bit. That was obviously their bread and butter, was their go-to for a very long time. They've just decided to leave it out there, maybe for the decider. Train has been picked by Zero Tenacity, a map they played 12 times and only won 4 times. Their losses have been close. So their losses include 16-13, 16-13, 16-12, 13-11. So I suppose they never really get blown out of the water on the map. Clearly they have faith in it. Amkel ban Anubis, that's to be expected as well. And then Inferno will settle the series if we require a third. And I kind of like Amkel have the edge in the Veto here. Dust 2 is a very good map for them. Zero Tenacity have been questionable on the map. Train, well, we don't really know what to expect. Both teams, they haven't had great results, but still have had okay showings. And then Inferno, I mean, I just always feel like even the DMS team and Amkel were decent on Inferno, so it'll be a good map for them to fall back on. I think they have an edge in the Veto here, do Amkel. But that is all I have for right now. Production, if we could be so kind as to throw this one to a break while we wait for the game to get ready. We will bring Freddy and Wings to center stage. I'll be joined. Okay, just a minute. So you want me to hold on and just talk? Okay, I can do that. Can we bring Freddy in? Is that an option, even if he's just doing it audio? Is he there? Is he going through production? No, he's not. Okay, Freddy, you're there. I can hear you, but unfortunately, you're just a voice in my head. Right, for all anybody knows, you aren't even real. It's like a figment of my imagination. I'm talking to like production. I'm talking to no one can hear these people. It's just me. And you know what? I'm gonna call for a break. So I'll see you guys soon. From a voice in my head to a voice on the broadcast, I'm not actually schizophrenic, and I can prove it now. Grimmy Ranar, jeez, get on, speak to everybody, show, dude. This is the thing with like Donkey and Shrek. Like, come on, Donkey, show everyone you can fly. Speak, yeah, exactly.
Well, to be fair, we are still just voices in their heads anyway, so not much has really changed. But yeah, hey. I'm here, it appears.
Apparently.
Apparently. And I'm honestly, I'm looking forward to this. I assume this is Art Frost's debut. I know he got announced, but
yes,
yeah, okay.
It is.
So hadn't played with them previously either. This game's going to go either amazingly well or it's going to be completely awful. And I had to watch a Kazakhstani derby yesterday, so can't really get much worse than that.
Okay, yeah, I reckon tough to beat. I'm going to err on the side of that this is actually going to be great for Amcal. I don't think it's going to take too long to actually blood Art Frost into this roster. And he did also have that like mixed team he was playing with Roller Coaster, played quite a few games with them like Nafany and Chiron. Either way, we can pick up on that a little bit later perhaps, because Amcal are making moves into this A bomb site into Chofo's crosshair, and he'll draw first blood.
Bomb down. Re-smoke for CT, but the most important factor is that Fade 8 lurk coming from underpass. This is causing a bit of a ruckus for Zero Tenacity. You can see that they double back and then they decide to push back into A. It's just kind of slowed down this retake. And this smoke CT, sure, it's a bit weird, but it actually ends up favoring the T-siders. I don't know, Zero Tenacity trying to push through the gap. This is absolute chaos. I don't know. You said it wasn't going to be as bad as yesterday, but Simka's just nailed 3 of them. Fair enough. That was a very wonky retake, and it's only worked because Simka has just absolutely destroyed 3 of them.
Yeah, that was going back and forth, mate. I thought that, I thought Zero Tenacity might have had a slightly easier time of that after the initial frag from Chofo. Scrappy, but Zero Tenacity come out on top, open their accounts first here. I did mention that I thought that maybe Amcal had a bit of an edge, but Zero Tenacity have had some good showings on the past, so maybe they can reinvigorate some of that form here again.
I don't even really know where Zero Tenacity anymore. I think you kind of mentioned something about the whole, like, they need to get their stuff together. This is a team that I forgot were basically fighting for top 30 at one stage last year, and are now just like, whatever. You know, there's nothing really that exciting about them anymore. And they're not even that good at Anubis. I think they had Nuke as an insta-pick for a while, and I suppose it's trained now. This is a team that I don't know, they just used to be good and just seemingly hit a plateau. Everyone caught up to them, but I also haven't actually cast them in a while, so it would be cool to just see what they've got going for them now.
Okay, well, I'm watching a bit of a screenshot, a slideshow. I don't know what's happened.
Oh,
perfect.
okay.
Previous game was perfect. I think I might actually have to restart my internet, Freddy. I'm gonna just get my one back here for doing the pregame.
Really,
so I'll take a moment.
Glad.
And I'll be back in a moment.
Okay, well, it's the Grimmy Ranar show now, so unlucky to all those folks at home. Fake util mid to B. It is drawing rotations. Ooh, that's worrying because Simka's now behind a Molotov and Brute Monster's by himself on this site, but Chofo does support from long. And to be fair to Brute Monster, that MP9 is doing good work at range. I don't know why Amcal didn't go. Like, you put the util down, you get the fake, you get the Molo in CT, and then they just kind of sit around on shorts. So they then just get picked apart. There was a nice flash that came in somewhere as well from Zero Tenacity. I could imagine that was Chofo, just because I don't know who else would have thrown it. But that did do a lot of blindness. So it's a good start for Zero Tenacity. Amcal look like they're on a boot camp as well, which is very exciting. Art Frost is wearing his Parry Vision jersey still. Is it alone? Is that why? Yes, okay. Art Frost joins Amcal on alone. That's the specific kind of wording. So they signed Tommy from Quasar, who then hasn't played a game? Has Quasar just been Art Frosted by Art Frost? Perhaps. That's a nice little flash. Ooh, a lot of blind. And Brute Monster, this time not on a MP9, but on a M4, and does less work with it. Okay, Art Frost, time to shine. Scout 1 versus 3. He can actually just get the bomb down. And right now, that's probably the best idea. Oh my god, he's going to win it all. No armor. Choosing to stay on the scout. He's holding the right angle. Wrong time. Gets off it. And Nemanja returns us to normality. That almost was crazy. No armor scout 1v3. But, regardless of all of that, Zero Tenacity do win, you know, 3 in a row. Keeping only one player alive, though, you can see the consequences that it does have on the economy. No one's really got a bank account. So with Art Frost now not on a scout, but an AWP, and the full buy coming in for Amcal, if they are able to tuck this over the line, then all of a sudden it gets very hairy for Zero Tenacity's good beginnings. Are Amcal actually going to try and contest for short? Because, okay, they are going to contest for short, but the ultimate goal, the bomb was leaning towards B. So, kind of assume that they were maybe going to fake short and then go into B, but this is good utility. Simka's going to be saved by a flashbang. He's not going to be able to get a kill off it, but really good utility from Chofo and really good utility from Brute Monster means that not only does Simka stay alive in a position that he wouldn't have otherwise, but they also get a kill out of it and have just blocked Amcal in. That was honestly a really good play from Zero Tenacity, and it was just spur of the moment, good util sets. And speaking of good utility, Simka's just detonated a bomb on their heads, and he's also just picked up another one in CT, so he can continuously rain hellfire on their heads. Amcal, though, are gonna attempt to now get onto the bomb site, but attempt is kind of that operative word because it's looking pretty difficult. Bomb does eventually get planted, but then this is when it gets a little bit dicey. Zero Tenacity are in a 5 versus 3. They're all here. They're all ready to go. They even have a late short play, but Kalash hits a very nice first headshot. Instantly traded, however. Art Frost, he's waiting for that flank to come through, but Nemanja times it perfectly that as soon as his teammates start to strike, Nemanja waits a few seconds, then goes. And Art Frost was more concerned with the players on the bomb site than he of the flank. And Zero Tenacity are able to refine their economy a little bit more and keep themselves flawless early on Dust 2.
You know what else is flawless, Freddy?
Not your Wi-Fi.
Well, I was going to say you, but that's also true. Both can be true at the same time. Either way, 4-0, Zero Tenacity, very good start coming through from them. Looking pretty solid in some of these retakes as well. They do well to get the numbers advantage before they even have to commit to the retake, which certainly does make their life a whole lot easier. Alright. Full investment here on either end of the server, except Art Frost has been reduced to a scout. Obviously not ideal. Brute Monster seems to have started with his AWP 5 and 2. And Amcal need to get themselves on the board here.
Yeah, last round really was just a non-starter. Like, the fact they even kind of got the bomb down to me was somewhat of a surprise. I don't think they've necessarily been playing badly, though. And it is very early on, obviously, but I think Zero Tenacity just have been the better team, and it's not because Amcal are playing bad. But this is going to be a different play. They're a different approach. They're going to be trying to split mid to B. And what's really good about this for them is that there's no CT player. It's all down to these two B defenders. And Nemanja, he's done very well to get that first kill. But on his second time of asking, he's dropped to 12 HP, caught with utility out. AVN unable to equally get a multi-kill. So Amcal, this time, it's not a 3 versus 5 post-plant. It's 3 versus 3.
Yeah, far more for Amcal this time round. What's the util looking like? There's quite util here for the T side. That's a great shot from Artfrost, but traded straight back. That trade comes through immediately for Z10. Kalash is in the committed position right now, and then he's got AW behind the box in the middle of the bomb side to try and play off of Kalash's contact. Util starts to rain on in. They're going to split their way through window and door, and unfortunately, neither will be able to get through points and on the board.
Which is unfortunate positioning for Zero Tenacity more so that round. It was just the fact that the third A player was a little bit more committed towards A than trying to play around mid, so it leaves AVN and Nemanja just incredibly isolated. And because neither of them get a multi-kill, it's just a 3 versus 3 retake, which is kind of impossible. Also, that scout kill from Artfrost reminded me, he almost clutched up a 1 versus 3 with no armor scout on like a low buy round.
That makes me happy. I am an Artfrost enjoyer, and I said it in the pregame, and I'm kind of keen to get your opinion on it as well. He's been unlucky, you know what I mean? You know, getting replaced on Spirit by Shiro, replaced on Parry Vision by Jay. Pro hasn't really done anything wrong. He had a 1.11 rating in his time on Parry Vision. You know, putting up good numbers as the AWPer.
It's a fantastic rating.
Yeah, you got to imagine he's got to settle somewhere.
Yeah, I'm not really sure if this is where I would have wanted him to settle, but I think Artfrost has Artfrosted this guy called Tommy, because I'm just reading the HLTV thing, and it's like the news comes after Amcal announced the transfer of AWPer Tommy from Quasar, although he's yet to start with this new team, and he's now a sub. So has Artfrost just Artfrosted someone else?
Well, you know what? Fair enough, mate.
I mean, he's had enough. Point. He's like, I had to. I got replaced by. I got replaced by. Oh my god, I've forgotten his name.
Shiro.
Shiro. I got replaced by Shiro. I got replaced by James. Like, it's my turn.
Yeah, finally, mate. It's like the second best AWPer in Russia. Shiro replaces him, and then the major winner, IGL, James replaces him. It's like, all right, he deserves a break. Either way, Amcal going to try and break into this B bomb site, but there's 3 players, Grimmy. There's 3 players here for Zero Tenacity.
And I love that Nemanja's being hard baited in. So Chofo dies, AVN also will die. But then Nemanja gone uncleared. Unfortunately though, no one else gets a single kill, and he only gets 2. So this is another even Stevens retake. A 2 versus 2 with Artfrost on an AWP as well this time, not a scout. Molotov goes in, it's Fade 8. Oh, he didn't think it was going to spread, but it does. 1 HP he survives on, and his survival is everything because they were so tunnel visioned on him. Artfrost then thrives.
Oh, you're bang on. That's exactly it, right? The fact that Fade 8 stays alive draws all the attention, all the focus, and that allows for for Artfrost in tunnels to get the job done. 2 shots fired, 2 frags found, and Amcal start to build themselves into this game now. It's simple, it's direct, it's effective, and Artfrost is lighting up the kill feed, a quad kill in that round.
I mean, like, Artfrost has won 2 major lands, because, you know, his HLTV only says 1 of the bet booms, but he has won 2 of them, you know, like, with Spirit. So, he's literally played against... Like, his stats are actually just bonkers if you look at, like, all of what he's done. Like, when they've done well as well, like, every time they've won a tournament, he's had, like, on Spirit Academy, CTT series, like, a Western Europe one, 1.34 HLTV rating is okay, I suppose. And then, like, you also look at his stats from when they won events on Spirit. It's like, okay, 1.25 rating CCT victory. When they won the lands, like the qualifiers, 1.21. On LAN, 1.10. 1.18. Like, those are insane. Like, I expect him to come in here and just absolutely own people.
Yeah, tear face at this level. It's what we want to see, right? And to even subsidize your points a little bit further, his rating in his time on Spirit was 1.17. That's the level of the game. He got replaced by Shiro after putting up those numbers.
They also
Someone
played
save Artfrost.
that's over like 60 maps. Against
Yeah, it's not a small
tier
sample
1,
size.
Yeah, like that's playing tier 1, give or take.
Yeah, like I said, it's not like he got replaced because he wasn't doing his job. Just someone better came knocking, and it was really hard for someone to be better, but it was Shiro. Artfrost might have even been like the 3rd best AWP in Russia at that point, but the 2nd best came knocking.
And then, are we talking James the best?
Number one.
Oh my god. Obviously. Sorry. I was like, who's
That's
number
all good.
one? I was like, oh, yeah,
Surely
the
Hayes
best.
isn't thinking.
yeah, the 2nd best player in the world. Yeah. But yeah,
Artfrost has to be a better AWPer than James, right?
James does put up good numbers, to be fair. Like, I think people sleep on his potential. Anyways, James won the major. Amcal, again running into 3 players. The trades are good for Zero to Nasty because it allows Brute Monster to support Joffo, but look at Artfrost. Oh my sweet Jesus, Artfrost. Okay, he holds the swing and then just dry peeks the guy CT. Yeah, fair enough.
I just love that he's delivering the goods right now after we're glazing the hell out of him. Because if he was like 1 and 5 or something right now while we're making all these points, it would be sad, right? But he's like 14 and just hitting literally everything that crosses him. And he's not taking easy fights either. Very, very good stuff from Amcal as they level up the scoreline. You know what? I want to keep the conversation going a little bit longer than anti-eco. And here's why I think that even though the numbers might be similar between Artfrost and James, and probably all, I think that the expense in getting the numbers that he does is it's a higher expense for the team than for Artfrost with the team that he plays. I think James probably uses his team a lot more to get the numbers that he does, where I don't think Artfrost is as detrimental to others' success.
Well, I think so far what we've seen is he's actively positive. Like, he's held swings and then he's just peaked people. Like, exactly, I don't know, he's just yeah, like that last round was a perfect example of both. He holds for the swing, so he literally saves his teammates as they're running up A, holding for the goose swing, and then just peeps the guy in CT. And then that like 1 versus 2 or the 2 versus 2 where he gets both kills, like, you know, that it was just really good Counter-Strike. And yeah, like his individual level is honestly through the roof. That's why I kind of said at the beginning, Matt, I was like, Amcal's either going to be just it's just going to go really wrong, or it's going to go really right. And these are the type of reasons why I'm saying it's going to go right, because no matter like who, I don't know if they've had much practice because this is their first official, right? But no matter what, you're still going to have him dropping, what is it, like 15 and 5 now? 15 and 7.
15 and yeah.
It's like still, you're always going to have that.
Absolutely. It looks very good here. Welcome back to the server, Mr. Artfrost. Obviously, he did have that time where he was playing in the mix, in that roller coaster team with, I think it was like Nafany. I don't think it was Norbert. I don't know if Norbert was. I know that
Alpha,
Chiron was.
Nafany, Buster, Artfrost, Norbert was the most recent.
Okay.
They won an event.
So there we go. Yeah, and they looked all right, but before the last official he played was back in November for Parivision under like a proper org, right? So it's been 5 months, which is longer than what you would think for a player of Artfrost caliber.
Yeah, I really don't know. Like, was he waiting for a better offer and then decided, screw it, I'm going to join Amcal and like grow and just get, because what's also a big detriment to players' careers, something that like JKS has done, where it's like just not competing and waiting for a better offer. People forget about you, and people also wonder, is he good enough? Because CS change, it's not like football where you can take 6 months out and probably still be like, you know, the level maybe you're at. The meta changes so much. That's why we maybe see like Simple struggling, because it's just the meta changes. And not playing on HLTV and not getting these officials, it does beg that question. So there's a lot of different reasons, and we could sit here for literal hours talking about it. But all I know is that Brute Monster has been absolutely obliterated, and that was the only B defender. It's now another 5 versus 4 for Zero to Nasty, where I'm a little bit scared, but there's no smoke for the door, which I'm scared for everyone right now.
Yeah, this is an interesting situation. Amcal will at least be able to plant the bomb and put the pressure on Zero Tenacity to make the retake happen, and that is a monstrous kill from AVN. Double dink onto Artfrost. Orb the posted angle. Crown Jewel removed. Advantage now for Z10 as they look to try and get back into this B site. Util barreling on in. They've got the kits, they've got everything they need. Who's going to take contact first? Who's going to throw themselves into the bomb site to try and break these crossfires? It does. As Kalash cuts down 3, and Spade 8 only needs the 1, and that's Amcal getting a 6th.
That was so ballsy from Amcal to just basically ignore AVN in tunnels. Like, no one was really looking tunnels. Spade 8 was close, sure, but that whole... if AVN had maybe played a little bit faster, because look at this, he gets his kill, and just everyone gonna just tucks away from tunnels. That is a really ballsy maneuver, but it works perfectly. And they just funnel the players through door and window, and Kalash kills all of them. That kill onto Artfrost should have been the end of the round, but Amcal recovered that really well. And so far, this whole map has been a theme of, like, recovering rounds, to be honest.
Yeah, you're right. So, what about when they start stronger in their rounds? That's only going to lead to more problems for Zero Tenacity. I mean, Stinix is 1-7. Only room for improvement there.
Yeah.
Pretty sure the IGL. He was the IGL for Cyber Show before, so that just does make sense. Oh, Nemanja. He has found himself behind enemy lines, top, middle, early on in the round. That's classic Nemanja, though, isn't it?
Yeah. They smoke suicide, I think, at the very start, but there was no one there to relay any information, or... Either way, they seem very surprised. Amcal are penned in. Every direction they go, there's masses waiting for them. AW making the first steps out of tunnels. Do they know Chofo's also here? Oh, they may never. Because Brute Monster, as soon as that door smoke fades, AW is in his scopes. And then Nemanja also just... Dear, it's perfect bait and switch. Nemanja's tucking. Brute Monster takes contact. The players tunnel, then flip their attention. Nemanja peeks. Very simple Counter-Strike, very effective. An aggressive early round for Zero Tenacity to break the mold.
I mean, isn't that classic Zero Tenacity? Hasn't that just been synonymous with their best moments and their best form? Is the way that they play off of each other. And it's so good to see it in action there, man. And this team in flow state are very good. Just because of the history that they have together and how long they've played together and the amount of experience that they've got. They've been in literally every situation possible many different times. So, yeah, it looks really good in that instance there to get themselves back to winning ways. Snap the streak of 6. And look to try and level up the scoreline going into the second half.
Regardless of if it does get leveled up, I think Amcal can still come away with their head held high, because they've really threw away some of those early rounds by trying to force in, and they were 4-0 down. So 6-6, you know, they probably definitely are thinking like, oh, we could have got 8 or whatever, but the fact that they have recovered this half and recovered so far this game on the T side as well is always very beneficial. I think what we're seeing from Artfrost is going to only get accentuated further when we switch over.
It's a good point that you make, because obviously I was having the tech issues before, but there weren't any gun rounds in the first 4 rounds that Amcal lost. That shot not landed. Oh, BritMonster's probably asking the exact same question. I thought that kill, I was just looking at the kill feed. Nothing appeared. I'm like, is that my lag? No. Shot just missed. But the gun rounds is where Amcal have really had that rise in form. Their level certainly has peaked, and that's where you want it to be in the gun rounds. That's where it matters. Looks like there could be a bit of a change up in approach, though. Numbers towards long here for Amcal. We haven't seen any long takes in these gun rounds. Still early pressure, middle, and up short, though. And the T-side are hoping that that's going to pull the focus away from long. They still have 2 players lying in wait here, though.
Yeah, Amcal have actually been pretty B-centric. Went A in one of the... they went up short in like one of the first few rounds. And then the first round after I was on North and that was kind of it. Chofo is going to spot.
Leaning so heavily here, right?
Yeah.
Bomb site, good conditioning.
Ooh, that's a very big whiff from Brute Monster. Now he is in a spot of bother. If he even gets one more, okay. Oh my god, thank god Kalash came around the corner. That is...
time.
Yeah, that was a disgusting quick scope from from Brute Monster, and the fact that he gets another one there has made a round where I would argue was unwinnable. Now it's possible. Artfrost is trained on shore, Kalash is trained on long doors. Artfrost, though, a rare miss. At least Kalash picks up his kill. AW in Goose. Does he go overlooked? No, they're ready for him. But Kalash is able to silence another. Up and over. AVN has no kit. He has to go for this duel, but time is running out. And he just jumps into Kalash's crosshair. It's not 6-6. It's 7-5.
My god, how good has Kalash been in some of these post plants? The multi-kill mod. I mean, it was Artfrost who really got Amcal going and kickstarted there, but it was Kalash that was the fuel that kept it going, man. He's been mega in these past 2 rounds that they've won in these post plants. That is huge. I mean, I was watching this fight towards long, and I thought in my head, okay, if Kalash kills this long flanker, that's round over. Amcal win it. Artfrost missed the key shot, and that's what led Zero Tenacity back into the round. But Kalash, well, he just closes that door shut. Zero Tenacity have to be frustrated from 4-0 up to losing the half 7-5.
I think playing against Amcal would always just frustrate me when I look at like Kalash going 14-6, Artfrost 15-10. Like, they're just hitting bangers. I feel like we've slept so much on Kalash just because we've been glazing Artfrost. But yeah, like Kalash has won many post plants. Both of them combined have just may as well have got all 7 rounds. But it's a good look for this new team. Boot camp is always going to help as well in these elements. It's really cool to see, like, I feel like it's much more of a kind of Eastern mentality to really prioritize the boot camps, where you don't see that for academy teams, or not academy teams, but like younger teams. I think because Amcal were an academy team, DMS was an academy team of BetBoom, I think.
Yeah, true.
So
like unofficial, yeah.
Yeah, it was weird. But this is like a younger team, and you look at like Ukrainian team at major, Passion UA. They had like a year-long boot camp. That random Kazakhstani team I was casting today had a boot camp. It's like, it's how you improve. But for this hold, it's not going to be easy. And even though Clash and AW both get a kill, honestly, fair enough getting a kill each there. They were getting wrapped from everywhere. But it's going to be a 3 versus 3 retake with no kit.
Yeah, time of the essence. There are a couple to try and get these players into the bomb site. There's going to be 2 tunnels, though. So the Flash is by himself on ramp. Not really ideal. AVN's been forced backwards here. Pressure mounting. Flash is thrown. Frag found. Hotfrost gets another one of his own. That's going to bring it down to a 1v1. And he knows that Simka's on the reverse side of the doors. He doesn't have the time to try this one out. So he runs straight into Simka's crosshair. And Simka will stand tall.
Both pistol both pistol rounds won now by Zero Tenacity.
That helps.
They're keeping it even, but they just haven't been winning the gun rounds. I think they won like 1 actual gun round. So, on one side, I'm thinking, okay, this is their way back in. But on the other end, I'm thinking, that wasn't a good CT side. So, I'm worried for when we actually just get onto the rifles. It is going to be a force buy from Amcal, and it's going to be a rush B from Zero Tenacity. Kalash. Again, Deagle up close, 1 kill's kind of impressive, but that was played very weirdly from Amcal and from Kalash there, to be honest.
I think he was a bit overzealous, honestly. Just shooting so many bullets through the smoke meant that he had to be a little bit calculated with the shots that he takes on the player jumping through. He couldn't just spam, so it took quite long to get that first frag. Just gets run over by the trade. And the force buy will fall flat. To share your sentiment, though, that we're not going to get ahead of ourselves on Zero Tenacity until we've seen rounds really come together for them. Because, I mean, Britmonster, although he's 13-10, he could be like 20 for 9 if he really was. That is, he's missed quite a few shots.
Yeah, I'm just kind of thinking to that round of Kalash. Like, if he just hadn't shot, they wouldn't have maybe cleared him.
Yeah, perhaps. It was a big gamble from him.
A lot of if, buts, and maybes.
Would have been a cool highlight.
Yeah, it gets like a collat deagle through the smoke.
Yeah, exactly.
Force buys, though, on both halves for Amcal have been futile. So, it's a tied game. 2 players did save. You can see them because of their armor. Svede and AW. Pistols have been shared around. And okay, it's Fade8 who bought up, who saved. That's a good opening first kill. And Simka's been dropped down to 21 HP. Art Frost on a scout, I don't care he doesn't have armor. That's still scary. So let's just hold our horses for a moment.
Little bit spooky. Little bit spooky. Oh,
That's
Art Frost,
damage.
that's gonna be that's another tag. That is another tag here. Zero are just being chipped away at death by 1,000 paper cuts perhaps, but they haven't bled out yet. Oh, there's some more. It's just 16. We'll count it.
That means... I was going to say a scout one shot, but no. That would have been cool, though. This is also a really nice setup, because Fade8 takes first contact. They know he was here. That's damage. That's a kill. Next up, low HP Simka. Behind him, low HP Chofo. And they are just walking into the meat grinder. I said let's hold our horses, and rightfully so. Art Frost has even rotated in. Okay, does get jiggled out. But there's 40 seconds left, and Joffo, now on 31 HP, is by himself in long tunnels, and the gap is being closed. AW is hurling himself up middle with that Max 10. They want this AK. They want to take it out of his hands, and the timing... Wait, how is Joffo alive? Oh, he's thrown it away! Honestly, I rate it.
Fair enough.
But it just doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a very small consolation prize because they've just lost to the full. And it was such a toothless approach from Zero Tenacity. It seemed like they panicked. They had so much util. They had so much util to try and force their way out long initially. That doesn't work. Then they go for pump. And they don't thrashes. They don't smoke the corner of the wall. They don't try and give themselves any edge there. They had all util in the world. They don't use any. And that just like levels out the playing field at that point. Why would you do that? Never take a fair fight, fellas.
They also just like didn't commit long. But at the first player fell and Choffer just runs back. What?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, well, Amkala back in the lead. Zero Tenacity score was leveled for a very short moment in time. Art Frost has been tied by the scout early on, so there's silver linings to be had there with him a little bit lower. I don't think he's had an impact yet on the CT side, but it's very early doors, so you know, don't want to really start pointing any fingers or anything of that sort just yet. Zero Tenacity at a minute on the clock are congregated in middle, and there's two smokes. Do they even choose a smoke, or will they just try and contact their way through?
I don't mind contact option, you know. And they're going to be throwing their util on the fly, which is a good second bet. So either way, here we go. AW going to peek from only good for damage, and Kalash only good for 1. That's a very strong take coming through from Zero Tenacity, from 0 to 100 at a rapid rate.
Yeah, it's a very similar round, actually, to the first half. Just, you know, reverse it. Amcal were more committed towards A than they were towards B. So there's only 2 players on B. They only get 1 kill. It's round over. Someone had to go huge, and AW doesn't get a single kill, and Clash just gets overrun.
Okay, well, at least they're going to be able to fight to keep what weapons they have left alive. But that is, yeah, a very strong round from Zero, and a good clear plan. I like how quickly they turn up the pace in that round. Amcal had no information at all, and then all of its tenacity was just sprawling all over that B-bomb site. AW needed at least a kill from window. It's probably AV, you know, because he's a Russian player.
Yeah, that would make sense.
It's difficult for us, though. I mean, I've heard people saying that Kyosuke is actually like Kyosuke or something.
Kyosuke,
you know?
it's like some anime character. It's like,
yeah.
okay, I don't watch anime. Or
So,
Kaspersky is like, you know, phonetically
For real?
Kaspersky. Kaspersky
Yeah?
is
Is it
how you
supposed-
pronounce it.
Oh, that's such a like weird tongue twister.
It really is hard to get out, man. When
Yeah.
Brandon first told me on cars, I actually just went through the, oh my god, it was awful. I just couldn't get it out.
Because I've already cut the X at the start of his name out of saying his name.
I think everyone has.
Anymore, you know, like that's just too much of a mouthful.
Do you know what it is? Like,
Kaspersky, that's
it's a it's like a malware thing, like an anti-malware.
Oh yeah,
like
antivirus. Yeah, yeah.
Antivirus
is an
thing.
antivirus. Yeah, I know that.
Like what?
But I don't think that's why he has that name, because his name is Casper.
Yeah.
His first name. So
it's a weird
obviously
coincidence.
just a play on that.
Very weird coincidence. Anyways, Counter-Strike. Art Frost, I was mentioning last round, didn't really have much impact so far. However, gets the opening kill with the AWP. Big opening kill as well, may I add, onto Nemanja. And for Zero Tenacity, there's just no clear direction right now at 45 seconds. They're kind of everywhere. Bombs in Xbox, but I really don't know where you take this. You just have to group up and go short, maybe. Mid to B worked last round, but the difference is Fade is a little bit closer to CT this time.
Yeah, like you said, they're kind of everywhere, but almost nowhere at the same time. Now they will start to take a little bit of shape as they try and get up to the safe bomb site. Stinix, he has no reason to train his aim away from long doors right now. Artfrost is the one who can deal with short, but he does somewhat overexpose himself, and Stinix has gone down to Chofo. Oh, that is a disaster. That should have been a kill every single day of the week. I mean, that position is known for being one and done, and that he only needed the one, and the round would have been done.
Retake still possible. Brute Monster close to the AWP. Oh, no one's holding short. There's a comms issue somewhere there. AVN, big kill. He's got no support. He's very much isolated, but he's doing it all completely by himself. AVN, the man of the people. That may as well have been a 1 versus 3.
Yeah, that is just incredible work coming through from AVN in a round that looked like it might have been slipping through Z10's fingers. I mean, I thought that it was almost dead and buried once they'd gotten the bomb down and found long control. Door gets kind of propped open again by Amkel as they try and make their way back up ramp. Excuse me, up through from short into A, but either way. Z10 regained the lead, and I think they've broken the bank of Amkel as well, so there should be an opportunity to build some distance here. That's certainly going to be made a lot easier now with the opening kill. This is where the lack of time together could start to become a problem for Amkel, right?
Yeah, but that round, like, it wasn't even lack of time. It was just like, why is Stinix not committed to long? Artfrost over-peaked, it seemed. Like, he got the first kill and repeat the same angle, I think. We didn't see it, though, so I don't really know.
Himself.
Yeah. But, yeah, like, that last round wasn't... But going on to the next couple rounds when we get late into these games, you are correct. It is now a position where, okay, big lack of depth. How's this going to work? It's going to realistically need an individual step up, and Stinix, having him in a position where he needs to step up now scares me because he's on 5 kills. He has the A1S in pit, and he just needs to get a multi-kill. He's got 1. But they now just know where he is, and Cavalry's also arrived. That nade is very well placed. Molotov keeps him at bay as well. Another grenade.
Such a good combo.
Still somehow at 57 HP. And he's still alive.
Buying time.
Oh my god, they've ignored him. They have left him. AVN, though, the hero of the previous, trying to get cheeky with it. In this smoke, it's fading out at the periphery of the AWP on the back of the bomb site. They're running up short. The USP can't get a kill. AV, okay, no scope, close range. Sure, that works. And the USP is doing good work, but not good enough. Brute Monster survives on 20 HP and will tap in those digits. And it's AV who's just going to save the AWP.
Yeah, that is... a lot going on in that round for Zero Tenacity. You can kind of understand the fact that they've decided not to face Stinix because it does kind of rely on just winning a gunfight, and you don't range your hopes on having to win a gunfight. And they also have the player who's pressuring B, but then they decide in the middle there to just make their way up short instead, and it works out for them. Yeah, Stinix, he could have foiled that round there again because he was actually looking in towards Catwalk. They didn't have any pressure from long, but unfortunately couldn't get the necessary kills. And that's a 10-0 on the board now for Zero Tenacity. They were always supposed to win that round, to be fair. It was just the anti-eco. Got scary.
I'm sweating in real life because of the heat, and I'm also sweating because of these games.
Yeah, kind of jealous on it. Winter is approaching rapidly here in South Africa, but to be fair, I can't really compare it to what you have in the UK or anybody else, Europe. I complain when it's 15 degrees Celsius. For me, I'm reading this is getting way too cold.
It is literally 16 degrees right now, and I'm in shorts and t-shirt sweating.
That's crazy, man. Yeah, I'm soft. The South African climate has made me soft, man.
Yeah, then I get the issue of when it, even remotely gets warm, like...
you just burn.
Yeah, but sea swim. It's not warm, but it's fun. It's good for your skin. It's good for your mental health. Anyways, Amcal.
That's true.
They need to... They need to step up, because their T-side, really good. Art Frost, Kalash, very impressed. And I don't think Zero Tenacity are playing a particularly great T-side right now, but it's just going well. They're making it work. The read is good for Amcal. Art Frost on long. Okay, that's another miss. That was another miss. He's not been connecting consistently on the CT side. Svede this time is playing over towards A, but Zero Tenacity, they're actually now alleviating the pressure after originally looking like they were going to commit short and CT. Short and long. They're just going up short. The kills are starting to roll in on B, on A.
Oh no.
They are committing to A though. This could be their downfall. Still a player in CT. Sorry, in long, and then 2 short. It's a 3 versus 5 retake for Amcal. They kind of have to win this. And Art Frost is just crouching into the AWP. Brute Monster, he's not missing those. There's 3 players on the other side, and AW just can't do anything about that. And again, a late call for Zero Tenacity is actually perfect.
Yeah, good mid-round call coming through from them, and this has been their strength again with the success that we've seen from this team, is just their mid-round decision, being able to identify what's happening around and piece together the best and most appropriate action. Cynic certainly shouldn't be able to stay alive here yet, gets traded out. That's going to be an 11 diff for Zero Tenacity. Amcal going to have to settle for a save, and unfortunately the CT side hasn't really come together the way they would have hoped. It's their map pick as well, Freddy. So really paint them in the greatest light going into the rest of the series.
This is, it's kind of not only their map pick, it was a very good map for Amcal prior to the Art Frost edition. And, okay, Art Frost is missing a few shots recently, but you'd still assume that, and Melodi's stats on Dust 2 are understandably great, but I'd assume on a 6-win streak, against likes of Fnatic and Fireflux as well, that they'd still be able to put up some sort of contestability. But this CT side is not looking, it's not looking great.
Unfortunately not. I mean, Art Frost has also cooled off.
Massively. I mean, that last round, like, he misses a sitter.
Yeah, and he was, what, 15 and 7 at one point, died 8 times,
yeah.
4 kills since then. But he has cooled off. Some of them never even warmed up to begin with, I'm afraid. And of like being, yeah, the cracks were kind of being plastered over by Art Frost and Kalash, just winning some crazy rounds. But now that those individuals are able to pop off in the same fashion, you can see those frailties.
Yeah, for sure. Zero Tenacity are just playing quite a slow-paced T-side, and it's working because in the late rounds they're able to just meander their way onto bomb sites. The Lurks are also doing very well. Nemanya's been able to catch off players both on A, both on B. And it's a short take that's rather uncontested. But as Zero Tenacity leave the scene, Svede is actually looking to retake that space. And Amcal are very ready for this play out of mid doors. Svede's aggression. Oh, it's been caught. But he catches too. Stenix in conjunction. And Svede is just jumping at them with the MP9. That's the type of dynamism that we kind of needed to see. Something a little bit different from the Amcal squad. And Zero Tenacity, as they were setting up, the fight got taken to them. And they didn't have the luxury of being able to pivot like they have previously.
Yeah, that was good proactivity, good initiative being taken by Amcal, just disrupting Zero Tenacity in the middle of them making their moves. I will say, Simke, I mean, if I'm AVN, I'm a little bit annoyed there with Simke because I feel like I've just been baited into another dimension altogether. Because Simke was the player who jumped up on Xbox first and took the contact, and then AVN jumped up to try help him. Simke lets AVN peek first, and then he peeks afterwards, after he was the one who fought first. So, I don't know, like, he kind of baited AVN and wasn't really able to do much with it. You can actually see it from here. This is perfect from production, just showing exactly what I'm talking about. But hey, yeah, good work here from Amcal. And this was the force buy. They just pushed all their chips into the middle table with this investment. They lost that round 12-8, no money. You can just kiss the map away at that point. But they win it. They're still in the conversation.
Yeah, a bit of a weird decision from Zero to Nasty, all in the double Xbox play. Ooh, that's a blocked smoke. That's only going to benefit Art Frost further. Brumos has been put into pit very early on. I imagine this means they're going to come back to him. And Zero Tenacity have really been waiting a lot of these rounds for most of the clock to run down. Instead, they have a clear idea straight away that they want to go long. Does that smoke deter them? Or are they just going to wait it out and maybe let Nemanja try find some extra space?
It's a good question. Yeah, Nemanja, well, at the perfect moments, he's foiled Spade 8's plan. It's kind of similar here, the setup from Amcal, just trying to get short control. Exactly, he's taken all of the focus and attention. And I feel like he is known as the guy who's like not really a lurker. He is active, but he's very often by himself on the T side. So if Nemanja gets a kill, you should realize that this has to be turned elsewhere. They know he's there, but he's still killing them all. Surely not a fourth. Eventually he's dead, but so much damage.
Yeah, so originally Spade gets flashed short to go peek middle, and then doesn't clear Xbox, so Nemanja just jumps up and gets the kill. I don't hate them necessarily trying to hunt him down, but then you actually, well, have to do it. Instead, it felt very lackadaisical, and Zero Tenacity, that was, is freebie the right word? I mean, it's a great play from Nemanja, but it just felt a bit too easy for Zero Tenacity. So that's actually going to be map point. That's going to be 3 map points available.
Yeah. Do you kind of agree with what I'm saying, though, that Nemanja is very man who's creating space for his team, plays by himself while the team is setting up elsewhere, and that if you see Nemanja get a kill somewhere, and it's not like you saw someone else on the screen at the same time, that you could make that the hit's going to come through elsewhere.
Yeah, it's like, do we need to hunt him down that aggressively?
Especially knowing how good Nemanja is. Like, I don't think you want to try and force duels with him.
Yeah.
Anyway, here we go. 12-9, 3 opportunities. Zero Tenacity to rob Amcal of their map pool. Even after a fair dismal showing from Z10 in the first half, their T-side has delivered.
Yeah, it's actually really impressive to see how Zero Tenacity upscaled after winning 1 gun round on their CT side. But I think it flips on its head by Zero Tenacity have done better, but Amcal have also dropped off. It's kind of it's come in the same flow, I think, in the same vein. Can Amcal do it? 3 rounds in a row is what they would need. This is the opening round in the YaLLa Compass 2025 Contenders 1 closed qualifier. Rolls off the tongue.
Yeah. Contenders for the contenders, as it is a closed qualifier. And it's the last of the opening games. And AW is out in the open and he's out of the round. And Lash can't get... Okay. Scrap that. There's the trade. Back into an even numbers game.
Ooh, Nemanja, he has an opportunity. I can just sense him doing something cheeky. Because there's... Amcal have gone 3 long in this 4 versus 4. After clearing that out, just being careful, right? No room for mistake. They still are keeping 3A though. And they're not really looking for any information, so... if Zero Tenacity go towards A, walk into the meat grinder. But if they just went B, Kalash is completely by himself with a Molo and a Flash with no support. But it looks like we could be ending Dust 2 with an A finish. Artfrost on the AWP, waiting for those flashbangs. They're never going to come because there aren't any. And Artfrost realizes that. Deals with one. Nade almost for the other. But again, Stinix fails on long. Again. That's like the second or third time he's taken an aggressive duel on long and hasn't been successful. Kalash will, though, eliminate Simka. And all of a sudden, it's the leader in a 1 versus 2 for the game. Heroic in the previous. Pushing up, isolates the fight. How does he do it? Hayes, that's how he does it. He just isolates the duel. Kalash gives himself up. Artfrost being loud about it. Does spot Nemanja out in the open. Molotov just also in the middle of the open. And Artfrost, with the AWP, plucks him out of the sky. And a kit is at his disposal. So it's double digits for Amcal.
Oh my goodness, that was very unsettling there. I mean, Nemanja didn't really have any better options available to him. You're committed to the fight out in the open, and you could understand the decision to try and drop down towards ramp there for him, but Artfrost had one shot, one opportunity, and he seized it. Like you said, Stinix have an awful time of it here on Dust 2 right now, because if he stays alive there, then Artfrost can just remain committed to the short at that point, just posted on the angle with the Zorp, but he's forced to go fight, forced to go searching for that player, and well, he got the kill. Nemanja falls short in the clutch, means we continue here for and on Dust 2. And you know what, Freddy? If Amcal win this, then overtime is ripe for the taking, because they need much money. They've only got $1,900 coming their way if they lose this round.
Yeah, it was a big worry for me as well when I looked at their economy of it's all in for round 23, which would leave round 24 a little bit scarce. Brewmonster though, with the AWP, looking for an opening pick. Stinix might give it to him. Flash over, blinded, and this time, Stinix and Svede actually join up for a really clean opener.
I mean, that was just very bold from Britmonster. First of all, to stay there when he was blinded and just wait to regain his vision, and then to go for the timing shot after being blinded again. He was playing with fire, and he comes off second best. Was it entirely necessary? I don't think so. Zero Tenacity have looked pretty solid on their T side when they commit to their plans. They don't have to like gamble on those sorts of kills to get themselves in the round. So I think Britmonster has actually cost his team quite heavily there. All players up short. Artfrost is in CT right now, so they don't have in position that they'd want to deal with what's coming their way, but he is backpedaling in this direction.
Okay, Svede. Out in the open. Doesn't matter. Still connects. There's numbers here, but they are being thinned out. Stinix does leave Svede completely by himself. Bomb plant should come through for Zero Tenacity, and Amcal actually pivoting over towards short. Look how Artfrost just evacuated CT and instantly joins up with the rest of his teammates. Fadex still alive over on ramp. This is massive because it just pens Zero Tenacity in, but now they have more freedom to work with. All three players from Amcal retaking from short, as mentioned. A smoke currently blocks their way, but a nade play does reduce the defenders. Simka, Chofo can't connect a shot. It's a 1 versus 2. Needs to get the reload in. Will replenish his bullets. Up and under. Kalash falls. Artfrost, the chosen one. He's just defusing. He's sticking the bomb, and Chofo was blindsided. He even gets the kill on the USP for good measures.
Yeah, that is incredible work coming through from Artfrost to just commit to the defuse. He really back to life, and it's almost straight after we made the point that he's disappeared a little bit here for his team when they need him the most. He's delivering right now, and man, the ball's on him to stick the defuse there, because you can totally understand why Chofo is not expecting him to. And it's exactly what Artfrost was doing. He's been tagged on the cross, but this is not a inspirational investment from Zero Tenacity. Scout, Nines, Galil. This has overtime written all over it.
Such a weird game to start us off in our final game. Sorry, a weird map.
It has been peculiar.
Block
Not
long
really
smoke.
going affected.
Oh, they've
Wait.
pushed into the Tech 9. That's a big opening kill. Will he expect AW up close? Doesn't matter. AW just backs off and smokes. That's an instant man advantage for Irritasti in a round that we did come into it saying they should never win.
Yeah, I guess that was almost baited into by Zero Tenacity by putting so much focus out long, committing so many players and resources that Amcal thought we need to try to take control elsewhere. And Nemanja was waiting for exactly that. They spring the trap, they get the kill. They force rotations. Now, there is still a player pit. I'd love to see him be active and try draw more focus to the map. That's a great trade. Brilliant kill on Artfrost. And now they go into this B-bomb site.
AW makes it so that it's even Stevens. Look at this from Brute Monster, though. He's coming out long as his teammates are on the B-bomb site. Only connects one scout tag, and the bomb's actually going to have a lot of difficulty being planted because Amcal are just staring at doors and what? They're just hanging around. They're just sitting like ducks waiting to be killed. Finally, Brute Monster's fallen, but Zeratin, what? What are Amcal doing? They've just given the map to Zeratinasti there.
That is incredible. I mean, that was a butchered round coming through from Amcal, I'm afraid. But you got to give the Zero Tenacity. Very good decisions being made there. So much focus long, drawing the players into tunnels, getting the kill, then shifting the pieces back to B. The trade-off was instant. And then the scouting outrage from Brute Monster was comical but effective. E10 rob Amcal of their map pick. It requires all 24 rounds of regulation. Job ready. Do you have a working camera or is the battery still charging?
Oh yeah, no, I'm here. It just takes like 5 minutes for it to like.
I just wanted to check, just making sure.
You know when it's like it's fully dead, so it just like needs like a little bit of juice to like get going.
Yeah.
So when I sat down, I was
just like me when I start gym.
Yeah, well, I would love to say the same, but I don't think I've ever set foot into a gym.
Okay.
But yeah, I kind of sat down and was like, oh, my camera's still on from this morning. I wonder why that's happened. So yeah, it ran out of battery. But Artfrost and Clash at the top of the scoreboard for the whole server, and it was all in vain.
Okay, well, it was a very good performance. I mean, they started strong, fell behind the pace of the game with the gun rounds, down 7-5 in the half, but a very convincing T-side sees them get the job done through a force buy, ultimately. You can't afford to not look at the bottom right-hand side of the screen. Stinix 8 for 18 in a 24-round map is just not going to cut it. Very strong debut for Artfrost, 26 and 16, but in a losing cause, I mean, he won't take a huge amount, right? I'm afraid. Also, he's from the way, guys, not Kazakhstan. Just in case anyone's confused.
Oh, yeah, I just completely overlooked that. But that is the map pick of Amcal going in favor of Zero Tenacity. And what is potentially a little bit... It's a weird one going on to Trey next, because it's Zero Tenacity's map pick. They haven't been very good on it, but for a team, if you don't have practice, you can't pug out Train. It's not a map you can just go in and 3-0. Like, Dust 2, you have the capabilities. Objectively, Train is much harder when you don't really have those ideas in place. So, with that in mind, we're going to have a 10-minute break. I'm going to go refill my water. You should do the same. The sun's coming out, so make sure you stay hydrated. And we're back with map 2. It'll be Train.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, coughed up behind it at the edge of.
Away with a kill, but quick trade back from YaLLa still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
Zero Tenacity threw their weight around on Dust 2. It got a little bit close at the end, and it came down to a very janky Tech 9 round where, in all honesty, I came out of that round just being like, what were Amcal doing? But ultimately, that's Zero Tenacity winning Amcal's map pick in our opening round of the YaLLa Compass Contenders close qualifier. So the Contenders for the Contenders, and we're now going on to train Zero Tenacity's map pick. But this does beg some potential question marks.
It does. Well, I have to clear the air and say it was Exner who dubbed it the Contenders of the Contenders. We do this all the time as casters. We'll take like one thing that another caster said, we'll just, you know, use it ourselves. A well-placed microphone, Freddy. I don't know if you've heard that one used. I know that that's been adopted by some people as well. You were the pioneer of that one, you know. But you got to look at it as like inspiration and not copying, right? So anyway, let's move things along. I'm not very inspired like you kind of by the train pick here for Z10, but I like the point that you made at the post game for the previous map. And you said that it's a pretty good map for a team if they're playing against a team who don't really have the reps, right? Because you can't just pug out on train. So maybe that kind of also was part of the thought process for Zero Tenacity picking train here. I think that could be part of it because they've got the reps. So in that map, it's almost always a very close game. So it's not like it's been a disastrous map for them recently. You got to imagine that if they're picking it, they've been working on it as well and they do back themselves. So I have a fairly decent level of expectation here.
Yeah, because we look at the Veto. Can't pick Nuke. Nuke's their map pick. Honestly, I actually haven't seen them in a while. They still picking Nuke? Yeah, okay, they're still picking Nuke.
Could be, yeah.
Insta ban for Amcal. So you kind of have to already look at your second option. One would think that that would logically fall to Anubis because they picked into it and played it like 200 times last year in like a month alone. But Anubis has somewhat fallen out of fortune, and seemingly so much so that they're not even going it as a second pick. They're thinking of it as like a third pick, maybe even fourth now. I don't know what's going through their heads, but that then leads me to believe that they do have the confidence on train, because Anubis would just be the like, I guess we'll play Anubis, right? Like if we can't play Nuke.
Yeah.
But no, it's like, okay, we're playing train. So that does make me confident, like logically wise, but I look at their results and I'm like, okay, I see what you mean as it's always close, but they're losing to like Chimea. Who even is that?
Yeah. No, that's fair. I mean, a point you make that it's like a positive because of a negative. Like, because they haven't picked Anubis, they've picked Train ahead of Anubis. It's like, okay, does that mean that they think they're better on Train? It's crazy that Anubis has fallen so far out of favor for them, though. Right? That was their first pick for a long time. Then it became their second when Nuke became the primary. It's not even their third pick anymore. Like, that's crazy to see.
I agree. I actually remember watching like the downfall of Anubis because they were picking in for it for so long, and the reason why it's just such like a the reason why we're so like exacerbated by this is, you know, everyone has their map picks. Who cares? But they play this map like 90 times every 3-month tick, right? Like it was always like 60 to 90 times played, and they did so well on it. Like it was in any series 1-0. Oh, they were winning Anubis, and when they didn't, it was like, whoa, wait, they didn't win Anubis? Like, whoa.
Yeah, it was a shock,
Yeah, like I honestly remember actively seeing the like full, like the kind of it dying in front of me, and I remember after one of the YaLLa Compass games, whenever it was, it was towards the end of last year, I suppose. We talked to I think AVN on the interview afterwards, and they'd actually lost Anubis in the Veto, and then in the matchup, and then went to third and still won it there. But he was saying that they're like, I think paraphrasing it slightly, our CT side's so bad, and there's only so much we can do when we go on the T side.
Yeah, I actually interviewed AVN, and he even said he thinks that everyone's just figured them out on Anubis because there's so much material for them to go off of, and also that they felt like they were ahead of the curve on Anubis and really grab out before it became very popular to play the map, so they got caught up and they got figured out, and then it just reverts back to the mean of being another map in the pool for them.
So, what I'm looking at Train now is like, potentially, is this going to be something new and exciting for them? Amcal, it's a new project, and they weren't even very good on Train previously. So I'm really not confident for them, and it's already a great start for Zero Tenacity. They're on the T side, they get the bomb down, but they don't clear Heaven, and Kalash is going to make them very disappointed in themselves. They definitely should have cleared Heaven, however, Brute Monster is saving the day. Bomb finally planted. Sfadate, a 1 versus 3 it would take. And he has just walked on top of Simka. Unbeknownst to him, there's someone right below him, and Simka assassinates.
Yeah, Simka kind of does his best Kalash impression there, just staying in a smoke, staying undetected, hidden at the perfect moment. Kalash, I mean, he gets 2 kills, which is a good return, but probably needed like a Herculean 3k there to keep his team in the round. Good work from Z10. I mean, that was fast and furious, just charging down ramp. An immediate opening kill from AVN just set the tone of the round. Gonna be a 4-spine response for Amcal. Desert Eagles, a couple 5-7s, a scout. Plan is for the pistols to tenderize a few players and let the scout finish them off, but let's see if it's gonna go according to plan here.
Also, Herculean?
Herculean.
It's
a nice one.
Bro, I studied classics at my whole school career and university, and I had to search up if that was a word.
Did you think I was just making something up for a second there?
I was like, if that's a word, that is an awesome word. I was like, that's actually such a nice word. So I had to just be like, wait, is this actually like a word? Because it's one of those things where it's like, I probably should know this. Like, yeah, this is my like career before casting. But anyways, enough of me failing university. Amcal have actually forced into the CT side. They've gamble stacked very dynamically towards B. 3 players on B. That's like stacking the lower bomb site on nuke, right? So I
don't hate it though.
Oh, I don't at all.
Yeah.
And I think this is gonna work because Zero Tenacity are throwing fake util out A, and they're going B, and a 4th has come over, but Amcal pulled the trigger because of that utility towards A, and Brute Monster just goes gobble, 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 gobble. 2 kills in front of him.
That's the problem though. If you commit to this, you have to go all in. You can't start to second guess yourself. The plan is never to rotate and try and retake if you get the guess wrong, right? If you've stacked up the wrong bomb site, you shouldn't in position of the guns. You shouldn't ever be out trying to rotate. So moving out of position, a costly mistake there. I like that Z10 also sent a player into the A bomb site there just to sell the fake and even get info. I think if you had cleared out A, they probably still background through pop into A. So I don't think it would have been the end of the world, but Brute Monster, I love your gobble up impression there, mate. That was quite nice there from him for these kills and just foiling the round.
It was just easy. Like, it was one of those things where it's like, I think you've hit the nail on the head with the whole, like, if you're gonna do it, commit to it. Don't like try and aggress, because if they hadn't, I could very much imagine Zero Tenacity walk into the stack. Also, Nemanja getting a kill there, actually pretty big, because it's not only just in isolation, an extra $600, but it's also just someone who would have an armored pistol not in the next round. And sure, it probably wouldn't have mattered massively anyways. I mean, we saw, actually, no, screw that. We saw Amcal win a low buy round on Dust 2 on the Caesar side. So it's like, yeah, like it's just that type of worry dramatically decreased.
It's an extra $600, so...
Yeah, exactly.
Life. However, nice attack there to open up, just volleyed into A main. Means Brookmonster will go down, so an early opening kill. Still not too concerned in the grand scheme of things, and it's a good frag back. Not as much damage done as I expected there, so at least that's going to level it back into an even numbers game, and you really can just keep things very simple in these sort of rounds on train. It's difficult to defend yard when you're on a very low investment. You can just exploit the superior weapons. Timing, AVN, I don't know if he spots its Fade 8 there. Deeg will go down, and Fade 8 only has a USP, so even though he's in a really good position, he'll be spotted anyway.
I was going to say, did they see him? Because it looked like AVN was also going up there anyways.
He might have
actually,
like, caught a glimpse as he rounded the corner, yeah.
Either way, like, yeah. It was a nice gimmick to facilitate the opening kill. But this was always going to be a third round for Zero Tenacity. And they're just making so they do it cleanly. I almost thought I was about to eat my words there. But 4-player stay alive. Good start to the T side for Z10.
This is going to have an Art Frost masterclass if they're going to stand a chance of competitive here on their CT side. They're going to need their AWPer to stand up. Dynamic, you know, fighting back a green train, connector on the B-bomb site when it matters. Peeking down Ivy, just being omnipresent on the CT side. We saw Art Frost with some massive rounds in that first map. He's going to have to deliver here as well.
Yeah, Art Frost massively cooled off on the C side and then reinvigorated himself, so... kind of what Art Frost are we going to be getting? He's yet to get a kill. It's 3 rounds. Nothing to really look into just yet. Has got the AWP out very early on. That's the benefit of forcing up on the city side in the second round, that you can make sure you get the AWP. However, it doesn't matter. Brute Monster wins out the interaction towards Ivy. That's not only a big name out, it's just simply a man advantage for nothing.
Far from ideal, I'd say. Let's see how Zero Tenacity use that advantage, though. There are still 2 players fully committed to this B-bomb side. It looks like a third is even considering the rotation. There is still going to be some pressure mounted on the same bomb utility being thrown in. Oh, Z, they've got the options available to go A or B here. There's a player A main and there's one, so they really have the map as their oyster right now. And it looks like they're going to be committing to the stay site.
They might have to pivot, though, because Fade has just crept up Ivy and dispatched of Nemanja. Amcal are playing a retake over on the B-bomb site. Long range. Choffo can't tame his spray, so Clash comes out on top of not just one, but both those interactions. Simka, hello. He's in connector, and the trigger discipline. This could be what Zero Tenacity are looking for. And there you go. Oh, no. Only good for one. And Brute Monster, close range with the AWP, is unable to fire off a shot against Stinix. In the palm of his hands, Simka had that. And unfortunately for him, AW just shifts out of connector, out of his purview, just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much more Simka could have done from that position. Having to 90 degrees and try and win that gunfight out when he's a little bit further away makes it a slightly more challenging. Had a chance, but it was a really difficult one. And good work from Amcal. I mean, that double setup on the B-bomb side actually works wonders for them. Kalash deep on the angle. Stinix kind of getting baited in. He wasn't necessarily required immediately, but he was needed for the trade there to finish off the job. And it meant that Amcal do get their first round on the board. Good work from them there. I like that Spade 8 also goes on the mission through Ivy. Gets that flank kill, gets a lot of info.
Yeah, it's a ballsy play that you have to make when you're in a man disadvantage. You have to eradicate the offset that your team's in. That's exactly what you do. It also allows Amcal to secure themselves on B, because Zero Tenacity have done this before where they have just faked out A. And and especially with the player connected just going, yeah, there's no one here, can stick to their laurels. So Amcal on the board. Art Frost back on the AWP. It's a Zero Tenacity opening kill that didn't work. This time, they have to do it in a 4 versus 5. So it begs the question, if they can't do the man advantage, How are they going to do it with a man disadvantage?
Felt a little bit weak there from Simka, just trying to cop by himself. Not really any util for him to play off of, just feeling it out, going down, no value there. Focus is going to shift to Ivy now for the C side, but Artfrost is trained on the angle. I don't know if they're going to want to flash this either. They might want to try and take contacts so that they don't give up the fact that they're coming through from Ivy, but that would obviously work against them. Does AVN try to draw attention? Like a fake every single round from Z10 so far. Got to be careful they don't become too predictable. And here we go. They've thrown the smoke deep to try and take the attention away from Ivy. Artfrost still there, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you said the contact will work against them. Screw that, man. When you've got Nemanja hitting barn buster shots like that, anything's possible. This is a bit all over the place, though, from Zero Tenacity. AVN's trying to walk out of pop, but his teammates are going back lanes, and this chaos is not working. It's not controlled chaos, it is just chaos. Time ticking down, Chofo was trying to, if anything, just die before the time ran out.
Yeah,
and luckily for him, he kind of forces the hand, so... Chofo does get his money, but they're on an eco, so... Yay.
I think Z10 just left that round too late. Okay, on second glance there, I guess some kid didn't really commit. Kind of peeked out, they didn't fully go in though. Yeah, Z10 just left too much to do with too little time, and that extra player in the A bomb side there, tucked in behind the train, goes completely unexpected. AVN is the one who pays with his life, and there's no way back into the round from there. Artfrost is 0-4. He was the player I was highlighting coming into this for Amkel if they're going to find a successful half. At least they're getting it done through the riflers right now.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's had a pretty rough run of form on the AWP so far. I would argue, though, in the last round, like, you said it was left too late. Yeah, but if they just gone A.
Yeah, true.
But
Initially, I hadn't tried to go for that crazy around the world.
There was definitely like a comms... I don't know, it was something. There was an issue of something. To some regard. Whatever the issue was, it was there. It's present. But yeah, I think this round's basically over. I know no one's died yet, but just calling it there anyways. Also, I don't know, because I actually didn't know he was on loan, but Artfrost is on loan from Paravision.
Yeah.
And it's this kind of like, it's science. Obviously, it's a very traditional sport thing to like have a player loaned out, but it's something you don't see in the West. But then, like in Eastern Counter-Strike, like what NPL's loaned out, and now Artfrost is loaned out.
Oh no! Oh man, sorry. He was
sorry.
There. That was...
Why did he not just kill the AWPer?
He wanted to try and knife him.
Okay. Well, yeah.
You take the AWP though.
Okay. What I was gonna say though is cool to see that
continue. Sorry.
They're actually like using this loan feature instead of just being like bench.
Yeah. I love it. I hope that loans become more prevalent here within the Counter-Strike ecosystem. I think it's a really good way to try and blood a player into the roster and test it out before you fully commit. Dating a girl before you make her your girlfriend, man. Like, you want to get to know them a little bit, right?
It's like the talking stage.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
dates.
is this gonna work? Is there chemistry here? Are we on the same page?
Perfect.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it's not a very good analogy for our viewer base.
For gamers, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Probably just like, wait, what? A date? But anyways, just slating our whole audience aside. Zero Tenacity, they might get the bomb down, but that was not a nice spray from Simka. And yeah, I'm really glad Nemanya's in Ivy when the bomb gets planted. Yeah, really glad that's happened.
Yeah, this is what you get with him sometimes is he's at his best when he's creating space, not taking space. Like, he needed to be more active to try and make the lives easier of his teammates over towards that B bomb site. That's not ideal. Just going back to the lone conversation, we're seeing with Shui right now in Liquid at least, right? So at the highest level of the game, it's being made an example of there.
Is he loaned out?
I think that's... Yeah, Shui's on loan right now for Liquid. Hasn't signed for the team. Loan ends at the end of the major, so I'll use that as like a trial period, I guess. Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a super awesome initiative that should be probably used more instead of players just like withering away on the bench. Also, Perfecto, is he loaned out to BC Game now? Yeah, it's like a temporary Dallas.
He's not on a contract, so he's standing in.
I thought he was he not?
No, he got... No, Cloud9 the other day, like recently, like a week ago or something, finally cut ties with him, so...
Finally we're like, yes, you can actually play the game now.
That's actually another very good example of a player who, with conversation in the previous map about sometimes players just ice themselves out for too long, hoping that a really good offer comes around and then they just end up slipping off into irrelevancy. I mean, he's someone we haven't seen since Cloud9, so it'd be good to see him on the server again.
Yeah, it's like, okay, standing in for Dallas is like, obviously people hold him to that regard, so then why isn't he then just like accepting offers of, like he's obviously had offers, I would assume then. Also like salary, that obviously plays into it. Like can they afford him? Because I can't imagine he wants, he's a major winner, right?
He's got to give them BC game, surely. He just probably wants to like get back in the official server. I highly doubt he's like genuinely considering joining them, especially after the major. There's got to be some opportunities that pop up. However, that's what he was relying on with the Shanghai major. He was like, yeah, major what comes my way. Maybe he was talking about the Austin major, the Dallas major all along.
I know a lot of players had that. Like, I have offers now, but is it going to get better post-major? And I know for a lot of players, it didn't go well for them.
Yeah.
Like, do you roll the dice? Not always landing well. Arfrost has got a kill, by the way, in the last 2 rounds. So he is on the board. He gets he actually lands a shot as well onto Brute Monster, but it's not fatal. It's a leg shot. It was a nice flick, but not all to write home about. It is an opening kill, though, for Zero Tenacity. Simka, though, needs to be careful. Double Wow.
Oh, no way.
You know what? Fair enough. The fact that he gets at least one there. And AVM, a timing, he was so ready to be caught off on a timing there. But instead, it's the aggressor that gets decapitated. And Zero Tenacity, after not really putting much on the board for the last couple rounds, now just, I don't know, they just kind of allowed Amcal to push into them.
Bro, there's another push coming through from Amcal. All 3 of the players they've lost in the round have gone down because of their over-aggression, and he hasn't even finished off that end. Okay, Artfrost, what do you got for us? He's last bastion of hope here, and unfortunately, he's so far away, he can't actually stop the C side from getting full control of the A bomb side. AW, maybe he can. You know what? I like that. Just throwing caution to the wind straight through the flames. Unfortunately, he goes down. And we look at Artfrost now for a highly 1v3. They have a very good idea of where he should be coming through from. AVN's on top of the train, and he'll be able to get that kill. Now, the points I was making is Amcal. I mean, think about how their players go down. First player, I think he must have been pushing B ramp when some kid gets that frag. Might even see it in the replay here.
Yeah, he was.
So he was pushing B ramp, he goes down. Then there's the double pop push. One of those players go down. Here, I have no idea how some kid gets that frag, because he looked like placement was to clear way deeper in the angle. And then there's more aggression heaven. Avian gets that frag. Just like Amcal gave up a lot of fights there.
It felt like, because we saw on the X-ray when that first kill came in, like everyone was mobilizing, but then no one played together. So it's definitely an issue there. Oh, they know Nemanya's in that sandwich smoke, and he has taken a lot of damage from the HEs and Molos. They know he's here. Okay.
There we go.
There we go. He gets damage, I guess. But I don't think Zero Tenacity have converted around, but they have started in a 4 versus 5. And Artfrost, he's been bested on this angle before. He sees 2, but not even needed. AW swings and lands a hit. Joffo still is there. And Artfrost, patience, rewarded.
Okay, there we go. Got to connect on that shot, and he does. Zero Tenacity just being shut down emphatically here in this round. You know, Nemanja going down early after he pushes deep into that 8. Kind of looked like they run out of ideas, like pushing through an Ivy smoke there. Never really giving themselves a great chance of getting through. 5 versus 2. Should be Amcal's round every day of the week. Avian has been able to get out of heaven, though. Brute Monster's found a kill. Did he spot the head? He didn't. Oh, he's going for such an aggressive plant there on top of train, and that's going to cost him everything.
Fortune favors the bold.
Yeah, but it gets you killed a lot as well. Amcal don't have Art Frost on boot camp, by the way. Just
I was gonna say,
AW
I
and Stinix.
Yeah, I was actually quite confused if he was or not, but then when the lights went out, I realized, okay, so he's the only one in the dark, right?
There we go, yeah.
Process of elimination. Call me Sherlock Holmes.
I was trying to figure out who's in the middle for Amcal to see the IGL, because I remember when it was the team without Stinix, Spade 8 was the IGL, but Stinix was the IGL for Cybershock, I'm pretty sure, right? That team with Fenneman, Notaneki, I think Stinix was the IGL there.
That is a fantastic question.
It definitely was Spade 8 before he joined.
It's always strange to change an IGL when it's adding a new player. Like, that's very abnormal.
True. Yeah.
Never. You also never. It's quite hard to gauge sometimes. It's also like the conversation of East versus West in Counter-Strike. We do just have a disconnect from these teams. Different language.
It's also equally as strange, though, for an IGL from a former team to join a new team and not be the IGL for the team he just joined.
That is also very true. Very Danish thing to do that. By the way, this round, is it scary? Original hold was really good. And it looks like the hold will remain good. Oh, okay, Simka.
Oh, he needed the second.
Yeah, I mean, that was a hard shot to hit. It's a lot to ask of him. But yeah, for the round to be won, he needed to deny AW any more kills. Brute Monster. Ooh, this is a nice play. They're not looking at him. Never mind. Art Frost. As it comes out of my mouth, he turns around.
Yeah, that is very good work coming through there. Great work indeed. Amcal piecing together a very successful CT side right now. Going up 7-4. That after losing the pistol and the conversion, by the way. Gun rounds have just been very convincing.
Yeah, actually, you're very right. This has looked very much so Amcal on top, without a shadow of doubt. The big question, you know, for me, it's like, are they going to be able to continue it on their T side? I guess we'll only find out after this round. For now, though, Spade 8's aggression previously on IV. Oh, it worked. He actually won a round purely on it when they were in a 4 vs 5. This time, he just takes the deep control and just denies information. Not the most important part of the map to deny information, but hey, it's something. And Zero Tenacity just playing this very slowly, just seeing if anyone's going to push into them, because previously Amcal have just pushed into them.
Yeah, it's when Zero Tenacity have actually had their best shot at winning a round was when Amcal kind of gifted it to them on a silver platter. And you can see that they've gone back now to more standard setup and it's worked out for them.
Bomb is outside A main. And it looks like they're going to try squeeze through Pop as well. AW, unfortunately though, in A main, they have to clear him.
No chance.
That's a good flashbang. Oh, they overlook him. No, they've got utility out. And Art Frost also denies the aggression from Pop. AVN will find him out in the open. But also look at this. There's a flank coming from B. Everyone's here for the party. And Amcal are surging towards A. Fade 8 transfers on the top rope of all things. And that's 8 for Amcal at the half. That is a fantastic way to end off CT side train.
Yeah, what a great display from them there, man. From being down 3-0 at one point to win the half 8-4 gives us a lot of hope and belief that they could force us into a third. Hey, goes completely unchecked in the corner. That was a big mistake, a big misstep there from Z10. It's a very easy corner to clear at that point. And it is going to be a very half-time scoreline here for the team who are looking for that third map. Now for the T side. I'm looking forward to seeing what Amcal are going to bring to the table here. Don't count Zero Tenacity out of this either.
T side is probably the part that I was thinking is going to be the most difficult for a team that maybe hasn't refined its strat book completely.
Yeah, it definitely is, right? Because on the CT side, you can just give him a roll and tell him that's what he needs to do pretty much every single round. variables on the T side. What is the plan here for Amcal? Couple flashes and a smoke grenade. In fact, there's 2 smoke grenades here for them. Fade8 has one towards Pop, and he's gotten a kill. Dinks Brutmonster with the first bullet, body shots him with the second, and sends Brutmonster into the Netherland. Okay, that's one way to open up.
King's Day was yesterday, but apparently Fade8 is still the king. That was actually a couple days ago.
It's okay. Still a good one. King might be dead soon, though.
Unlucky.
Talking about Fade8, obviously.
Yeah, this is looking like a very good pistol round for Amcal, unless Simka on the back of the bomb site can hold onto his kingdom. They're just not getting rid of him. How is he still alive? What? Okay, finally, but that just allows then for Chotho and everybody to reinforce. Bro, Simka, Magic Mike over here.
Yeah, that was such good moving there from Simka. I can't believe he stayed alive for so long, and he hit some beautiful shots as well. Nemanya's the first player to find a frag, but Simka is the real hero there. Stays alive for so long as well, even after finding the multi-kill, which means Chofo can rotate through. He's only got 3 kills in the map in that second half pistol, so that'll be a good way for him to kind of return. It's exactly what Z10 would have wanted to start things off in the second half here and give themselves that fighting chance.
For sure. Changes the narrative completely. Amcal, they, on the first map, after both of the pistol round losses, they force bought him. Didn't work out for either of those occasions. The lack of the bomb plant could be a defining feature as to why there isn't a force buy here. But it's just an interesting change up from Amcal. Not going for what they have been doing previously. And instead now it's going to be the first gun round coming out straight away. Right out the bat, Amcal on the rifles. It's going to be a really good litmus test to see if Zero Tenacity are going to be able to contend in this second half. Because, let's be honest, they didn't on their T side.
And this is a very good opportunity for Amcal as well, mate, because they're playing against 2 MP9s in the FAMAS. There's no AWP. They've got AKs across the board. If you lose this, like you say, we start to ask some serious questions. Oh, Nemanja, he did take a tick to the flames there, by the way, so they've got to have the information. There's somebody in and or around Pop Dog. Try and combine with Chofo, and you've got to also expect Zero Tenacity to try and make a play in a round of this nature, where they have carried over this bonus round. Nemanja, straight through the smoke. Yeah, could have done a lot more than that, I reckon.
Also not a fan of this. What are we doing? Was that really necessary to just charge through a Molotov? Screw it, it's worked. Of course it has. Sometimes the craziest things done together is how you play Counter-Strike.
As long as they're done together, ultimately.
Yeah, oh, they really committed to that push through the Molo.
I mean,
you know when it's like,
4v3.
if the IGL says jump, you jump? They did.
Yeah, you just got to ask how high. That's the only question. Now, I'm looking at the money for Z10, and I'm thinking they may just save here, you know. Like, Nemanja could drop an AWP, and then it's MP9s, M4s, but then that's the gun round you're hinging the entire weight on. It's a pretty big roll of the dice, so they could actually just half invest. Nemanja says, let me get a hero rifle. Chofo, you save money for Brutmonster's AWP in the next, and it's just upgraded pistols around it. I actually like this decision. I feel like 7 or 8 out of 10 teams would buy in this situation.
I'd probably call for a purchase, because I'm dumb.
Yeah, fair.
You're like, I actually have no retort to that. You're like, yeah, you're actually bang on.
That's the coach in you, Freddy, you know? Coach Grimmy Ranar.
I actually... sometimes forgotten about Caster Grimmy Ranar.
Too soon. Yeah, Caster Grimmy Ranar is my favorite Grimmy Ranar.
It is my full-time job.
Oh, man.
Also, that is a cool boost on the bomb train. I don't know if I'm dumb or if I've never seen that, or if just I've never really like. Is that?
I think it's new to CS2 though, because the old trains would have been too big, I think, to like peer over it.
And skyboxes of... no, that wouldn't have mattered. I don't know, but I haven't seen that before.
Not there.
I think a big portion of it is because you couldn't be any more exposed to everywhere. So it's a gimmicky, I've got an A1S round and everyone else is on Deagles.
It's a good round to bring it to the table though, for the players. However, looks like Amcal are going to breach into this B bomb site, assuming they don't navigate their way down pop. So that's the perfect call here. Only AVN home. He has a P250 and a dream, but probably going to be more of a nightmare.
Okay.
Okay. It's one player who goes A to get info. It's not the end of the world.
Wait, Paul, there's also one player just like not on B, and AVN hasn't been cleared. AVN's denied the bomb. It's a 5 versus 3. Nemanya's still alive with the A1S as well. He's starting to get into the action. 10 seconds left. This bomb has to be planted. It has to be committed. And luckily for him, Stinix has come so late that he can decapitate AVN. 2 versus 2, and they're all starting to fall apart. Nemanja, he comes way too late with that
Oh, man, I mean, that gets way too close for comfort. AVN done brilliantly there. You really could more for him. I'm just wondering why Am can default there and not planting on the long side of bomb train, because they had taken full side control. They had taken full control of inside. They'd gone all to train stopper. But, yeah, they were planting default, which actually wasn't even ideal, so it made no sense at all to plant the bomb there. That's what left him exposed to ramp. Just makes it doubly questionable. But it works out. It's okay. And now Z10 are fighting for their lives.
$10 to 6. This is suggesting to me we're going to a third map, unless something happens this round. This is the turnabout round for Zero Tenacity. Haven't won a gun round unless he decide. They won the pistol round. Which anything. Well, they haven't really had many opportunities, to be honest. They had that one bonus buy, I guess. That didn't go very well. I don't like the reswings. It did work until it didn't. Brute Monster maybe overstayed his welcome after he did collect that kill onto Kalash. So, his efforts in vain. And in a 4 versus 4, Zero Tenacity are moving very heavily towards B. There's 3 players currently on the B bomb site.
Yeah, this is a premature commitment right now. They probably feel compelled to make a move and try and get information. And who's the man to make that move? Of course, it's Nemanja. Perfect timing, and he gets both the kills as well.
Understandably so. They didn't expect that, because why would someone be pushing ramp in a 4 versus 4 in a minute and 10? When you're playing as Nemanja, you gotta be expecting those things, apparently. You know what? That is actually class, and there's layers to that as well, because Nemanja's pushed aggressively in there, and if he falls, Amcal go, oh, you know, we can go B, we got the bomb here. Let's go, you know, let's pick up the pace. 2 extra players. So there were layers and there were nuances to that, but Nemanja just does it by himself, so we don't really get to see the onion of the round.
Yeah, it's just so impressive how he's got the ability to do that. He reads the situation perfectly, recognizes a play has to be made, and I mean, he's not like the IGL that's like, okay, we need to do something here, micromanage, chuffle, push here, try and get a kill. He's like, something needs to happen here, I'm going to push here and get the job done. He's like making the call and he's taking the action. What a player. How has he not been signed by a bigger team? Actually, start having that conversation, please. Such a strong fragging IGL in tier 2. Like, how has he not gotten an opportunity? Even if they want to blow up G2 and start that team again, just, you know what? Gamble Nemanja. Am I crazy, Freddy?
There's definitely loyalty to the regional scene. And to this team in general. They've been together for... I think the core's been together since Open. Way back when.
Years.
Like, oh, longer. Like, pre-HLTV.
Oh, the core. Yeah. The core.
Yeah,
so I
yeah.
meant the full 5. Yeah.
Yeah, the full 5 then also has been together for 3 years. So, also, look, like, he's not proven on LAN at all. Like they're online merchants to the
That's true.
to the wider
That's obviously
gaze.
that is the very like the antidote that just kills that whole conversation. Now that you say it.
Yeah, like, oh, you want to pick up an experienced IGL? Snack seems like an insane idea, but he's got the experience. Sign that a lot of these IGLs, the experience is sometimes the most important factor.
No, you're right.
But regardless,
I agree.
Zero to Nasty, the team we know and love, haven't been playing to that standard this year. What we maybe expect of them. So this is a great time to put a spotlight back on them. 6-10 down. Build their way back in, but unfortunately, Fade has picked up the opening kill. So at 45 seconds, Amcal are going to be able to regroup as a cohesive unit. And it looks like they want to go towards this A bomb site, and Zero to Nasty, it's just perfect for Amcal. There's 2A, 2B. They need to make a decision, and Amcal and Zero to Nasty is sat in this stagnation mine of no decisiveness.
Oh, great smoke to block off Simke. He can't do anything. It's a perfect flash as well. Brute Monster does not stand a chance. Just gets bested out in the open on the bomb train. Round over, falls flat on its face. Simke tries to maybe get something back, but suffers the same fate as his teammates. Flawless from Amcal. And this was Zero Tenacity's opportunity to actually really get themselves back into the game. They've been chasing the game for ages here on Train Run. And if they won this round, it's 10-8, no money, should be 10-9. That's a completely different situation, but it's not going to be the world we live in. And look at their finances as well, Freddy. This is going to be 11-7 with no money on the CT side. Amcal, I mean, basically job done.
A very well played round from Amcal, because the reason why the player on the bomb site gets caught with his pants down is because Amcal started throwing utility when players were out E-box. So nade tries to get thrown. Brute Monster just would never anticipate them to be already so close. And a big reason why Amcal already went for that call was because they knew they had the man advantage. They knew Zero Tenacity are going to be light on numbers, and they may not have, or yeah, they just won't be in the right position because of that. And they couldn't have been any more right.
Yeah, perfect reads, perfect movements. Go ahead.
Sorry, just because we're in eco, I want to talk about that new, the development of the sandwich smoke in CS2. Have you seen the new one that's been thrown in a very recent period of time? The one where it's like the one that they're throwing now, obviously, where it's like a little bit to the left, so it basically blocks Ivy as well when people are coming out, and it also means that the player back red just can't like swing through the smoke.
Okay, yeah, that's nice. I like that. I mean, it probably means it's more difficult to play through that smoke going into the other side because there's not as much plumage on that side, but it's definitely a lot more to work with, so I like that.
Or one would say easier, because when you're in it and you get flashed through, it's like boom, you're out.
That's a good point. Fair enough. I was just more thinking about like being able to work around the smoke a bit more. But that's also a good counterpoint. I do
see what you mean with the whole like someone could walk at the corner. God, I forgot what the
Yes, exactly. Like hugging green train or hugging red train on either side of the extremity of that smoke.
Yeah. So you couldn't really do that with the new development.
But to use one smoke to block off Ivy and red train and stop the swing from the CT is probably worth it.
I think it's block Ivy with an asterisk over it. Okay,
like blocks Ivy a little bit.
Yeah, makes it uncomfortable depending on the bloom, because that's also just a big thing with smokes. Like I think I probably actually should know if it's for a certainty, but like yeah, sometimes smokes just bloom differently. Either way, it was something I noticed yesterday, and I was like, I haven't seen that before. But yeah, it's cool. I think it's really nice.
Well, let's see if Zero Tenacity have it brings to the table here. It's been a meek display on their map pick. Surely Anubis can't be worse than this, boys. Right? Surely. Anyway, they need 5
maybe it was a counter pick
overtime. That's true. Maybe that did weigh into the conversation. I think when you're the favorites, you shouldn't really ever be worried about front of it like that by going for something different. And anyway, that is game. Great double kill entry there from Kalash. Will boost up. Hang on. Where the hell is that player? He's heaven.
The man. Oh no! Oh no, Nemanja! Oh, dearie me. That would have been everything. That would have been a complete difference maker, but maybe he doesn't even need to get a multi-kill because Chofo somehow dispatches with 2. And Stinix is so far away, too far away to have any action in the round. Double opener, not enough. Zero Tenacity survive.
Not only a double opener, it's also Nemanja whiffing. I mean, I actually froze
whiff
there, but I'm just genuinely going off of your response. I am still watching a slideshow here, like good old PowerPoint slide. But double entry and Nemanja whiffing, and you still can't punish that and win the round. Ooh, man. Okay, now they force buy. Lose this, 12-10. Oh, okay. Zero Tenacity, and they claw their way back off of that reprieve.
Yeah, that was... I wanted to make a joke about sign to G2, yeah? But, oh, what are we doing, boys? Why are we peeking heaven with an AWP again?
Make the joke now. Do it now.
Yeah, this is why, yeah, this is the IGL you want for tier 1.
There we go. The universe gifted you another chance.
Brute Monster has done that and died. Like, 2 rounds ago. The last time they had an AWP out. You don't... It's just like... YaLLa always sending 2-3 players B every round. It just feels like a very weird call to be making, especially in round 21 when you've got double AWP. You don't like maybe just post Ivy and get aggressive Ivy or just I don't know. That felt like a very weird call to me.
They're forcing it. They're really forcing it at the moment. Not looking like they have a lot of confidence in their setups if they're forcing it that much to try and get these early opening kills. Chofo has a big job to do here. 4 players coming through from Ivy. He's the only player posted in this direction. He's just jiggling on a timing right now, so he could just swing out and find multiple players on his screen. He sees the gun barrel, and he'll get the first. Now it's about either staying alive or getting a second. Surely he won't be able to get out of this corner. So it's a matter of time before he goes down, but time is still valuable with that clock ticking down. Players in towards Pop as well. Eventually he will be forced out by the flames, but there's still a chance here.
Never mind. I was going to say, it all comes down to this duel between Simka and Kalash. Will Kalash expect a second? Yes, he does, but he cannot deal with him. All down to Brute Monster. 1 versus 3, denies the bomb, just has to survive. They're hunting him down, but he's tucked away. Can he take any weapons out? Yes, he can. Not both of them. So he ends up losing his very valued AWP, and they will not have the funds to repurchase into it. Swings and roundabouts, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, brother, that is insane. How have Zero Tenacity done that in back-to-back rounds? Just been rescued by some sort of ridiculous miracle. I mean, in Heat Perfection, leaving that kill to the last moments and then just bunkering down. He had to even suck his stomach in there to make sure they're sticking out on either side.
If it was me, I'd be sticking out.
Yeah, that's a very fortuitous one there. Fortunate one for Zero Tenacity. There's still don't know how. Look at the investment in this round for both teams, Freddy. One's got money. They're all broke.
Stinix won't have money next round either. Stinix is almost... He's dueling Chofo. Sorry, I thought that was Nemanja and Ivy. I was like, no way is Nemanja losing to a Glump no armor. I was like, not again, man. But,
Artfrost can win this round for his team.
Oh, 100%. There's also not a kit in play, and there's only a nade available for Zero Tenacity at a minute. It's really not good. YaLLa have more util on a full eco, which is always worrying. Artfrost AWP Heaven. He's using his pistols as meat shields, human flashbangs. The real flashbangs are working. But Brute Monster, he's just going up and down. And you know what? He'd love to pick up this AWP from Heaven. So there's definitely a world where I'm Artfrost, where I'm like, do I very actively try and survive? Because Zero Tenacity can't have an AWP next round. And there's no way he survives this. That is massive. Really, really important. And not only do they collect the AWP, but it's for an MP9.
Yeah, that's a big difference maker there. Zero Tenacity certainly going to bolster their arsenal of weapons coming into this next round. I like the plan. I'm glad that Artfrost does try and use his 2 teammates as bait, but I've just committed, man. Just like jumped into the bomb site. The reason Brute Monster kills them both so quickly is because they like shift walking forward, so he doesn't even have to really move his crosshair off the angle. It just stays tapping away. Little burst fires there, gets the kills. Made it too easy for him.
Couldn't agree anymore. If they're gonna go, they gotta go. Oh, well, look at this. We're peeking Heaven again.
Talk about going.
Yeah, and he misses his shot.
Go tap.
Not gonna lie, the observers saved BrewMonster because we've just seen. I assume we've just seen a crazy whiff from him because they did just peek into his crosshair. But hey,
Yeah, Freddy, look at the force buy here from Amcal. I just noticed now.
Yeah, I actually didn't notice it was this bad. I saw Artfrost in a scout, and I was like, oh, that's, you know, not great. Ooh, they really won overtime. Yeah.
Why would you do this? Like, I guess they're thinking let's rather have 2 full forces instead of 1 eco and 1 full gun round. They are. I guess that would make the most sense considering the way the game has gone. There's only one player B. There isn't even anybody to rotate. Oh, Zero's an asshole in on the save bomb side. Oh, mate. Someone rotate.
Ivy. Okay, they've pushed Ivy, but it's not the greatest of information. No, okay, they are. They are. Okay, Chofo's coming over. He's gonna be too late though. So here they come. Here the cavalry comes out. Amcal. They trade. That's big because they should get the bomb down. Molotov connector. Molotov connector is monumental because it allows this bomb to now get planted. AW, ooh, caught off on the side. Potentially a game-changing frag. Nemanya's on the lurk. Nemanja will catch Fade 8 back turned. And it's all down to Stinix with the Deagle. Brute Monster decapitates him with the 40 cal. And I'm shocked that round ends up being so clean for Zero Tenacity. The question, Hayes, is does a bomb plant make a difference for Amcal?
Oh, definitely, mate. That's an extra $500 across the board here for Amcal.
600. Wait, is it 500 or 600? Wait, you spun me.
They lowered it from 800 to 5, but I could be wrong.
Wait, you spun me.
I'll check it out. We'll get back to that. Wait. 600. You're right. There we go. Freddy's right. The team loses the round after planting the bomb for all.
You scared me. You scared me. I was like,
I appreciate that you trust me so much with it anyway. That you're like, I'm going to second guess myself now. But anyway. An extra $600 across the board there for Amcal. Yeah, but you did it to yourself. So
I'm fully gaslit myself.
And you can see how it bolsters more util. It's actually a more convincing investment for Amcal. And I guess that's what the force was predicated on, was a bomb plant to the bare minimum. But here we go. Overtime or bust for Zero Tenacity. They've done very well to fight back this far, but there's one more hurdle.
Going B again. Wait, they're really going B. They're literally in that smoke. Oh, this nade. Oh, it's going to be so juicy, and it's going to blow open the smoke. It doesn't do any damage. What? Oh, no. Will they expect a second? No. Nemanja had to get a multi-kill, but that trade from Artfrost was so swift. 3 kits available for Zero Tenacity. They all have the 5-second defuse. Brute Monster, a miss. That could cost them everything. Now he can't unscoped, but he still hits the quick scope. Stinix, Brute Monster, for overtime or for a third map, all down to the wire, and he's just sticking the defuse. Stinix swings straight out, and we're going to map 3.
I mean, listen, how many lives did Zero Tenacity have there fighting back into overtime? Surely eventually they wouldn't have all the stars aligning, and finally normalcy is restored. I feel like there were many chances there for Amcal to get the job done. They left it to the 11th hour, and they win the map 13-11. Their opponent's map pick as well, and they force us to a decider.
Weird economical decisions that I'm not sure if I completely back, but it works. And I'm not sure if it works because of Zero Tenacity doing well or Amcal misplaying. But Inferno will be our decider for Artfrost's debut. He has slowed down a little bit. Sure, like 15 to 13, all right. As an AWPer on train, you're expecting a little bit much. The riflers pick up the pace though. Kalash consistent as ever, and his AW, and specifically his Fade 8. I feel like he had some monumental impact rounds. Not only is he the top of the scoreboard for the server, but it's more of the virtue that those kills were also very high impact. So this final opening game in the Contenders closed qualifier is going to map 3.
It's delivering, mate. We had a 3-mapper earlier on with me and Exner. Ruby ended up falling short there against Sabre, surprisingly. We're going to have to see what this one has for us. A third map. What is the third? It's Inferno, right?
Inferno.
Yeah, it is Inferno. Don't go too far. We're going to have a short break. When we come back, it is that decider.